is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just who's enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to throw the belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock-up! But they do get the dragon, especially the Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting kill brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-2-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-2-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, tossed onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his dash at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！ 菜呢？
Welcome, folks. You're watching week number 6 here of Fall Drift League Asia Season 2 2023. My name is Datum, and I'm here with the one and only Giang Gaming. And, well, we had some fantastic games yesterday here, GG. And I think we're about to see some more good ones today.
More good ones, of course, because we have 3 series, again, just like always, right, and every single day, we have 3 series that's in store for you guys to watch and enjoy and support on the teams as well. Yesterday, we have seen exciting matches, especially the match of G2 Blacklist and the match of Trace Esports versus Nova Esports. But now, we're going to be seeing quite unique matchups for today. We have CN Confidence teams against APAC teams, 2 series of that today. And of course, Battle of Titans later on between JDG and KBG.
And after yesterday's matches, there is a bit of a change here in terms of the standings. Let's take a look at that one more time before we start today's games. Here is the CN Conference with Trace Esports. Because they won the series yesterday, they did not change standing. Still at top 2. TT still at number 1. Do you think that is going to change today? Is Fennel gonna be able to make that big upset against Thunder Talk?
I mean, they have to, right? I think it's more towards the side of right now, Fennel struggling so far here in this tournament. Thunder Talk dominating as well. It's a massive David versus Goliath setup right now. Possibly even a bigger margin of that, especially with the dominance of Thunder Talk lately. EDG as well against Team Flash will be a great matchup to have, because Edward Gaming is known for their aggression, just like FPX, but FPX yesterday did suffer a bit of a loss against G2 Blacklist, especially with the outplay potential of KD and Ime during that time. So Team Flash, I mean, we have seen them already do a couple of things. Lately, they had defeated Katie Roser Y in an amazing fashion. So there's a chance, I believe, on Team Flash to maybe at least secure a win against them. I do hope that that's going to be the case. But for Fennel, I think it's more of a responsibility right now for them to get out of this slump.
Yeah, and it's been a really rough season here for Fennel. You see them at number 6 currently here at the APAC conference standings. And not really a lot. I don't think anything changed at all after yesterday's games here, except for G2 Blacklist putting themselves at the top of the leaderboard now against Naos Esports, now going to number 2. But that's only because Naos hasn't had as many games as G2 Blacklist yet. KT Rolster now in number 3 though, and the rest following suit as is before. And you can see when Fennel, as we said earlier, they really need to change that slump. It's just a huge team they're facing off against today. It's EDG, which is certainly going to be a huge, or rather, it's Thunder Talk, which is going to be a huge challenge for them. And here we go, the matches that we have here for today. And I'm taking a look at that last matchup here, JDG versus KBG. Another clash of the titans here for our concluder for the day.
And we did enjoy that match yesterday, right? We ran out of energy, to be honest, just because of how wild the day was. But yeah, I think now we also have a great responsibility to like manage our energy so that we can maintain it for the entire game, because this day is still gonna be loaded as always. JDG versus Keep Best Gaming, both teams are trying to redeem themselves in or have a better position right now here in this tournament. We look into the matchup here, of course. Edward Gaming still having the same composition. Languid this time around is going to be playing in the support line, as he is very effective in the support line. Alone is looking to have a better performance as well, alongside with 0711, after they have won 3 consecutive series lately, winning against Fennel, winning against JDG, and even won against Keep Best Gaming last Saturday. So momentum definitely is on their side. They're on fire. But Team Flash should not be that much discouraged here in this matchup right now, because they're also in a great position right now. They recently defeated KT Roser Y.
Yeah, but if you talk about recent success, there's no doubt EDG has had way more than Team Flash, right? I mean, you did say yourself, it has been a sort of win streak for them, and they won against these big CN conference teams like JDG and KBG, as you mentioned. JDG, they took a little bit of struggle. It went the distance up to game number 3, but they were still able to close it out in their favor. But Team Flash, they've been struggling a little bit quite recently, dropping 0-2 against G2 Blacklist and then Thunder Talk, of course. So they really have a lot to work out. KT Rolster, they did manage to squeeze out a victory there in a 2-1 fashion. So there is some signs of life for Saigon, right? So I hope they have things figured out here against EDG. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here between the two of the players here, between the two teams. And look at that kill participation on you, 54%. That is a big number. And look at that average KDA, 4.05. That is no joke here.
Absolutely. I mean, Yu is an incredible player, and he has been able to just make anything happen in the mid lane, of course. For Yonte, I think it's going to be a massive responsibility this time around for him to just have a better performance. And there's the thing here about Team Flash, because we do see changes in position between T3, Kuden, and Yonti. Last time we have seen them during their match against K-Roser Y, Yonti was actually in the mid lane, and now he's gonna be battling against of course against you. Kuden had an amazing performance in the ADC. I think it's going to be very important that they have the best possible adjustments later on heading towards this game. We have seen Team Flash, especially for Yonti, have an amazing Yasuo performance. And also, his Kassadin performance was really great. But I think it's really important to highlight the other players as well. Kuden, so good on the Lucian lately. Back-to-back, great performance by him. Even on the Xayah, he was untouchable in the back line.
And that's those performances certainly going to be necessary against EDG today, right? But it's going to be a really tough one because Saigon TF, it seems like for majority of the season, they have had a lot of kinks to be ironed out, right? I mean, you talk about their performance the whole season, it hasn't been the best. It hasn't been an easy one for sure to take. And at this point, you have to consider the mental of the players. Is the fortitude still going to be there despite taking massive losses? Taking a look at their history here, going up against BRU, Naos, KBG, G2 Blacklist as well, Thunder Talk, all 0-2s, right? And it's at this point that maybe you have to consider if your players are still up for the task, and I think that's the biggest struggle here for Saigon TF and for any of these teams that are struggling a little bit. But let's take a look at the host here as we head into the stage.
I mean, we're going. Oh,
later.
Thank you.
My mistake.
So we're your hosts, everybody. Well, yeah, stay tuned. Nice clothes, by the way. Very.
You too.
Very aloha. Aloha is the vibe that Tatum is giving us, for today. I'm so excited for this matchup that we're gonna be seeing right now, because again, I do love David versus Glide stories. I love the redemption stories. I think we have a lot of those coming towards our 4th to 5th week. And right now, as we go towards our 5th week, I think we have even started yesterday with an amazing redemption by some of the teams. So that makes me look forward even more to what's going to come towards the next days that we're going to be having, especially this matchup that we're seeing right now. Edward Gaming having a great momentum right now. Team Flash recently broke their massive lose streak. I believe they had 6 matches that they lost before this one. Yeah, 6 matches. Almost every single game has been 0-2s as well. But after their win against K-Roser Y, sky's the limit.
Yeah, and I think they have a real opportunity here today to prove what they're capable of, right? At this point, one could argue that Team Flash have very little to lose anymore anyway, so might as well give it all they've got here. And they are, of course, going to be trying to prove themselves, but let's take a look at the host now as we go to the stage.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家下午好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是曼曼。今天是常规赛第5周的第2个比赛日，首场对决由 Edward Gaming 对阵西贡 TF。迅速崛起的 Edward Gaming 遇上敢打敢拼的西贡 TF， 谁会是这场比赛的胜者？让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Edward Gaming 以及 Saigon Team Flash Esports。Today is the second match day of the 5th week of the regular season, and the first showdown will be brought to us by Edward Gaming and Saigon TF. Actually, the rapidly rising Edward Gaming will versus Saigon TF. And who will be the winner of this game? Let's wait and see. Next, let's welcome Edward Gaming and Saigon Team Flash Esports.
Chúng mình hy vọng rằng fan của EDG sẽ không về và khóc sau trận đấu này.
Oh, alright. That was a hard blow.
我不知道什么是年少轻狂，我只知道胜者为王。
Lanky having confidence, the rest of the team just laughing alongside with him as well. They're not taking them seriously. And it does make a lot of sense. I mean, EDG is one of the most notorious team for being so aggressive and so dominating, especially back in Season 1. And right now, they're starting their momentum again.
Yeah, one of the things that I love about EDG, right, it feels almost that they are the team that plays emotionally, right? It feels like it scales with the level of hype that their team has. And while that has a ton of benefits when they are ahead, when they fall behind, that's when things can go a little bit sideways. So I guess that is one of the things that Team Flash can capitalize off here. If they can perhaps get that early game going for themselves, they could put a little bit of a pickle to the mental of EDG here. And perhaps they have a chance of securing a couple of games here in this best of 3.
I mean, we have seen two game 3s yesterday. Maybe Team Flash can actually, push this game number 3, possibly even secure a reverse sweep, or who knows, maybe they can 2-0 Edward Gaming. It's not really the most common, anticipation or presumption here in this matchup. Of course, many people are thinking this is going to be a 2-0 sweep by Edward Gaming, knowing how strong and stable they are. But with the development lately of Team Flash, especially with their now adjusted composition in the roster positions, we see T3 in the Baron lane with his massive Gwen performance, 368 now being more comfortable as an engaging jungler here on the side of Team Flash with the Vi. Yonti on the mid lane being very, very proactive as well, and Kuden being an efficient ADC for Team Flash. So I think this one is the best combination that they have right now, and I think it's going to be worthy of a chance for them to have here against Edward Gaming.
I mean, I would agree that it is sort of their best iteration this season, but if you're making changes so deep into the season and you still have just found success, I mean, you have to be realistic here, GG. It's still not looking good for them, right? I mean, and EDG, they've been finding a ton of success without necessarily having to do as drastic of changes here as Saigon TF. So that's the reasoning why a lot of people believe that this is going to be a sweep here. But yeah, we're
like
setting
stability over performance, over potential, right?
Of course, but we are setting our hopes high here for Saigon TF. It is, of course, one of those things where it is a clash of two different conferences. So in those types of scenarios, anything and everything could happen, as I like to say. And who knows? Who knows what could happen? But statistic-wise, EDG has just been performing better. So it would only make sense if they take the sweep here in today's series.
I mean, what? Okay. We saw some like hand signs a while ago, it caught my eye immediately.
Ninja. What's it called? Spell signs.
Ninja signs for
Kage
Bunshin no Jutsu. It's going to be 2-0 no Jutsu.
Those were some simpler times, huh? When
times.
When Naruto was still airing on TV, there was no internet yet.
No internet. All we do is just wait till like 3 or 4 in the afternoon for the show to come up, and then just buy some chips, maybe some noodles, and just eat alongside with our friends. And just
noodles taste different now, huh?
Yeah, it tastes different.
They used to be so much better. I mean, they probably taste exactly the same, but they were so much better. And you know what the best part? You know what the best part about that era is? When it suddenly starts raining, and then class gets cancelled, and you're already in your uniform, and then you're like, oh yes, I get to have a rest day. I can get to have noodles, and I get to watch as much cartoons as I want. Those are some nice times.
Yeah, because now when you eat noodles, it's not because you want it, it's because you have to.
You have to! the ramen, the budget ramen.
The budget ramen. I mean, there's some noodle, there's a category into it, right? Depending on the price. If you go for the cheaper option, it means something. Because before, the meaning is that you'll just love it. You love the taste and stuff. Now it's kind of different. Let's see what's the taste of this game is gonna go for. If it's gonna be a spicy one or a,
Circling back to Wild Rift here. It's EDG Saigon TF on the side selection game, and the early engage from Zhang actually gets a double knockup here. 368 in a bit of trouble as T3 tried to bail out his team, and he gets a double knockup 2 on the Riven. But it's already 2 players down for the count here for TF. As EDG again reset for another engage. Zhang is setting something up again with the headbutt pulverize. But no stuns coming through from the Thief Strike on 0711.
Now this is what we want. Early kills already happening. Not a minute and 40 seconds.
Oh, nice little setup there on the quadruple knockup on the pulverize, but it's not going to be translated too much yet because there's going to be a backup off the stun from T3. Gets 3, and that's so far a 1-0 trade. Nothing found yet for EDG after that engage. as they have yet to punish anyone. 368 actually went down early there, but after that engagement, still nothing yet. That's stunned with the counter strike from 0711, but still goes down as well. Beautiful hook there from Shiki on this Thresh, as Langui will be going down too. What is happening? EDG one by one, they're going into the hands of Team Flash here, as you almost goes down after that.
Great flash.
With Slash almost getting the execute onto you, but EDG now under their own tower.
I mean, right now, Edward Game is just gonna be scaling up here into this game. They have great wombo combo just like this.
Just like this, indeed. But EDG, they have to follow through, and now that they do, they have the Swain ults to deal that DPS. You goes down early though. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. Kuden going down, but that's a double knock back from Langui, as Yonti gets poked down by the True Shot Barrage. CDG trying to dive out this turret. They have a lot of tanky players, and now the Unbreakable Will has been activated by Zhang. Into backline they go, as 0711 is caught between 3 people. EDG biting off a little bit more that they can chew there.
Flash having to equalize the number of kills right now and still able to keep up with economy is a good sign. You just hiding under the shroud, very mechanically, of course. C3. Oh, the pull!
Actually, Zhang going back in after the pull from Langui, and that is 2 quick kills. Make that 3 actually from the side of EDG as they try and push a little bit more towards this first tower. Executes are not gonna be there for now, as Team Flash, of course, still 2 players left standing. They can deal a little bit of damage, a little bit of wave clearing, especially now that 3-3 and the rest of 368 is back as well. And now look at the dunk here as they take down the first tower. Zhang goes down, but it is gonna be a trade-off in terms of damage. Langui goes in one more time, 3CX, 100 HP. Shiki almost going down too, but it's you who pays for his sins. As Team Flash turned the fight around, T3 re-engaging back in. That's a double knockup from the Riven. And that's actually the counter-engage from 0711. Gets a 4-man counter-strike stun, as he will not find the damage yet. It's Langui getting jumped, and T3 going into the back line, but Zhang answers back. It is him holding the fort between Alone and the rest of the Team Flash squad. As EDG, they back off for now, but they do take the first turret of the game. Snowball play coming through from you, and he's gonna flash on forward onto Yonti into the back line, very, very deep. And that will get the ADC on TF.
Man, it's a tight game here in the fight for side selection. Oh, True Shot Barrage actually getting that kill onto T3. That's amazing, of course. Ezreal does get cheeky positions sometimes. Now,
the engagement coming through. EDG able to find a couple of kills here to start off this team fight. You going with the snowball, triple stun after Cedar 711, again with a massive counter strike setup, and EDG off to the races as they take down the last tower here available for TF. Looking like a very dominant side selection game here. Will this be the same thing that we see in the games here? I don't know, GG, but EDG are absolutely looking good now. Yeah. Even with the item deficits, remember TF have the more items because EDG haven't yet reset in a while now. And now they will be finally getting a taste of their own medicine, but EDG, they're holding strong still. Not a single tower down on their side.
Yeah, Edward Game is just being able to safely protect their tower and remain aggressively against Team Flash, especially with their great engages. Xiao Jiang is very consistent with this engage. The follow-up by Langui as well has been top tier. And you're just comfortably going in. The Akali mechanics are just so insane when it comes to the C and Confidence teams. Snowball, connect. No follow-up just yet. Team Flash will be fine for now.
Yeah. For how long? That is the question. EDG, they all are geared up for now. I mean, at least the 2 of the players are geared up. They just reset. They're looking for another setup here on the Alistar. Pulverized, it's gonna be another snowball engage. Just gets one knocked up as Zhang gets stunned up this time. So he won't be able to use that Unbreakable Will to his advantage. And another triple knockback coming through here from Langui. Sets up EDG for a nice little front to back. They find 368 for now, and they're looking for the answer back. TF, they just don't have the tankiness as T3 runs away. Tail tucked between his legs. Yonti getting a little bit of chip damage coming through. Death Sentence connects, and that finds a straggler here, but you with the perfect execution finds 2. It is all down to Yonti now. All alone, gets flashed on, and this should be the game. What a snipe down as well for Alone. And 368 is here, but does he have the damage? That is going to be little bits done onto 0711. Gets jumped on by the Pulverize. It's a knockup. And Alone again gets a little bit of a body bag in front of him as Xi Chang or Zhang rather, in front of him, trying to provide that assistance. But now he goes down, and Zhang alone is all alone. TF get a little bit of breathing room for now, GG.
Yeah, in Flash. Still, the game is alive for them. 368 starting to deal damage. No ball!
Oh, connects onto alone, and now he's going down for the count. Shiki looking for more. That sentence doesn't connect, so you will be staying alive. Relatively safe for now. Langui does not have the ult yet on the Swain. Does get another hook there. Another CC onto Yonti as they jump into that ADC.
Ouch.
Yonti down to 200 HP. That is a ton of poke coming through. 0711 doesn't have the flash yet, so thank the heavens for that for Yonti.
Yeah.
Staying alive for now.
Yeah, the moment you see the Jax going with a counter strike, you are supposedly dead. Fortunately, did not call the shot. The flash.
Oh, it goes in again, and it is another beautiful engage from Langui here on the double knockback. Here comes a two-shot barrage. Doesn't hit anyone, but EDG doesn't need it much. They will be dealing enough damage to take down the team of TF and to take down their Nexus as well.
And they will get the side selection priority this time around. Edward Gaming tours for their aggression, and even on the map of Aram, on the Howling Abyss, in this fight for side, they still do their usual movement and become just unstoppable. Now, with the side selection priority, we can see them actually preferring to be on either red side or blue side. They have relatively great win rate on both, to be honest. But I think one of their best games actually is on blue side, because I can still recall their match against Keep Best Gaming game number 1. It was a one-sided beatdown. However, they had game number 2 in the same way as well. One-sided beatdown. And 0711 even had a godlike performance on the Lee Sin. So who knows?
The big question for me here, GG, is what they're going to prioritize for their composition, right? I mean, as far as sides go, they could choose blue or red side. Red side rather, and they could draft around that, but either way, they're gonna have to prioritize something, right? If the blue side, it's one champ. If it's red side, it's two champs. What are they going to ban? And I'm excited to see what EDG is cooking up here. I mean, as far as statistic goes, this is as far as predictions go, at least this is supposedly a matchup where they have a big advantage going into this. So EDG, I think they have a little bit of leeway in terms of being creative in their comp, so to speak. So I wonder if they're gonna do that in this series, right? Might show us something new here.
Actually, it's a better question as well towards Team Flash here, right? Because they changed a lot in their roster positions. They changed a lot in their composition as well. But this time it's going to be remain just like this, how we anticipated it to be, and how Team Flash actually had their first win. On red side, it's going to be a little bit complicated, of course, because EDG, notorious for just staying as aggressive as they can, will look to have a best champion here for 0711, possibly for Xiaojiang as well.
Here we go. Draft phase is abound. First couple of bans for each team already locked up. It's the Shen, Vi, Gragas, and Hecarim. 3 out of the 4 first bans. It is going to be pivoted towards that jungle, so it's going to be, again, another one of those games where it's a guessing game as to what jungler we're going to be seeing. And the EDG actually putting a ton of respect onto 368 here. They know that 368 has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. So I wonder if it's still going to be a jungle pick priority here for 368, or are they going to go for something more standard here? Gragas not available. So the first pick probably going to be a Camille here for EDG.
Can be. I mean, Xiaojiang is really good on that. Can go with Jax as well if ever. But 0711, after him being the one to make this Evelyn pick work last season, despite his mishap during the past few games or the initial parts of this tournament, now he will have the confidence to just pick this champion up once again and dominate the scene.
Oh. Okay, Aatrox locked up for the side of Team Flash for now. Camille on the other side though, as it's looking pretty standard on both sides. But I think Galio could be picked up here by EDG if they want to go for the full-on wombo combo. But instead, they go for a blind pick Jace instead, which is never a bad thing in my opinion. As we head into the second rotation of picks here for TF, Yonti this time. The one picking up potential mid laner here for their side, or could be Could be something else here entirely. Are they going to prioritize the jungle? It seems like they will be. That's going to be a Jax here. So that's 2 of their picks that could be flexed on both the Baron lane and the jungle. But I think either way, we do have those secured already. Just to make sure that we don't see any more jungle bans here. And just to make sure that 368 doesn't run out of champions to play here. The bans coming through. I think Galio should be a little bit of priority here on either side. But I don't think EDG are fans of prioritizing Galio, at least in this particular draft phase.
I mean, Langby loves the Alistar, and that's going to be banned away here by Team Flash. Great Jax picks as well, as since it is a common matchup here against the Camille. It's always either the Fiora or the Camille or the Jax. The Riven has been buffed up recently during this patch right now that is online, patch 4.4b. So maybe we can see some interest here on the side of EDG or any other team in the near future in the next games that we're going to be seeing, because they have the Camille and the Jace already. Both are really good on the solo lanes. Rengar being offered, I don't think this is going to be the case here. Vladimir is the usual good option, but EDG flex or like blind picking the Jace actually is so much confidence that they have on you that they don't need to ban away the Vladimir, they don't need to ban away the Zoe. It's basically you saying that he can handle the matchup, whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. Bring it on here. But the thing about Vladimir is, if you think about it, it's really a very, very safe kind of pick, right? You just play safe in that lane and try and poke up as much damage as you can, try and take trades, just try and deny as many of the all-ins as you can, and you should be good to go. But this is a Jace we're talking about. As far as denying a Jace from all-inning, that's not necessarily an easy thing to do, to say the least. But Yonti, I think, is up for the task for that. He's no stranger to playing Vladimir after all. Here we go. Both compositions locked up here on either side. Very standard on both sides. The only thing I'm worried of here for EDG is they don't necessarily have as much of a front line of TF. But TF, they're going to take a little bit of time to ramp up. That's the one thing I'm worried about their comp. They have a Vladimir, Aatrox, Jax combo, which means that they have a very susceptible, a very vulnerable early game.
I mean, it takes so much time to scale up. Every single champion they have, or except for the support, of course, takes so much time to get their items. Very resource-heavy champions. EDG, knowing how aggressive they can actually be in the early game, and they have 0-7-11 with the Evelyn, they have the Jace for you. Oh man, it's going to be loaded with action for sure. Lots of pressure going to be established here by Edward Gaming against Team Flash from minute 1. And even yesterday, we have seen clashes by the first 10 seconds and the first blood happening. It can happen today as well.
You know what? I'm still at the high from that from those series from yesterday. It was absolutely bonkers. And I think that's one of the few times that we've had 3 games in a row, if that makes sense. Two games in a row. Yeah. Two games threes in a row yesterday. It's not something we see a lot of. But either way, it was so good. Definitely worth putting in the extra hours. And I do hope we see more of that today as well, as EDG are off to a pretty standard start. Well, both sides for that matter. And a little bit of a skirmish towards T3 and Sajang here on the Baron lane, but nothing too aggressive on either side.
I mean, T3 landing the post, but this Camille does have the sustain, of course, with the tactical sweep, so it's gonna be fine. Peek for the short exchange!
Oh, forward, but Kuden goes down really early on. And Shiki's got a mountain to climb to survive, and will be able to do so for now. But EDG is starting off quick here. Before even the 1 minute mark, they find the first blood.
It was because of an overextension coming in from Kuden that got punished heavily. I mean, yes, you're an Ezreal, you can poke out, but if you get too overconfident and too far forward, of course you're gonna get punished. It's a Nautilus, for Christ's sake.
And the thing is, you can be aggressive as an Ezreal if you already have that Arcane Shift, but he didn't have it yet. Only has level 1 at that point, so Mystic Shot is the only thing available for them there. So yeah, unfortunately a little bit mishap there for the bot lane duo of TF, paying big time for it already. Had to expend every single ability that they had, and now it's gonna leave them vulnerable.
Of course they're gonna contest.
Okay, knock-up connects. And that's going to be Langley. Nowhere to go. At least TF find a little bit of an answer as they take down the support here side of EDG. So, yeah, that's going to be too much of a worry that they have a little bit less summoner spells this time to work with on the bottom side.
That's
they find an answer back.
Also securing the Scuttle Crab in the bottom side river. The top side will be secured here, of course, by 0711. Gonna be fine there for sure. Top side is just going to be a lonely mountain for now. I don't think B3 or Xiaojiang would look for any fix. Unless 0711 is going to be confident enough, since he is level 5, they can actually go with him, since Hextech Ultimatum can lock the Jax down. But does have the ultimate as well to be tanky enough to withstand the burst. Might not be the best lane to go.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I'm expecting from Saigon TF though is them pivoting that attention towards that bottom side. When we talk about the scaling of their comp and how it takes so much time for the whole squad to ramp up, it's not necessarily as true for the bottom side because they do have an Ornn Ezreal. They can keep toe-to-toe in the early game, especially against Azeri. So I would expect a little bit of attention pivoted towards that bottom side, but so far TF not really necessarily doing so for now, apart from that first engagement earlier where they were able to shut down Langui. And instead is more of a top lane gank, a Baron lane gank here coming through from TF. And 368 unfortunately unable to find the setup, but this could just be a little bit of vision control happening for that Rift Herald take.
Nothing much happening. It's actually a better sign coming in from Team Flash rather than Edward Gaming. Because again, EDG strives through the... Close one. Alright.
Oh, shot blast almost
there.
Yeah. Oh, I was supposed to tell what's happening there, but I didn't. I couldn't talk. I was just waiting. I was just waiting if it was gonna happen.
We're not playing anymore. That was for a while ago.
But Yanti almost goes down to that shock blast. Fortunately, still had the Sanguine pool to stay alive for now. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? When you have a Vladimir picked up, generally just want to stay alive for that late game, and I think Yanti doing a spectacular job at that.
I mean, Team Flash right now in the state of the game, I think is doing really great. But first objectives are about to spawn up, and usually CN Confidence Team gets the bigger lead after that through better team fight positions, through better setups as well as cleaning up the enemy team, getting 2, 3, even 4,000 gold instantaneously after the fight. So that's where Team Flash needs to be very careful. Maybe they have to just trade up objective first, go with the RH or the Dragon, whichever 0711 is not going to be, because I think that's the safer option here, especially that they're not really, they shouldn't really be pressured that much since they have 4 scaling champions. They would be fine as long as this game progresses to 15 minutes, possibly more. But EDG, they're the ones with the pressure here to establish control early.
True. Not necessarily as early as possible, but now they've used the Hextech Ultimatum onto T3. That's the last caress as well, making sure that that last breath is going to be up for the Jax as EDG march their way towards Rift Herald after taking the Baron laner. But now they're getting jumped on by 3 players here of TF. They get the Call Forge Guard onto Alone, but they're not going to be re-engaging one more time there. So EDG recognizing what they needed to do there. Take out the Baron laner. Now they're looking to extend that lead further as they take the Rift Herald as well. But the Baron, or rather their Dragon, not getting started up yet by Saigon TF means that EDG can actually contest this Dragon take.
Yeah, it's because they got the kill onto the Jax a while ago, T3, and then the rest of Team Flash tried to engage onto a team fight, forced it out, but again, Edward Gaming has a better composition for the early game. So that prevented Team Flash from getting this Dragon, and EDG just gets it for free. Double objectives, 3,000 gold lead, just like we mentioned earlier.
Really good start here for Edward Gaming. And suffice to say, we did expect this to happen for them. But I do have to say, not this early. I would think that they needed at least a couple more minutes. But here we go. Getting jumped on Zhejiang. As Shiki and T3 try and find a little bit of damage. But it's actually T3 getting chipped down to half HP. So not even afraid there on the 1v2. That's Edward Gaming for you. Beautiful stuff here on that, Camille.
Infernal Dragon picked up as well. Great sustain or great scaling for their side as well.
Yeah.
If they get the second Dragon, that would even be buffed up even more. Team Flash now starting to feel the pressure. You as well split pushing here into the bottom lane though. Shiki's gonna be here. This is still gonna be scary.
Scorch God doesn't connect. What happened there? But you getting jumped on either way. Counter Strike doesn't connect. Leap Strike is going to be there for the knock-up too, as you gets the double knock back in. But he does not anticipate 368 coming through, so unable to execute there with the Call of the Forged God, but they still managed to get the kill. So all things good and dandy here for the side of Team Flash.
Especially with the help of 368 landing the Darkened Blade. I think he did get the kill as well, so that's great scaling for Team Flash's side. Yeah, so I think it's best for them to funnel all the gold towards the Aatrox.
Oh, look at that damage coming through. Almost taking down Kuden after just 2 abilities there. Oh, 7-11. You can see EDG slowly making their way towards the point where they could just go ham against these players from Team Flash. But as of the moment, I would argue that they can already just paying enough respects to, or paying the respect that they are due here, Team Flash. But here we go again. Last Crest is available for 0711. The He dashes back into the safety of that turret. But there's 4 players from EDG here. Yonti has to find a bit of damage to come back here, but they've already taken down the Ornn. And that's enough for EDG. They're backing off again. Nice little calculation as 368 gets locked down, and that's gonna be another easy execute. Edward Gaming 2-0. Team Flash not finding anything back.
Clean execution as always here from EDG, and now top lane being pressured. Not the tower takedown just yet. Bottom lane, great response by T3. Xiaojiang not gonna committing onto him just yet. That's at least something that Team Flash has gotten, despite the many mishaps that keeps on happening in this 8-minute game. They're still down though by 3,000. The only good thing is that it's not ballooning that much just yet. And,
not yet.
And bold cap on that, because anything can happen.
I agree with the judge line, and Kuden's just got nowhere to go. That's the lockdown of the Nautilus. And alone with the assist on the execute too. That's the 3rd kill in a row that Team Flash have been unable to answer here, GG.
Yeah, it's just like getting kills for free. No exchanges, no trade-offs, no counter engages coming in from Team Flash, no resistance at all, and that's a little bit, you know, concerning on the side of TF here. Edward Gaming, they're not gonna stop pressuring. Small skirmishes are their key to victory, especially that they do have the Camille, the Jace, and the Evelyn. They're gonna be keeping on looking for picks. Even the Nautilus just helps out so much. That's the design of the composition that they have right now. So Team Flash has to really avoid those kinds of circumstances, group up constantly, take some towers, delay the game, wait for the 15-minute mark. That's when they strike, grouped up as well, not isolated.
Emphasis on your last point there, delay the game. That's exactly what they need to do at this point. And part of the reason why Edward Gaming hasn't been able to balloon their lead is because they haven't necessarily been looking for those team fights. They haven't necessarily been looking for the big engages because there have been no reason to. The objectives are spawning up in just a bit, so maybe now they will be starting to look for those. And now we are gonna get to see a glimpse of just how far ahead EDG actually are in terms of damage. Now here comes the sun coming through from Langui onto Shiki. That is the tankiest player here, but they do get the knock up onto the Ornn, trying desperately to stay alive now as X6 ultimatum finally going to be used. But there's 4 people here. Team Flash looking to answer back. Shiki called the Voice of God into the back line as Langui goes golden for now, but that's a punish onto Shiki as Langui in the midst of 4 people gets chipped down to half as EDG running away with their tail tucked between their legs as the Dragon actually started up here by Team Flash. Down to 2,000. I don't think 0711 can contest this. It's still a little bit too far off, and that's going to be exactly what's happening. Team Flash finds the Dragon, but are they going to be able to survive the team fight that follows afterwards? EDG, they have been found one. Yonti running for the hills now. Look at the cross into the Flash as you finds the kill onto him. That's EDG getting a couple after losing the Dragon. They could turn towards the next big objective because of that.
I mean, Team Flash had a really good job already in getting the Dragon for themselves, but it's not the time to go for team fights. Yes, you have great priority, but you have to take into consideration how EDG can just choke you out. And it's through the positionings that they have, through the poke, through the burst, better positions as well. Team Flash could not fully engage onto them. Everyone was scattered as well, looking to just back away, but they got too deep just because they engaged first. And Edward Gaming, the only thing they did is punish them.
Exactly. just waiting to pounce. I mean, that was the only thing they can do after the Drake has been taken already, right? So, Red Gaming, they had to look for an exchange, and that's exactly what they do by finding those kills. But an apple is an apple, and Team Flash has taken a dragon away from EDG. So, credit where credit is due. They did a pretty good job in that encounter, despite being 5,000 gold behind now. Oof. As Elder Dragon actually contesting, actually threatening this Baron take so early on at the 12-minute mark. But I don't think Team Flash has an idea that this is already happening. Yeah. Two of their players here distracting here EDG, while the rest are taking the Baron, and it's going to be snuck away by 3 of their players. That's the Baron out, taken by Edward Gaming.
Great macro play coming in from EDG. There's nothing that T3 can actually do here.
Yeah, Zhao Zhang getting caught by the counter-strike and the wall, and they're denied. Bit of a mishap there for 368, as Zhao Zhang is more than confident enough to take this 1v2. Hookshot is available, but he's not re-engaging back into that fight, as it's a 1-3-1 formation here for Edward Gaming. With the Baron buff, of course, it's going to be a huge play there. 0711 that found Yonti there. The Crown of Shattered Queen keeps Yonti alive for now, but even through the crown, that's a ton of damage from the Evelynn.
And later on, they're just going to be looking for more. That's the thing here. Just rinse off and repeat. Constant pressure here against Team Flash in every single lane. Just prevent them from grouping up and slowly chip them off. Inhibitor tower taken already into the mid lane. Just go to the bottom.
Oh! T3 almost going down. The last rest used up just for a little bit of a defensive play there for 0711. Here comes the World Elder coming through from 368. But they won't be able to find the range on that Darkened Blade. So it is again going to be used for naught here, as TF just barely surviving these minion waves. Look at the Auntie almost going down off of that wave.
Off of just one wave. That's how close it could have been. Fortunately, there's no one from Edward Gaming actually there to just punish that as well. They're happy with what they've gotten already. It's a 10,000 gold lead from a 4,000 gold lead a while ago. 4-5, possibly. And just with the Baron power play. And now Team Flash getting more and more behind. They need to still be a lot careful. There's still a possibility that they can scale up.
Oh, stasis popped here, and I don't think there's anywhere for 368 to go unless he flashes. And that's what exactly he does. But EDG, they're playing this map pretty smart. They know that when it comes to the team fight, there is a chance for Team Flash to actually bounce back because of the amount of team fight setup that is available to them. They have the Call to Forge God. They have a Jax that can set up the Counter-Strike play as well. So EDG, they're respecting the team fight capability here of TF, and they're not letting it happen. That's why they've been performing the 1-3-1s. But now that the Baron is already used up here, EDG can't really go for the split push yet. So that's why they're struggling a little bit for the push for the moment. But the beauty about how far ahead they are is they can set up something like this, a Death Brush here on the blue side.
They will. They will set up. Alone is just baiting them. Shiki got hit by the shock blast, so that signals that the rest of Edward Game might actually just be here. But they're being forced. Still committing. Call of Forge
God from Shiki. Gets a knock up onto Alone. That's a key target, but that is going to be Flash used up by Alone. Just still alive. Trishak Raj doesn't connect onto Alone, so he's safe for now. Team Flash's engage has been bought. This is the time for EDG to turn it around. 0711 going in, and Zhao Zhang actually goes in for the Hextech Ultimatum onto 1. The World Ender does not keep that Aatrox alive as EDG turn their tides onto Yonti, who goes golden for a sec, but will be going down after another. That's 2 players out for TF Saigon. And that's actually make that 3.
Yeah.
And there's no counter punches. EDG looked to take another Drake, another Dragon under their belt.
Oh man, they're just setting traps and traps and traps, and Team Flash keeps on getting, caught on those traps by Edward Gaming. Just a masterful class of, forcing the enemy to just commit onto a team fight. And they had so many of those setups made all throughout the game. Now the goldie keeps on ballooning. Now they have better position towards this Baron as well, since many people from Team Flash are just dead. T3 is here, but can't do anything.
Absolutely nuts. Even the two-shot barrage is just a little bit off the timing there because don't really have real vision of the Baron pit there, as Edward Gaming walk away with 2 objectives in a row. T3 looks to find a setup. There's a call to Forge God. Does not hit onto anyone as Lagby's isolated. Look at the double knockup on the Darkened Blade. But here comes 0711 on the flank. What damage is that? The last caress finds everyone. And Team Flash gets obliterated by Edward Gaming.
And oh man, EDG landing a decisive strike in game number 1. 16k! Almost 16,000 gold lead at 16 minutes, and they ended in a dominating fashion. To think that it started off a little bit slow, just a couple of picks that they've made in the early game, not too shabby at all, but the moment the first objective spun up, that's when the domination started, and that's when the end started for Team Flash.
Yeah, really clean execution there for Edward Gaming. Almost a perfect game. Barely made any mistakes there. There was a couple of punishments there for Team Flash, but able to recover, able to play the map beautifully there. Edward Gaming showing to us why they are still definitely a force to be reckoned with. TF, however, still seems like a lot of the kinks that we talked about in that pre-game has yet to be worked out here. I mean, they did have a pretty good composition, but it just never got to a point where they could keep up here for Edward Gaming. It's just too much on the scaling bag, in my opinion, for their draft, which meant that they couldn't necessarily keep up here in the mid-game.
It was a little bit unfortunate for Team Flash, especially that they kind of forced many fights that they shouldn't have. And that kind of gave the opportunity for Edward Gaming to just manipulate their movements and then just get more and more leads all throughout the game. That RH contestation after they had T3 was questionable already, and then they couldn't get the first dragon as well, and then a couple of fights afterwards was just well established by Edward Gaming more than Team Flash. So a bit of a more polished movement by Team Flash maybe would be better in the next game, but in here we do recognize the cons of this kind of composition. Since it is designed to scale up and they weren't scaling up, EDG just kept full control of this entire game 1.
Absolutely. And a big part of that success, I would argue, is from you. Look at that damage done. And absolutely kept Yonti at bay. I mean, we talk about Yonti being a Vladimir only has to stay alive. Technically, you need to do a little bit more than just stay alive. And you denied him of anything other than staying alive, right? He couldn't get out of lane, couldn't assist his teammates, couldn't find vision, which is manifested here on the damage graphs. Team Flash not really necessarily finding a lot in terms of damage. And another big part of that is because 0711 could be looming at every possible corner. I mean, did you see that last team fight, that last caress that dealt so much damage onto everyone? That's
scratched them.
Why. Yeah, that's why TF couldn't leave their lanes, because that damage could be poured onto them at any given moment.
Yeah, we saw amazing setups being made by EDG, and 0711 just made a great mark here in this game number 1 with his Evelyn performance, of course. The pioneer of the Evelyn back in season 1 strikes again here in game 1.
Definitely showing us that he is still that coveted Evelyn player in that jungle. And 0711 looking absolutely stellar in that game 1. So is EDG. But that is just the first game of this series, folks. TF can definitely still bounce back. We'll find out if they will after this break. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all, as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs. Oh my god! Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is
doesn't matter.
scraping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Guan Yu, the last man standing. That's the 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against OnePlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
This time it comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Oh, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 128 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is ready it up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his action at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter-Strike going in for the
Welcome back to the series between Edward Gaming and Team Flash, and this is the time that we're gonna be seeing if Team Flash can push this to game number 3. And again, we're your shoutcasters, Giyang and Dayton. We're very excited for this game number 2 because we had a lot of questions in game number 1, especially on the side of Team Flash. But as they move towards the blue side, this might be their opportunity to redeem themselves this time around.
Oh, EDG, this time they're the ones banning away this Evelyn. And the trend continues. A majority of the bans here, or a lot of the bans, is pivoted towards that jungling side, really respecting the capability of 368 here. But this time, Gragas again banned away. Lucian takes priority as well, quite curiously so, from EDG. Seem to think that Team Flash might prioritize that after that Vladimir pickup from Yonti in that last game. So the first pick here is going to be TF, and they seem to be wanting more of the Ornn more than anything. So Camille could be picked up this time by the side of EDG. Vladimir could be prioritized as well if they want to.
I mean, the main difference here right now is that, yeah, you do pick up the Ornn, but the Alistar is still available here for Langui. They have 2-pick Prio as a counter on the red side. So now the Akali, after being banned away in game number 1, now it's going to be picked up here for you. And he is just so good on this champion. He can make flashy plays as well and get many outplays against his opponents. Nautilus as a support this time around by Langui is just a reminiscent of game number 1. And also, he was actually really good on this Nautilus back in season 1 as well. Though I do prefer the Alistar even more, I'm still equally excited for this.
Absolutely. And all things considered, Nautilus really good at locking down these champions, right? So always going to be a good thing here, especially when you don't necessarily know what Team Flash are going to be picking up as well. And if they are more keen on playing towards those playmaking champs, right? Always good to have that Nautilus. So actually locking up a Ziggs this time. So they already have sort of Vi Ziggs combo, that long range engage into the damage dunk here. So perhaps they could be fancying something like a Galio to complement this type of playstyle. So EDG might look to ban that Galio from them.
Can be. That is possible. Just maximize the AoE, right? But since they have picked up already the Ornn, I don't think it's gonna be the best possibilities. I think they have to back in more on the damage. So ADC is gonna be the most preferred one. Possibly the Xayah for maximum kiting ability, and also just repositioning with the Feather Storm, being able to dodge away possibly the depth charge here from Langui would be necessary. But it has been banned away, so that leaves the Kai'Sa here for Kuden. Lucian is banned away as well.
Yeah.
So very little options here on Team Flash. Possibly just the Kai'Sa would be best here for him. Corki can work, but too much AP, I guess.
I think this is going to be a bot side Ziggs here for sure. There's certainly going to be a rough blind pick Ziggs if they want to put it towards the middle side. So still a lot of options for the middle side that if they are going to be pivoting the Ziggs towards that bot side anyway. Jace is still available, but no, they actually will pivot towards ADC role.
Ooh, severe!
So it is going to be interesting here.
Yeah, I think it's
they
better
do lock
for the
it up.
Ashe.
Yeah, they do. Bit of utility on top of the damage too, and you have that setup on the enchanted crystal arrow as well, right? That global presence on both the Ziggs and the Ashe, always a good nice to have on top of the lockdown potential of the Vi. So still a very, very good synergistic approach here for TF. But the thing about this type of composition, GG, is it's really hard to execute, right? So they have to be up for the task of doing so.
I'm actually quite excited for this game. There's so many crowd control for Team Flash, and now we're gonna be seeing T3 back on his Gwen. And that was the biggest carry of that game. Even a Baron steal by T3 against KT Rolser Y back in day number 18. And I'm just so excited for this time around. Edward Gaming locking in the Olaf though for 0711. They're going ham on this game.
Yeah, a lot of early game potential here for EDG on the Olaf as well. I mean, talk about Olaf is... The thing about Olaf, rather, is he's such a big terror monster in that early game. A lot of people tend to discount just how much damage an Olaf can put up, especially even in that level 1 mark. So, a lot of respect has to be commanded here around that Olaf pick, as well as the whole entire roster here on both sides. But either way, a huge reshuffle on the champion pool here of Team Flash. They definitely want to give it all they've got in this game number 2. And remember, they are already against series point here of EDG, so this makes a lot of sense. But they have a lot of squishies here, GG, and that makes me a little bit worried.
Absolutely. I actually agree on you on that. Squishy targets can be, kind of tilting, especially as a target by the Akali. Yonti might be in trouble, Kuden as well. If they get taken down, that leaves so little damage here on the side of Team Flash. But in the late game, I think they have lots of avenues here for Team Flash, especially with the Gwen. If he gets, amplified by 368, given a great platform here by Kuden and Shiki with their crowd control as well, maybe he can shine. Because even if the Kali hides under the shroud, he's still very vulnerable to the snip and also the needles. This time, great charge actually coming in. Anticipating the position here of Alone, sticking to death, half HP. Great damage being thrown out by Langui as well. But again, this is an Ashe. He can just slow them down and land a better trade here in the bottom lane.
It'll be an interesting approach here for the side of Team Flash. Just how they're going to sort of stall and find these picks, right? Because at the end of the day, this is inevitably going to be a pick composition, right? You have the Vi for the setup, then the follow-up is going to be there for the Ashe and the Ziggs, no matter where they are in the map. So that is going to be the biggest playing factor here. So a lot is definitely riding on 368 here. Ignite popped on the middle side. Yonti is actually going to commit to this.
Yeah, you getting dealt with many pokes there by Yonti. Actually is being able to control the lane regardless of, you know, maybe some pressure coming in from the Olaf later on. The only thing he needs to do later is just reserve the satchel charge so that he can escape, because there's a bit of a lack of crowd control on the side of Edward Gaming. The only crowd control they have is just from the Jax and the Nautilus. So they really need to time their engages perfectly later on.
Absolutely. And the team fight is what they're going to be banking on, right? Less of the picks, more of the team fight and that isolation. Oh, alone!
No way!
Steals it away! That's crazy, bro.
Just wrapped up and had placed with a ribbon. Alone saying thank you along the way.
These little things, once they add up, EDG finally going to get the advantage here in terms of gold. No, actually, it's Team Flash. Because of the amount of poke that they have on both the middle side and the bottom side of the map, they're the ones a little bit ahead here. And Yonti doing a pretty good job of keeping you at bay for now.
Yeah, this is the little thing that you've been mentioning a while ago. If 07 ever gets a steal here, that would be very difficult for 368, but he did get it. So that's good for 368, still enabling some vision on the top side. River will be level 5 as well. Xiaojiang going there as well a while ago, but unable to do anything.
Forced the flash out though from 368, so that's gonna be a big hit for the next coming few engagements. That means that the possibility of a gank here coming through is gonna be significantly lower from 368. So again, pretty good job here for EDG extending that lead. Double knockup connects, but
arrow as well, gonna be connecting. Language supports to flash away. Alone, unable to deal the damage here. Now the call of support god might just connect! And then double knockup as well! Double kill for the bot lane, and Team Flash gets 2 kills.
Yeah, a little bit too early on the flash there to try and dodge the call of the Forge God. I mean, I was expecting the second touch to be there first before they flash it off, but Alone just got a little bit too antsy there after Langui going down. Both summoners expended too. And you can see that Alone definitely had enough damage to take down Kuden at least, but because of the exhaust and the early flash, able to.
Solid battery was used, but unable to land the CC on 0711, especially because of the Ragnarok. But now they turn 4 versus 3. Might be very difficult here for the side of Team Flash, but still pursue. Shiki being able to still escape with the flash in the charge. You as well being able to use that perfect execution out. But Edward Gaming equalizing the score, especially in 2 separate scenarios, now is equal in terms of gold, or at least catching up against Team Flash.
Gotta say, Team Flash, this is looking pretty good for them. This early game is looking very different from what they showed us in that first game. But let's take a look at this 1v1 one more time. Remember that early engagement earlier meant that 368 still had no flash. So that Ragnarok makes sure that 0711 is going to be able to shut him down. I mean, he was able to get the flash in the end, but it was too little too late. And here comes the counter punch here from EDG after that. Not the counter punch, but actually the re-engage. And suffice to say, EDG off to a pretty good start. Jungling wise, they're already so deep in terms of their invades here. And TF hasn't been able to enter.
Yeah, it's a great recovery from the early mishap by EDG a while ago. But still, Team Flash ahead by gold. That was a weird arrow coming in from Kuden, unable to land onto you. That could have been a kill though. But yeah, they're just being very careful this time around. Not being too cocky, I would say. Still, the Dragon Bit gonna be started here by Team Flash. They have vision though, and Lang is gonna be in the vicinity. They can actually turn if ever they do want to. Charge not connecting here onto you. Yonti just trying to poke out the other members here of Edward Gaming. 0711 is going to be here, so big responsibility for 368 to be able to land the damage here, especially despite Megan from the bomb doing the work here. A Shaky will just get taken down. The backline is going to be breached here. Great CC control here on the side of Team Flash, but unable to land the damage here onto the crucial members here of Edward Gaming. They're gonna get the kills. Edward Gaming getting the punish. Team Flash uncollected will get punished even more by Xiaojiang here into the bottom lane. He's a little bit late onto the fight, but still is landing damage, especially with the needles. But again, it's not yet the late game. He can't do anything, and Edward Gaming gets everything, even the gold lead now.
Yeah, and Team Flash, unable to punish the players of EDG here, is the sole reason why EDG walked away with so much there. Talk about you, went in, dove to I think that was 3 people from the side of Team Flash, and still able to walk away. Same thing for Langui there, and Team Flash unable to shut both of those players down means that they lose out on the objectives and on the kills. And EDG showing us their team fighting prowess, definitely on another level here in Team Flash. They have to try and find as much as they can with every engagement that EDG is permitting them to have.
I mean, this time, Edward Game is not going to permit them in getting a trade off objectives because they're starting to Herald this time around. No summoners for many people on the side of Team Flash because they used it a while ago just to be able to escape, or at least in an attempt to escape because they still got killed. MIB already used a little bit cheeky there on the side of UMT. Now they don't have that much damage. They turn onto Language. Still the RH gonna be taken here by 0711. You as well gonna be hiding under the shadows. They turn onto the members here of Team Flash. GDW in a lot of trouble. The damage just pure on the side of EDG. Even if they don't have much CC, it's not gonna be a problem for them. Shuriken connects. And you will not be pursuing because Xiao Jiang alone in 077 gonna be there, and they secure the first tower in the top lane as well. It's a massive goal lead. We're back to game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This time it took a little bit more time, but another couple of objectives, another couple of kills, and EDG are right back where they started in this series, and they seem to be looking for more here, GG.
Oh man, it's a tough time for Team Flash. And again, we commended them for this amazing composition this time around, but we're not seeing the potential just yet. T3 still very far from his impact. It has to be 12 to 15 minutes, just like game number 1.
And let's take a look at what happened there one more time. Another, again, Rift Herald started up. Another objective getting started by EDG. And look at the positioning from their side. All clumped up all together at the end of the fight because TF are so scattered compared to EDG. They didn't necessarily even need Alone's damage because everyone else was enough. They were contributing, and now they found another target.
Great arrow. Mega Inferno Bomb also going to be doing the trick. At least they will be able to get the Akali taken out. But that's just 1 kill.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if that was 1 kill with bounty. So at TF, they need to find a lot more of those if they want to get back into controlling the map here. But so far, no bueno apart from that one. So have to be continuously finding these avenues. And again, we go back to their composition. We go back to the tools that they have to try and find these openings. And we circle back to just how they're going to do that. And I'm looking at Kuden, that enchanted crystal arrow. I'm looking at their engagement here from 368, which admittedly is more risky. So it really has to be more towards the predictability, the usage of the enchanted crystal arrow and try and find these stragglers, which isn't necessarily always the easiest when you don't have as much map control. But 368 charging up.
Arrow as well going to be used, landing onto the Nautilus. So the battery onto the Olaf Nautilus, the best here! And they just got punished! What was that here on the Team Flash? They get punished heavily even instead! And Edward Game is going to be having such a great time. 4 kills picked up, possibly just the ace. T3 is the only one left here in this scene. That's going to be the cleanup. EDG with just a better team fighting. What was that for Team Flash? That was weird. And Edward Gaming loved every single bit of it.
It was a little bit too deep here on the engage. He already invested a couple of ults. So 368 was like, you know what, I'm gonna go in. But look at the patience there from that Olaf, triggering the Ragnarok at the last possible second, baiting in 368 into tower range. Made sure that there essentially is no counter punch here from Team Flash. It was just perfectly played across the board there for EDG, and they take the ace as well. And now they're looking to take this next dragon here. Is Team Flash going to be able to contest here, Giang?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely impossible for them to take this against 0711. It's an Olaf as well, so execution damage is much better on his side rather than the Vi. Arrow gonna be connecting here onto the Hondo. CCTG is as well gonna be invested. Mega Inferno Bomb as well to just assure the kill. But 0711 trying to pick up the slack here. The rest of Edward Game is gonna be going here as well. Alone, going with the ult on the Zeri, getting the kill onto the Gwen as well. Shiki gonna be next. It's gonna be slowed down. Still able to run away. Alone getting poked out a little bit. The charge gonna be there as well with the slow. Alone still pursuing. Will be dashing in and secures the kill.
0711 is just so tanky there. So many people jumping onto him and still somehow manages to survive, buying enough time for the rest of the EDG squad to come into that bot side and again turn the fight around in their favor. And it's looking real good here in the mid to late game. A 7,000 gold lead and ballooning here for EDG. And they are looking to set their sights into the Baron, spawning up in just a bit here. And look at the gold lead here. It's on to 0711, and that's the reason why he's unkillable. He's just got so many items.
Yeah, so many items and so many dragon stacks already secured because of his prowess, of course, alongside with the team fighting greatness here of EDG, just punishing every single bit of mistake here on the side of Team Flash. And that was really weird coming in from that mid lane play that they did. 368 targeting 0711, the Olaf, which is under the tower as well. Yeah,
unfortunate calling there for Team Flash. A little bit questionable, but the only thing to do now is recover and try to make the most out of the situation. And the situation is the Baron buff getting taken. They have the Hawk shot to know that EDG is doing it, but it's down to 5,000. I don't think they're even wanting to get close to this. A desperate attempt at the Enchantress Crystal Arrow and the Mega Inferno Bomb, but it is just too early. And they do not get to steal. Edward Gaming, it's barely a contest there for TF, and it's only gonna get worse from here for Team Flash.
I mean, this composition, when it has the Baron, it's just easily gonna be shredding down the towers, especially with the help of the buffed up minions, right? We'll be able to tank in the towers damage as well. Cannon getting extra range just to be able to deal more damage into the tower. That was 400 or 500 chipped off onto the tower with just the cannon. That's how good Baron actually impacts the game, especially on the back row part. As we see them being spread across the map. 3 members here into the mid lane. Langley taking a bit of damage there. 368 gonna be charging up with the Bolt Breaker, but unable to just pursue. And now they turn onto the Gwen. 3-3 might be in a lot of trouble this time around. 0711 will be picking up the kill. Arrow not dealing anything here on EDG's side.
At least they are able to stop the onslaught. That is Edward Gaming. Langley down to 300 HP means that EDG has to back up from that 1-3-1 engagement down in mid. But you getting knocked up.
Hiding under the shroud, they finally get the Seasoned Scissor onto the Akali and will be pinning him down as well. That's at least 2 kills that they have picked up, but the tower into the mid lane. Inhibitor tower gonna get taken out. Bottom lane as well might be next. Xiao Jiang getting a little too deep there, but was able to take out the Ziggs there. So it's just gonna be happy with that. Just continue on with the push in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Team Flash though, they find a punish, but they're looking for more.
Ragnarok just to exit out. That was actually weird coming from EDG. They should have backed away, but not punished at all, so they're fine.
Yeah, EDG, they're looking to end this game as quickly as they can. And overstand a little bit there, but you said it yourself, they're absolutely fine for now as the gold lead approaches the 10,000 mark there. But Team Flash, I mean, at least they have pretty good defensive here. I'm talking about the wave clear that they have. They have so much here in their way, so able to at least fend off this onslaught that is the Baron buff. But when it comes to the team fight, that's when they're going to struggle. So they are going to be able to buy time, yes, but what are they buying time for? Do they have enough scaling to go into that late game for them to come back through raw numbers? I'm not sure. So they have to try and look for something here, some stragglers perhaps, trying to find some picks, but it is Xiao Jiang coming in.
Yep, alongside with Langley. Call of the Forge God, not really going to be doing anything. Actually helped out 368 be able to escape. Needle's going to be thrown out as well. You perfectly executing that perfect execution. As now she is going to be the next third. Flash in by Langley and follow up as well with the rest of ADG as C3 is just looking to walk away, able to walk away at least. But again, it's all just for a play on the Dragon. And 0711 is being there already, securing the soul here for EDG. And it's already the scaling here of Edward Gaming, making sure they get the best possible scenarios here in this entire game. Now pushing here in the bottom inhib. Team Flash definitely struggling in this game, especially after the many mishaps that happened in this entire game. And Edward Gaming just looking to close it out as dominating as they can. Getting the wipeout as well here on the rest of Team Flash. And a decisive victory. Back-to-back wins at 16 minutes in a 2-0 sweep again against Team Flash.
A masterclass of sorts here from Edward Gaming as they sweep Saigon Team Flash in a very convincing manner. Give it up here for EDG, a fantastic performance in the first series of the day. They make quick work of Saigon TF. It seems like the slump is just not going to be over yet for Saigon TF. Still have a lot to work over in their play style. I mean, it seems like they gave everything that they've got in that game number 2, putting out a lot of comfort comps, a lot of comfort picks there. But at the end of the day, the numbers it wasn't doing its bidding. I mean, there was some saving grace, enchanted crystal arrows, but just was not enough. It just doesn't find its mark as often as they could.
I mean, they had many attempts, right? They had really, really many attempts to try and, set up plays, set up team fights for themselves, but there were also many mistakes that Team Flash has made there. Crucial mistakes. I think, though, I want to give the benefit of the doubt here on the side of Team Flash. I think that cease and desist onto the Olaf actually was a missed target, because it's very complicated to actually target the skill and show them battery. Vision might not have been there after the arrow connected. It might have expired and had a fog of war, so I'm considering that fact. Hopefully we do see a replay of that as well soon, because that's really unfortunate for Team Flash. It led to an overcommitment and EDG just getting suddenly the ace, the tower into the mid lane, Dragon Prio as well, just massive gold lead transferred on the EDG spot. That could have been a chance for Team Flash actually to push this to a game number 3 had that not happened, to be honest. But again, we'll call a spade, that's the reality of things. Many things can happen with just one mistake, and this is the casualty of that. Look at the gold swing after that. It's just massive on the side of Edward Gaming, and T3 wasn't able to become the hero this game.
You know who's the hero here? Is Yonti. Look at that damage graph. Almost double the nearest teammate that is going to be Kuden there. That's certainly going to certainly put a dent here against EDG, but it's just not good enough here despite that. And it is a pretty decent comp here for Team Flash if they're going for this particular type of playstyle. But one of the drawback is if you have a comp like EDG that always wants to go in, right? They always want to go berserk, always want to go melee. And who are you going to put up to survive that onslaught? That isn't Olaf, that isn't Jax, that isn't Akali. No one, because you got 2 in the back line, a Gwen that hopes to deal a damage but is not tanky. The only one that you got in the way here is 368 and T3, and they're just not tanky enough here, considering 368 is building a little bit towards the damage side as well, right? So it still has a lot of drawbacks here for TF on that composition, but 0711 making the most of that is what's beautiful here for EDG. Not even giving a single death here for the side of TF. Yeah. And you just could see the amount of attempts that TF had on this man's Olaf. None of it was successful because he was just so tanky.
So efficient in the jungle, back-to-back MVPs as well. And that's gonna be it here on the side of Team Flash and Edward Gaming. We move to the next series. It's gonna be Thunder Talk and Fennel as well. Let's see what's going to happen. But of course, Dedum and I will go to a short break first. The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs. Oh my god! Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is scraping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see the one you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KTROSER Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KTROSER Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock-up! But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KTROSER Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Great clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
This time it comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, Yitse it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1.
比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了0711，那先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的011。
OK， 第一个问题想问到就是，我注意到你们现在其实滚雪球的能力是越来越强了。当时第1把的时候，你去上路抓了一把对面的武器，然后你们去拿了先锋之后，可以说你们一直处于领先的一个状态。那可不可以分享一下你们第1把的思路是什么样的呢？
就是我们阵容就是发一道3件套，然后后面赢一波团拿到大龙就赢了，就是慢慢打就行了。
Okay, so the first question is, in game 1, actually you keep rolling the snowballs, and after you gain jacks and taken the turret, you advance them consistently. So can you tell me what's your plan about this game? And his answer is, I think we just need to grow up and we just need one team fight and then we can end up this game. 那么第二个问题想问到就是，当时第11分钟的时候，我注意到你们当时偷了一条男爵，当时谁做的决策呢？
就是每个人都有提嘛，然后就蓝 buff 跟大龙同时说啊，就说做个假刺野往蓝走，然后直接回头把大龙拉了。
Okay, so the second question is, around 11 minutes you stole the Baron, so who made that decision? And his answer is, I think it's all of our teammates made that decision because we think we just need to give a fake side, like we pretend to rush that their blue buff and we can take that Baron. 那么最后一个问题想问到就是，目前为止啊，这个赛季 Alone 他已经玩了10把泽利了，可以说一下为什么他这么中意这个英雄吗？
就因为泽利这英雄输出高嘛，然后有位移好 C， 所以说用多吧。
Okay, so the last question is, Alone have been played Zeri for like 10 times at this season. So why he such fancy this champion? And his answer is, I think Zeri is a really powerful champion and he have a nice opportunity to carry them all. 那么今天的赛后采访就到这里全部结束了，感谢0711选手接受本次的采访，谢谢。那接下来让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here? He gets seen by the turrets. He is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolster Y, showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT Rolster Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox, the Shuriken Lance, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno, already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech Ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Interceptor comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy's answer denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch, takes his at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Welcome back, folks, to week number 5 here of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. My name's Tatum, and I'm here with the one and only Giang for our second series of the day here after that quick thrashing that EDG fought against TF. It is going to be Thunder Talk this time against Fennel, and boy, Fennel's got a lot of work if they want to stand a chance against TT.
Before we start with our analysis, of course, I just want to commend our production staff, of course, Hank, just being very, very hardworking in the backside, making sure that everything is going well, especially for us. And yeah, we're going to see another David and Goliath story here between Thunder Talk and Fennel. And just a bit of a backstory between Thunder Talk, of course, they're the only team to have no games dropped, no series lost, no game losses. Every game that they had for 6 consecutive times has been 2-0 sweep. So they're in the top, of course, in the CN Conference bracket right now. And still the same roster, one of the only teams, one of the 3 teams that didn't change their roster. Thunder Talk, Nova Esports, and KBG. But Thunder Talk is right now in the top 1.
And it's their performance has been nothing short of perfect, right? In this season, at least. So they're definitely coming into the playoffs as sort of the favorites if they continue on this trend. But the same cannot be said here for Fennel. They have been in a very rough road in this season, very similar to Team Flash actually, in the sense that they haven't found a lot of success. I mean, even quite recently they've had a 4 series consecutive loss, which is the last thing that you want here if you are going to face against the tournament favorites. The last one that they've had was against Invade, so at least they've got that going for them. But that was more than a month ago here, GG.
Yeah, one of the things that they also need to address is their pressure problem in the battle lane. I believe Spells is having a bit of a struggle going up with the matchups recently, because we saw the game between them and BRU. Tipper actually had a one-side beatdown against him and outplayed him sometimes. But I think that has been addressed already. So we're going to be looking forward to the matchups right now, especially in the jungle, because XBY is actually so good in the jungle to the point that he jungle diffed long before in season 1. And that's how great he is. And now Chaz is gonna be here stepping up a notch, of course, still having the same prowess on the Lee Sin and the Kha'Zix of Chazix, of course. But looking at the stats, it's still on the side of XBY.
And the thing about XBY is he's very versatile when it comes to the champion pool of the jungle, right? You can put him in a supportive role, you can put him in a carry, you can put him in a playmaker, and you know that he's going to deliver, right? It's a big compliment in and of itself that he out-jungled Log, but to be able to do so in multiple different scenarios, in multiple different setups, in multiple different types of champions is something of a feat in and of itself. Z is not that far off behind. He's been very, very consistent here on multiple different occasions, especially when you put him in a playmaker, in a scaling champ, which is Vladimir. He's been picking Vladimir quite a ton here against a lot of teams, and suffice to say, he has been performing really, really well. In his last game, last series against WHG, went up against against San Juan in a Zeri in the mid lane, and actually performed really, really well in that game as well. And that's what I love about Thunder Talk. They are innovators in the meta.
True.
They make it work.
Yeah, I mean, Z even mid-diff and run 9 last season. That's how good he is. So Helios, again, one of the strong mid laners of our PH squad, is going to challenge him right now here as he is on Fennel. And it's going to be an amazing matchup, of course. Still, the stats favor Thunder Talk, but again, we do love an underdog story this time around, especially for Fennel. They're still struggling right now, but who knows? Anything can happen. But let's go to the stage first for the host to introduce the teams.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是麦麦。接下来由 Thunder Talk Gaming 对阵马尼拉 FL， 马尼拉 FL 该如何应对还未丢过一局小局的 Thunder Talk Gaming？ 比赛会如何展开？让我们拭目以待。接下来让我们欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming and Manila Fennel。Next up is Thunder Talk Gaming versus Manila Fennel. It will be interesting to see how the Manila Fennels will deal with Thunder Talk Gaming, who hasn't lost a small game, and how the battle will unfold. Next, let's welcome Thunder Talk Gaming and Manila Fennel.
Oh, they have
glow sticks.
Glow sticks?
Lightsabers?
今天通通做掉。
Oh no!
Oh no, his lightsaber broke.
That was an interesting way to end a trash talk. But again,
That's short and sweet. Yeah.
they're not about the words; they're about the actions and the performance. That's Thunder Talk.
Absolutely, especially this series, right? Have been delivering every single game. But here, let's hear from Fennel what they're about to say.
I don't have one.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to have any words. They just want some action already.
A bit of a mysterious approach here for Fennel. I like it.
I like it.
Not giving any clue to Thunder Talk, but there we go. Let's take a look at the walkout from Thunder Talk, and I always love to see it, right? You always love to see the players giving a name to the faces, or a face to the names that we see on the screen constantly.
So at least we know who actually is playing, right? It's not just the names. That's one of the concerns before, especially in the league we have here, even in our region, right? Especially that there's so many players. We'd like to get to know the actual person that is playing in that IGN. We get to see a bit of the personality of our players as they walk into the stage. Sometimes we do see them as being all serious. Sometimes it is them playing around. Sometimes they even do some flashy movements. Bring some caution, bring some items, bring some flowers even last time in Season 1. The glow stick button thing, I think only is left there for just one player. Aside from the other one broke, unfortunately.
That'd be so me if I bought some sort of prop in a LAN setup and I'm gonna show it off in the walkout. I'm definitely breaking something by accident.
I think it's the same for me as well. It's like playing around with it, right? You get hyped up sometimes, and we don't know sometimes how durable the thing is. The glow stick. Yeah.
Look at the boys from Fennel though, looking like they mean business. As unfortunately unable to join us in the player walkout, so they are just on cam for the walkout.
Maybe soon, if they qualify for finals. Again, top 2 for CN Conference and top 2 in the APAC will go towards the stage there for the finals. Last season, we did see Nigma Galaxy, now known as G2 Blacklist, be there as well on the stage. Maybe soon as well we would see other teams just be able to pop up and qualify for the finals as well.
G2 Blacklist or Nigma defied all expectations there, right? I mean, sure they weren't able to win the finals, but just being there at the finals is a statement in and of itself. Now, Fennel looking to make a statement of their own as they try and attempt to take down the #1 seed of both or of the CN conference or for the entire league. It all begins here at the side selection game, and usually it's a big indication, right? Because I don't know about the statistic, but there is a trend that whoever wins the side selection generally also wins the series. So it is gonna be a big.
Not all the time.
Not all the time.
But it gives you like an edge, right?
It gives you an idea, yeah. Especially gives you an idea as to the mechanics of the players, right? Typically we see a lot of very close side selection games, but if it's not close, you know that something might be getting cooked by one of those teams.
Let's see if Fennel would be able to at least get a leverage here to the side selection. Of course, we are gonna move down towards the fight for side, in which whoever wins there gets the side selection priority, and that means the team gets to choose whether they go on blue side or red side in game #1. And then, of course, it's loser decides the side they go in for every succeeding game. That has been the setup ever since, even back in Season 1. So, still very recoverable on either side. If one team loses, you get to choose which side you go and start next. On the next game, Thunder Talk hasn't dropped any game so far here in Season 2.
I wonder if that includes these side selection games. Have Thunder Talk dropped any side selection games? Maybe they have. But here we go.
Maybe.
Early game coming through. First kill already. And the work's done and dusted for Z there as he takes down Horizon there. And Helios almost going down as well. So Fennel taking lots of damage over towards that first engagement. Their composition not necessarily the best. They have a Nasus on their comp, 2 ADCs, and here comes Smai going in with the Pantheon as they find another kill. Helios goes down this time. And Horizon looking to find revenge for his teammates. Z inside of the Shroud, looking for a little bit of a healing before he goes out. There is no one to heal him for now. As Thunder Talk resets for a couple of seconds, and here comes Helios charging up, and that's a little bit of a deep dive coming through. And Chaz just gets denied on that Fizz. And speaking of Chaz, do you think we're going to be seeing his signature Kha'Zix for today's series?
I actually hope so. I mean, Kha'Zix and Lee Sin are two of my favorite champions here that is picked up by Chaz. He's very aggressive, very comfortable, and so flashy with it as well. Ooh, great fear.
Helios goes in again. There's no ult available yet, no onslaught of shadows as Smai tries to hold the line between Fennel and his teammates. Oh! Rockets, that is the execute coming through. Here comes the dive from Helios, but there's just too many tank tower shots. Danny tries to get excited, but gets executed instead. So that is a 2-for-2 trade. And Fennel a little bit more healthy as Snowball connects, and that's going to be the Chaz going in, and Zin actually backs off for now. Look at the Tarzanding spells there as he jumps around the rope, around the tower, but he will go down without finding anything for now. And Fennel, the rest of the squad, after resetting, will be back here. Danny trying to deal the damage with the rockets, but there's just not enough going for their side. Smai just surviving for so long. Here comes Fiddlesticks, and Soil will clean house. Danny gets excited, but doesn't get the execute, and this time getting jumped by Z. And the Jinx is down for the count for now. That's the first turret getting secured by Thunder Talk as Chaz finds a revenge kill onto Z, actually Jin. And X by in the 1v1 against Chaz. That's going to be a little bit of healing getting secured by Chaz. But that's the first tower secured by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Fennel still, is picking up the slack here. Again, there are some mistakes that we are seeing on both sides. But again, it is a scaling composition that Fennel actually has. Double ADC, and Chaz doesn't have that much damage just yet, especially because he doesn't have that much items just yet. Thunder Talk is making sure they get control every single time, especially with the funneling of the gold onto Z and onto Soil. We saw the Crow Storm earlier. It was massive.
Oh, Z goes in again. But I doubt that Horizon is having fun this game. Being a Nasus here in ARAM is...
it's fun!
Not the best time.
I mean,
even if you go AP, it's still not a fun time. Yeah, you're dealing damage, but...
it's actually one of my favorite things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is my preference.
Interesting. Okay, here we go again. Another engagement coming through, but look at the counter split here from TT all the way back into the back line. They split up the fight, and Fennel are getting diced up and destroyed here. Snowball connects from Smai, and he gets to stun onto Spelts, and that is going to be the backup from the back line. X-By going so deep, and Jin does as well. I mean, he actually finds a little bit more impact as the chip damage is going to be there on the final turret here of Fennel. Thunder Talk fighting these fights so well as they almost take down that second tower.
Yeah, Fennel nearly got their second tower taken down. Thunder Talk still has theirs on their first tier. Not really that much damage just yet. A little under 2,000, but still fine. Now they go once more.
Now Smai again goes in with the snowball, and here comes the counter punch from FL. But can Daddy survive to deal the damage? Doc Rocket doesn't connect onto Soil. Neither does Arisen's stun, or rather Speltz's ulti. Next buy down to 1 HP right in front of him, and Soil, well, doesn't have the healing to survive this, but Jin does definitely have the damage. Look at the duo of the assassins looking to clean house. Speltz is 1 HP. Danny's the only one left standing. Flash forward to Z, and he will get the punishment onto Danny. That's the unofficial ace here for Thunder Talk, but they can't push up because Chaz and Helios are back on the Abyss. Okay, let's jump the waters, getting direction onto Z. Z actually tried to stay alive with the perfect execution. Is it going to be enough here? No! Helios survives, but Chaz does not. Let's Z getting the execute onto the Viz as Arisen comes back into the fight. Look at that, still not able to get the execute off Z, who's just been 1 HP this entire time.
HP.
Here comes Soil, going back in with the Fiddlesticks. At second tower, for just finding a lot of struggle to survive here. Yeah, exactly. Helios still alive and kicking, goes in finally for the punish on to Z. As the Crown of Shadow Queen picked up for the Akali here. Danny finds a slow down, but Fennel just desperately trying to stay alive for now. Chaz goes back in, and here comes X-By. I find Son gets one as Danny finds a little bit too much damage as he backs off into the corner, but Fennel finally finding a little bit of real estate.
Fennel just trying to scavenge on something here in this game. Thunder Talk, again, the outplays are already made just from this fight for side. We see massive plays coming in. Chaz!
Obliterated by Z there on perfect execution. He's looking for more here. Smite goes back into the fight. Yellow card onto Helios, and he's almost down. There's still a snowball connecting onto him too. But thankfully for him, Thunder Talk decide not to push up because there aren't any minions. But they go again. X-By looking for something. Danny, snowball onto his face. So he's got to be extra careful. Helios uses the onslaught of the shadows, trying to find a little bit of CC, but into the back line. Soil goes in for the counter and engagement. They're absolutely ignoring the tower. They're all up for the kills here as Thunder Talk clear it up immediately. It's just the Nexus left standing here, and Thunder Talk look to clean up. Arisen under the fountain too. Actually, Shen taking a lot of turret damage. Almost gets the execute onto Horizon.
Z is here.
He's just gonna be here. Shuriken doesn't connect, but the snowball does. Gets the perfect execution onto one. Second perfect execution cast is gonna be there for a little bit of defensive maneuvers as the Crown of the Shadow Queen comes up in enough time.
I mean, the Crown is just helping so much. Deny some of the damage here on Fennel's side. Shen getting outplays. Z.
Okay. On the Shroud. For the execute, that's a beautiful snowball connection onto Danny. Might go back in, but he's found his target, and it is going to be Helios. Goes straight in the back line for Danny as well. And Thunder Talk looking to end this game right now. And it's just down to the last 3 players of Fen. Actually, Spells staying alive makes it a 4-man party. Helios goes in, tries to isolate here for Spells. Just riding baits, and Spells keep.
For 3 kills picked up by Chad, that's already nice.
Yeah.
Make it 4. Snowball connected. Will not pursue this time. The dash. Oh, the fear. Unfortunate as Shen just goes in with a Void Spice and Rocket. Not get
actually
Shen.
Connects.
Let's see. Hiding under the tower. They do get the tower, but not
Helios.
kill.
Helios will be able to put the counter punch in. So Thunder Talk not necessarily in a position to end this game right now. Jin perhaps looking for that reset for the moment, but doesn't necessarily have the avenue to do so. Actually, Soil, 15 seconds until can go back in for the fight, but here comes the backline engage from Smite again. And that Pantheon all really making it really rough for Fennel. But look at the punch from Z, actually making it impossible for Fennel to survive again. Shuriken doesn't connect. Z gets shut down by the turret shots. And Thunder Talk falling down like flies. Smite and X-By, the only 2 here around the area. So Fennel again survive another wave of attacks from Thunder Talk.
Yeah, just buying time. And it's still just 9 minutes into the game. Fennel already has their Nexus exposed. Thunder Talk continuously scaling up. Ooh, Soil nearly got the catch on to Chaz!
Oh, here we go though. Chaz the success is obliterated the moment he gets exposed. And here comes Fennel. Spells looking to set up something. Mega Death Rocket doesn't get the connect on the target he wishes to do so. Smite jumps in for the stun though as Spells flashes for safety there. And look at the kill participation on the Z there. 15, 6, 17 on the Akali. That's crazy.
Crazy. Just being all over their faces every single time.
Oh, look at the damage as well. Z cleans up 2 with the fancy feet on the Akali. And that's just Z things, making the plays here. And here comes Soil looking to make some plays happen off his own. And Fennel on their last stand will be able to clear up some minions. Let's jump the waters, find the targets onto Z. But look at Helios. Can't even get close here to the players of Thunder Talk. Chaz baits out the flash from X-By.
Oh no.
But they need a lot more than that to survive this game. Shuriken connects. And Fennel, this could be the last stand here. Smai going back in of the snowball. And Chaz down to 1 HP here. And the dance is going to commence here. He goes back in. That's a madman play for Z. As the Nexus is down to 2,000 HP. But Fennel survive another wave of attacks here from Thunder Talk. They don't really have the HP here to push now. So Fennel certainly are going to survive. Yellow card. Chaz goes in for the execute. And X-By is out for now.
Okay, quick denial damage.
Oh.
Stays alive!
Chaz is just going to find a little bit more into the tank.
No way!
And here comes the execute finally as Soil cleans house. What is that damage? And Fiddlesticks cleans up house. He's the only one left standing around the abyss right now. But Fennel, take a little bit of a breather for now.
Yeah, we also get a breather for now.
Yeah. Yes.
Some of the things going on here in this fight for side has been 11 minutes of back-to-back action. Of course, this is a much more sprinted game. Especially constant fights are happening, especially that it's just one lane they're going through. But again, it is very important because it gives you the side selection priority for the actual game later on the start of the actual series. So just making sure they don't get any turnovers here from Fennel as Z just goes in constantly onto the heads here of Fennel. Again, looking at the kills, 17 secured already by Z. Well, he does secure 13, so at least that's good. But again, the main wall here, the main barrier is Soil.
Yeah. Soil is kind of like that second layer of damage, right? Once ZZ goes down, still have Soil to worry about. And if they execute at the same time, Fennel could be done for. And that's exactly what they're setting up for right now, Thunder Talk. The only struggle that Thunder Talk have is that wave clear from Fennel. They can't let the minions push through because Fennel has just got immaculate amounts of wave clear because of that Jinx. And now X-Bite looking in. Oh, actually, Banshee's Veil working there to their regard, but look at the damage being pushed now. Smai goes in, and here comes Soil, flashes forward with the OT, but where is Z? Where's the playmaking? There's nothing happening yet as Fennel, here we go, Z, looking to make the big execution. Perfect execution still available for Z as he activates the Shroud for now. There is no minions as Jin goes forward, and the poke is just so much clear from Thunder Talk. Fennel has to find and try the engage. The all-in is what they're banking for here, while Helios is still up and kicking, but everyone is already down to 1 HP here. Fennel, what can they do? 1 kill is all it takes for Thunder Talk to find the resets and end this game. But Helios looking for the setup. Onslaught of Shadow still alive and not available anymore. And Helios finally goes down into the back line. That's going to be Chaz looking for the engagement, but Z does his own bit of damage. Smai finds a resin, but look at Chaz dealing the damage. Z trades it out, and here comes Z. Flashes forward for the execution. And that's going to be it. The ace to come through, and this should be the game for Thunder Talk.
It should be. They're just gonna be waiting for the wave. 20 seconds before Helios goes back here. Gets back up. And it's already enough for Thunder Talk to just end this game, get side selection priority, and finally go to the actual series. Again, we have seen Thunder Talk be undefeated in either side. And every single game has been a one-sided sweep. They only experienced one game being higher or longer than 20 minutes, but it's only 20 minutes and 19 seconds, and that is their match against FPX. Every other single game, one-sided sweep and fast games as well.
Yeah, Thunder Talk has been absolutely dominating, but I gotta be honest with you, GG, I am catching my breath after that side selection game because it was just non-stop fights from Thunder Talk and Fennel. Actually finding a counter punch here and there, but absolute domination there from Z made sure that Fennel could not keep up at all. And if the trend continues here, it is going to be, of course, Thunder Talk having the time of their lives here in the sides in the best of 3. But we'll have to wait and see. Fennel, of course, they're very, very talented players, and they could potentially find something here against Thunder Talk if they find a punishment. But we've been talking about Thunder Talk's performance over and over again this season because they've just been performing really good. I mean, just one game reaching over 20 minutes? That's absolutely crazy considering the amount of talent that we have currently in this season.
I mean, right now we're gonna be focusing so much on Fennel, especially on how they're gonna be dealing with Thundertalk. Because we're 100% sure that Thundertalk will just 2-0 their games. They have been doing it 6 consecutive times already. There wasn't even any close game so far that they have. And that's considering so many of these titans of CN Confidence teams and some of the teams in the APAC squad as well. And right now, Fennel also in a slump. So far, only game secured or only series secured they had is against Invade Esports. So not really that much impactful in terms of their potential in setting up their wins. So they really have to step up. They need to find ways in order to slow down the pace of Thundertalk. Maybe secure a couple of the champion here of Chaz and Helios. Work alongside with spells as well, so we wouldn't have any hard time against the Baron laner here of Thundertalk Shin, and just go from there.
And I think one of the biggest challenges that they have to overcome, particularly against Thundertalk, is this drafting phase. Thundertalk, we've seen them in an early game comp, and as recently as just last week, they pulled up a composition with Renekton, Shyvana, Lucian, Karma on. That's
the problem as well.
That's all early game. And they've also seen them in really well scaling comps with it circling around the Vladimir, around the Jax, around a Yasuo even. And that's the thing. Drafting against Thundertalk is so tough.
Yeah.
Because they can pull out so many things, and I don't think we've seen everything from them. I think they have more in the bag.
Yeah. Here's what I'm going to say actually after that. It's not just difficult, it's impossible. Every single member here on the side of Thundertalk can perfectly use at least 5 champions. So it's either you focus on one, but still it's gonna let through because you can only ban 3 champions in the first rotation bans. But yeah, even if you try so hard, they will be able to use the champion that they want in any organizing method at all. X-Bike can utilize any champion, Z can utilize any champion in the mid lane. He's the assassin god of Wild Rift, Mid Rift, Andron even, and can utilize ADCs as well in the mid lane. So there's really no loophole right now on the side of Thundertalk. No weakness, no chink in the armor, no holes.
It seems like Thundertalk, they've done their homework too. They know the comfort picks here of Fennel. Are they gonna ban the Kazakhs though? Evelyn banned out for Chaz. Yone out for the count as well. Can't pick that anymore. And it seems like Thundertalk seem to be indicating that they perhaps want to play a little bit of an Aatrox there with a Yone ban. But as you said it yourself, they have a champion ocean here for Thundertalk. And the question now looms, does Fennel have that same pool? Do they have as many options in the bag here? Well, thankfully they are on the blue side, so they are at least able to pick up that first champion. And this time it's going to be the Gragas, so pretty good first pickup for them.
Yeah, so many champions available, right? Fiddlesticks is available. Also the Hecarim can be picked up here by Thundertalk.
Vladimir too.
That's the luxury that they have. They can just ban out any champion. They focus on the Yone, the Evelyn, and the Ornn. Take out some tilting champions here on the side of Fennel, and take such great 2 picks on the side of Thundertalk right now. Camille and Hecarim, so many lockdowns, so many CC, and just skirmishing, team fighting will be difficult for Fennel against Thundertalk.
Camille getting locked up on top of Hecarim. Now Aatrox, on top of the Jax getting secured. So pretty standard on both sides. No comfort picks to come out on Fennel yet. And Fiora being banned out means that we are definitely going to be seeing this Jax from the side of Fennel. Akali, this time from Z. Definitely on a high from that side selection game. So absolutely makes a ton of sense here on him. The next couple of bans about to come through. No ADC yet on either side. So perhaps that is going to be the priority here. Ezreal first getting banned out. Lucian, Ashe, or actually Lucian still not banned out. It's Ashe that is going to be the one banned out. It's Xayah, Zeri. Those are my top 2, so it's going to be looking out for. And Xayah, of course, taken away by Thundertalk this time. Is the Zeri response going to be there? I wonder.
Possibly.
And,
I mean, Danny can still just pull up a Corki here. He is known for his Corki. we haven't really seen him, pop off that much as he intended to do so. Garen? No, please. Just no. We have seen too many Garens back in season 1. We have seen Garen only a couple of times so far in this season.
Thunder Talk.
Not much wins though.
Okay. What?
Okay, they're going ham. Yeah, supports have been denied so much, and we're gonna be seeing SMY on the set.
Okay, I like it. I mean, Set's got a big turn down in terms of that shielding, right? Quite somewhat recently, and hasn't been seeing a lot of play since, but there's still a lot of damage, a lot of things that Set can put up to the plate here. Still really great in terms of the setup of the team fight. And I would definitely love to see her in the hands of Thunder Talk this time. And Fennel actually locked up Varus on top of Vladimir here. Typically, we see a much more early game oriented ADC here when you pair it up with a Vladimir. So perhaps they might be going with more of the poke here on the ADC side of things. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Lucian locked up for the side of Thunder Talk. So there we go. Both teams locking up their compositions with a sets here on the side of Thunder Talk. And I'm really excited to see here what they're going to be able to do with it.
Same. I actually like the composition here of Fennel. So much crowd control, so much scaling is actually on their hand, but so much control in the early game can be made as well. And that's going to be the key here, going up against Thunder Talk. They have to be very careful. They have to avoid fights, small skirmishes first. Especially because of the prowess of Thunder Talk on those small skirmishes. They have the Camille as well and the Hecarim to set things up. The set can be used as a counter engage against Fennel. So it's going to be very complicated on how Fennel is going to be able to approach this, but hopefully they will be able to because they have the tools to work around it.
It's going to be some interesting setups here to come out of Thunder Talk. I wonder what happens if someone gets ulted by a Hextech ultimatum and then a showstopper gets used by Smai here. Do they go out of range out of the Camille ult, or do they stay in, or does the showstopper get cancelled? It's gonna be an interesting thing to see. What happens? I'm not sure. I hope it happens here, so we will find out. But here we go, Thunder Talk, the undefeated team of the season, going up against a massive, I think it's fair to say, a massive underdog here in the form of Fennel. If Fennel can pull off this upset, it's gonna be absolutely massive. But it's looking like a very, 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 very tall order. So it's gonna be a miracle and a half if they're able to do so. But let's not cut our eggs yet.
We like those, right?
We like those.
Underdog stories, we like miracles, we like seeing redemption stories being made, but Danny gonna be in a lot of trouble!
Oh, look at that. The Vault Breaker finds both of them, and that's the first blood already for the side of Thunder Talk. We talk about early game. You like seeing that early game progression from both the Lucian and the sets. And they do it before even the 30-second mark.
Yeah, that was a bit of an overextension, to be honest. Danny getting caught with damage of sword and just the edge of the face breaker. Unfortunate there.
Yeah.
And that's the downside of picking the Varus, right? On your auto attack range, you don't really have that much range. You're pretty much the same as a Lucian. And just because of the ability of the Lucian, you can get chipped off a bit there. And you're going up against a set. So much cheesiness can be made by a set Lucian. They should have already expected that, to be honest. That's the expectation we have when there's a set and a Lucian. Even with just a Lucian, you know that they're gonna go ham early.
Look at the Haymaker getting the tag on Horizon as well. This is looking like a really rough bot lane already for Fennel. Chaz looking for the early XP boost onto that middle side against Helios, and Helios certainly doesn't mind that. It's Vladimir, after all, playing for the long game as well. But early rotate to come out from Helios. This is a nice little adjustment from the Fennel playstyle, but no, that means that there's no help coming out for the side of Arisen and Danny. So for now, they are gonna have to weather this storm on their own. And look at that, they are also proxying the wave here. How are they gonna get back into the lane? This is really, really rough for the duo.
We see even X-Spy going here in the bottom lane as well. They got spotted by a ward, but still, the pressure is on. They're going to be able to deny this XP and gold. The entire wave of Danny. Easily a stack.
Only getting 1 minion out of a couple of waves is... Yeah, well, it's just 1 wave, but still, just 1 minion. It's absolutely devastating here for Danny. At the end of the day, it is still the early game here with not necessarily a lot of fights going on yet, apart from that bottom 2 skirmishes. So, Fennel definitely has theoretically a way to come back to this. As long as they can stretch towards that late game, that is. Helios, of course, waiting for that precise moment, but here we go. Early gank coming through.
Spotted by the ward.
Yeah, X by not going in.
I mean, the biggest problem that Fennel will be having in the late game, I think, is just the Akali of Z. But I actually even regret saying the word just because it's Z on the Akali. He's just an Akali god, an assassin god here on Wild Rift. And he should never be discounted, he should never be ignored, especially with his pressure and comeback ability.
Especially because of just him playing that Akali in the side selection game. And we saw just how proficient it was. The next by just looming around the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Does have the onslaught of shadows now, but Chaz does have the World Ender as well, so not really committing to it. Thunder Talk giving a lot of respect, but another big ult. This time Showstopper used up by Smai. That's the cast used up by Arisen. Nice little dodge from Soil, denying the execution damage from Danny, as they can go for the re-engage now. But they're not going to do so. Thunder Talk still giving a lot of respect to Fennel.
Yeah, it is just early game. I think they're also banking on the first objective. That has been a common trend of our teams in the CN conference stage. Just waiting for the first objective, and then that's where they actually strike, and they strike hardest there. We have seen that in the previous series as well between EDG and Team Flash. That's gonna be the same goal here, or at least the same layout by Thunder Talk. That's where Fennel needs to be more and more prepared, because one mistake can make this a one-sided beatdown by Thunder Talk.
Exactly. Even when they're not necessarily committing mistakes, Thunder Talk is already making it so hard for Fennel to find just a little bit of space. And that's exactly what we expect from this early game, right? I mean, this is supposed to happen. Thunder Talk is supposed to have a better early game in the first place anyway. So, Fennel really have no choice but to weather this storm. But, there's a big question with weathering the storm is just how much should you weather? How much is enough? How much is too much here? And Fennel seems like they draw the line at the big objectives. They're going to be at least taking a chance at this first Rift Herald. But with Smai and X-By around the area, it seems like Fennel have a lot of contest with this Rift Herald take.
They will start it off. Fennel, what are they to do? They haven't started Dragon. Looks like they want to contest here. Thunder Talk, they're more than willing to engage and turn onto them.
Yeah, Chaz is looking around for an opportunity. Here comes the Showstopper from Smai onto Spells, but now he's a little bit of trouble. That's the Haymaker finding the connection onto 3, and there is not going to be a steal, but Smai still goes down. Another Talk turn on the players. Danny running for the hills now under the tower, but he is not safe. Immediately triggered upon Rift Herald as well, as Peltz and Helios are the last two standing here for the players of Fennel. Thunder Talk quick to use that Rift Herald as well. They take the Herald, take a tower, take a couple of kills, they take everything from Fennel.
Yeah, and suddenly there is a 5,000 gold lead by Thunder Talk with just one team fight, just one objective. This is the thing that we've talked about. Look at Chaz. He actually wanted to auto-attack the R8, but it turned against him. So that was very unfortunate. It wasn't able to land this might, and it was better on the side of X-By. And then the turnaround was just amazing. Now Thunder Talk can just go 2 for 2 on objectives.
Yeah, Dragon already started up here. Chaz, goes over the wall a little bit too early. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Another Showstopper play onto Chaz this time. There is not going to be another steal. As again, the jungler is out for the count. Chaz can't find anything, but Thunder Talk gets another objective. That's the Dragon in their hands.
They find everything instead for Thunder Talk. And Fennel definitely needs to slow down the pace of this game, or at least attempt to slow them down.
Playmaker misses here by Smai, but still has the flash to survive after that. He flashes forward, doesn't get the engagement, doesn't get the kill. And okay, finally does. So that's a little bit of a trade coming through there, but when you've lost so many things and only got a kill in response to it, it's just not ideal at all for Fennel. Especially when you're 5,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and that's just gonna get more and more increased, possibly doubled here by Thunder Talk as every minute goes by. That's how deadly Thunder Talk is. You mentioned how many one-sided beatdowns they've made. They are just so notorious for making that happen in every single matchup. They're doing it as well here against Fennel right now.
What can Fennel do at this point? Not really a lot. Just buy time for sure. But at this rate, Thunder Talk are set to end the game sooner rather than later, especially at the rate that they're taking these objectives as well. They take the dragons as soon as they spawn. And they are taking a lot of map space as well. So Thunder Talk looking to set up against this blue buff too. And Arisen Danny might be in a little bit of trouble. Chaz is going to be there, and the dive is going to be there too. Look at them absolutely ignoring this tower. The Onslaught of Shadows is going to be there for a little bit of a bailout. But Thunder Talk is just so far ahead that Fennel cannot survive this onslaught. They take a tower, take a couple of kills. Helios doesn't have the Sanguine Pool, which means that they're going to be backing off. And Thunder Talk, despite tower diving, still walk off with more HP than the remaining members of Fennel here, GG.
Yeah, they're just burning them slowly but surely, overpowering them. That's the playstyle of Thunder Talk. They like one-sided beatdowns, they like one-sided, takedowns. And Fennel is on the receiving end of it so far here, but hopefully, let's see, because it's not yet the end of the world. Unless we see the Nexus falling down, there is still a glimpse of comeback on any team. And that's where Thunder Talk needs to be more and more careful. Just one team fight can turn the tides around. They have massive scaling on their head. They have massive counter ability with the Chain of Corruption and the Cask of Horizon. And that's something that Thunder Talk is watching out for.
I'll tell you what they have to watch out for. It's Soil. If you see the damage differential earlier, Soil is 3,000 gold ahead of Danny. 2 entire items completed, which means that anyone who walks in close to that Lucian is gonna get shredded with the sheer amount of damage. Look, they can't even get close to the red buff here. X-Spy is just getting the onslaught. On to 4 players! The fear is massive! And that's X-Spy going in, Jin going in rather with the X-Tech ultimatum. Double haymaker play there from Smai as Pelt's left alone standing here for Fennel. Counter-Strike going to be there. At least looking for a counter kill, and he does find one, but he will go down straightly thereafter as Thunder Talk find the ace, and they're marching down the mid lane here of Fennel.
Picture perfect team fight setup by Thunder Talk. I mean, you have no words. 4-man call an Onslaught of Shadows and then SMY. Boom. Showstopper, and the show has been stopped. Game has been stopped. Spells, props to him. He was able to at least get 1 kill, but it's at the cost of 5 kills by Thunder Talk. And again, just a massive gold lead swing. 10 minutes, 10,000 gold lead.
Oh my gosh. I think he even had to flash for that final kill too. So had to expend something, but Fennel this time first on the scene on the dragon, but here comes Thunder Talk. X-Spy looking to set something up one more time, and it goes for the ults, and that's actually a nice little cast from Arisen, buying a ton of time, but their jungler is out. Chaz is nowhere in the rift anymore, and it's Thunder Talk's time again to clean house. Horizon is the only one left standing near the pit, and Thunder Talk takes another fight, take another dragon, and this should be another push from them. Baron is spawning up in just a bit. Fennel doesn't have, well, doesn't have a lot of things to do here.
It was actually odd to see Chaz in the Dragon Pit, knowing how great the engage can be for Thunder Talk. Had reason to actually stay there. Might have been better for him to be off the cliff and then just go in when he can be at Smite's race, because they had a vision ward placed already inside the pit. And they saw him just being there, they turned onto him. Even despite the cast being used there by the Gragas of Horizon, right? It's not enough to dissuade all the members of Thunder Talk because they have the Camille. And that was perfectly used a while ago.
They have the Camille and they have the damage here, GG. They have so much of it, in fact, that despite that good play from Arisen, it's just a chicane in their way. as this time it is going to be the Baron setup from TT here. And Fennel have a little bit of vision at least. It's going to be swiftly cleared by Smai here. Jin finds a Risen. Oh, that's a body slam to buy him a little bit of space. Helios is around the area, so Jin is not going to go in. But look at that. Jin didn't take any damage at all in that engagement.
Yeah, they're just that fed already. Yeah, and they're starting the Baron already as well. There's pretty much nothing that Fennel can actually do at this point, knowing how great, how one-sided this game has been. 5 towers secured, so many kills secured, along with a soul point already by Thundertalk. They have to try, they won't.
Oh, here we go, Showstopper again onto one. That's Arisen getting caught this time. Hextech ultimatum onto Chaz as Thundertalk finds Arisen first. After they take the Baron, that's more in their pockets. Look, GG, 14.3k gold ahead as we reach 13 minutes. The gold lead is bigger than the time, and that's Thundertalk for you.
That's Thundertalk. I believe the highest gold lead we have seen so far is 20,000. Not yet beaten, but close.
As now they're matching down the base of Fennel, taking down the first inhibitor turret without any challenge at all. It's a 1-3-1 formation, so all of these inhibitor turrets are going to be threatened sooner rather than later. Let's see on the bottom side, Jin on the top side. And the inhib turrets, or rather the Nexus shield is already triggered now, so Fennel have to use brute force, try and defend this base, as again the Showstopper has been used by Smai. Beautiful stuff here on the engage, as Fennel gets again destroyed. Hextech ultimatum denies Helios of that full heal, as Xby is just looking at the Nexus. That is the first game. Thundertalk make quick work of Fennel in that game number 1.
Just under like 15 minutes. They ended the game with a one-sided beatdown. That's Thundertalk for you. And they're just giving a proper introduction here to Fennel and what they should expect in the series. And again, it has been that case ever since day number 1 for Thundertalk. One-sided beatdowns, dominating games and series, and they haven't felt challenged just yet.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to continue on, right? I mean, as much as we hope that Fennel is going to be able to reverse sweep this, let's face it, GG, it is not looking very likely here, especially after that game 1 performance. It wasn't even close here, and Thundertalk look to continue to assert their dominance here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And, well, it's a very interesting setup that the way they did it here and the way they executed that set composition is very reminiscent of the days where set still was the go-to here in Wild Rift. Do you remember those days, GG, when set could be flexed?
Spammed set as well, as a support, as a...
Any role.
Any role, even in the mid lane you can use set, but at
very
least we do
reminiscent.
still see it as a support. Oof, goal difference over time, just linear. Thundertalk with a clean game against Fennel. Hopefully this does it this way, Fennel, or discourage them.
Of course.
In this game, there is still a chance for them to regain their momentum back, as they had one more game, or at least there is still one more game that Thundertalk has to win before they take down Fennel.
And I think what makes Thundertalk special really is if you take a look at the KDA ratios here at the top. And look at that right-hand corner. 19, 40, 50 assists. The amount of coordination that this team has is the reason why Thundertalk, I think, is the best team going into this season, right? 50 assists in combination. That's more than twice the amount of kills that they have. And that's a huge indication. Yeah, that's a huge indication of just how coordinated, just how on the same page this team is. And Xby is going to be taking that MVP here, but I think it could have been anyone here in the Thundertalk roster. As far as I could garner, it could be Smai here, could be Soil, who was 4,000 gold ahead of his opposition just on that between those two ADCs. Could have been Xin as well, for all I can garner, but Xby still really great performance here on the Hecarim, setting up a lot of these team fights for Thundertalk.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP, especially with the objective that they have secured out, jungled Chaz as well. But let's see if anything, any changes would happen in the next game. Still have one more for you guys, for your casters, Gyang and Datum, and we'll see you after this break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Alright, well, welcome back to the series between Fennel and Thunder Talk. Of course, we're still gonna be your Southcasters, Gyang and Daedum. We're very excited for game number 2 because this is where we will have our answer if Fennel can still push this to a game number 3 after that one-sided beatdown by Thunder Talk.
I don't know about that, GG, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing an interesting setup here for game number 2 if Thunder Talk would like to bring something up here. But we are already here with our players readying up for the drafting phase. And let's take a look at the players here of Thunder Talk after that game number 1, looking still absolutely chill, absolutely in control, and Green Faces are absolutely on for them. But yeah, I don't think there's any way that Fennel are going to be able to extend this. I think they can extend this to a game number 3, but I don't think there's any way the Thunder Talk are going to let this series slip out of their hands because of just how well they have been able to control these games. Just have been able to keep themselves on the same page, and just how they've been able to dictate every single game that they've had this season. I don't think they're gonna stop right now. But either way, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a Thunder Talk series here, GG.
Oh man, that's the sad reality, right? Every single match of Thunder Talk has been one-sided beatdowns. But let's see if Fennel on red side can work better than them on blue side in this series against Thunder Talk. First pick priority is gonna be on Thunder Talk, of course, but last pick has been very pivotal in some instances that we have seen so far in Season 2. So let's see how it is going to be fully executed here by Fennel, of course.
Let's see now. Fennel on the red side. And Thunder Talk on the blue band. Still absolutely standard here, but this time Fennel immediately banning away that Hecarim. They got no plans of playing up against X-Bice Hecarim again. But we've seen a set. The question for you now, GG, is do you think we're gonna see something else here from Thunder Talk? Now that they've gotten the feel of what it's like playing against Fennel, do you think we'll see something new come out from them here? Maybe they could be experimenting with some new comp here. Maybe
You know
that set was an experiment, try and get back that set into their comp.
I mean,
I hope we do.
I mean, the only reason why they picked up the set and during that time is because we have seen a lot of the bans on other supports as well. Though Alistar has been available in that particular game as well, but SMY loves to be cheesy. This time, with first pick Prio, they pick up the Gragas and can threaten for actually any ADC, to be honest. Because Soil is just so good in the Dragon lane. He has picked up so many different champions over the past few weeks. We have seen them playing. Ornn picked up here on the side of Fennel. That can spell out great teamfight setup, but has to be again perfectly layered, not compared to our previous game a while ago. Vladimir is going to be very interesting, of course, as a scaling champion for Fennel too.
Of course, that means they're gonna be looking for something more of an early game skirmisher on that bottom side. Could be an Ezreal, could be a Lucian, and of course that is going to be what they're banking on for their ADC side of things. Meanwhile, for Thunder Talk, they could definitely go so many routes with this Gragas first pick. They could go for the scaling route. Xayah is still available. Kassadin, they opt to do that. Akali not available anymore this time, as Z absolutely terrorized in both the side selection game and in that last game. They're going to go for the Aatrox instead. With Yone being banned out, this absolutely makes a ton of sense. But Camille's still available here if Fennel chooses to prioritize that Baron laner, Orianna. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
It's time. It's time for the Orianna here of Z. I'm just gonna be so excited about this because we have seen the Orianna as a matchup on the Vladimir already. Some were success, some weren't. But Thunder Talk, this is Z that we're talking about. This is one of the best mid laners in Season 1 and in Season 2.
Yes.
Thunder Talk is looking forward to having another teamfight based composition.
And what this Orianna entails is they could be cooking something else here. Because Orianna works really, really well with champions that like to go in. Like champions like the Akali. Well, of course, that's banned away this time. But the Camille could work really, really well with this Orianna as well, right? Sort of like a delivery system for that ball. So Fennel has to work double time to eliminate those possible threats here, and they don't even ban away the Camille, so they're feeling pretty confident that they're gonna be able to deal with it if they're not permitted of taking it for themselves. But I think they're gonna be able to pick up the Camille here, but the threats could be endless here. I mean, talk about off the top of my head, they could pick up so many other things that could go well with this Orianna that it's just a guessing game. So it might as well stay on the safer side of things here for Fennel.
Camille will be prioritized this time around, giving at least a last pick bonus or last pick benefit here on the side of Danny later on to decide whether he goes with the Xayah or the Zeri. But it's up to Soil whether to give the Zeri or the Xayah away. Renekton also going to be picked up here for Shin, so that they can have a proper early game position in the Baron lane. Especially because of the Ruthless Predator. You will have at least great advantage to cancel out the shield. Raven being hovered right now for Soil. Are they actually going to be locking this in? This is immense confidence for Thundertalk if ever they do lock this in. But again, it is quite risky because it's primarily heavily towards the early game. And they would want to have at least late games insurance. And so the Zeri is just going to be locked in instead.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did lock up the Draven. They have pulled out these crazy early game comps before, and Thundertalk make it work. This time, I'm going to be seeing a Kai'Sa in the hands of Fennel. And they did pick up the Xayah, which is an interesting fact here, but it does complement the type of playstyle that they want to achieve with the Kha'Zix and the Camille, right? Once you have those two diving in, and we've seen this earlier as well. In I think yesterday's games, we see something like this, where Kai'Sa, I think it was Fun Plus Phoenix that pulled up the Kai'Sa as well.
It was G2B that pulled up the Kai'Sa Golden Kite, having the best position with the killer instinct, and that's the game that they pushed. They had a miraculous comeback and pushed it to game number 3. It will be channeled this time around by Fennel. Let's see if it's going to be the case.
Yeah. See if it is going to be as successful or even more so than G2 Blacklists yesterday. But the fact of the matter is they're facing up against the best team right now in the season. So it's going to be a monumental task at hand here. But of course, their backs against the wall because it's already series point here for the side of Thundertalk Gaming, who look to make quick work again of Fennel. So let's take a look and see if they're going to be able to do so, or can Fennel extend to game number 3 here as we head into the Wild Rift here, GG.
The only good thing here about the Fennel right now is that they have a balanced composition for early game and late game. They have front to back team fighting potential as well. They have decent amount of crowd control present. They have an assassin with the Kha'Zix of Chaz. So Chazix is going to be here with us today, at least in this game. Thundertalk still has to be very, very respected, of course, with the composition that they have built for team fight and scaling. But that's the thing. The only early game champion that they actually have here is the Renekton. And if Fennel can shut this player down, Shin, then that can be a winning condition for them.
You have to take into consideration as well the mind games that gone into that drafting phase, right? Thundertalk for sure knew Kha'Zix is Chaz's one of his signature champs, if not his signature champ, right? Them leaving it wide open after that drafting phase is like an open challenge. Pick the Kha'Zix, we dare you to. And this might be a trap that Fennel might have fallen into here, especially with the Orianna. I mean, if you think about it, if Kha'Zix jump in with an Orianna that's got an ult, Kha'Zix can't really escape because she activates the ult. There's nowhere to run here. Now, bottom side, Arisen with the knockup.
Yeah, great knockup, to be honest. Followed up by some damage here by Danny. SMY's jumped down to half, but Soil is still able to answer back. Top lane, Spells might actually get a great position here against Shin, but still has to be very careful, of course, with a stun. Slice and Die is going to be used, forcing out the flash by Spells. That's again a massive win already in the top lane. Soil taking too much damage here in the bottom lane. Had to really just disengage. Windseeker nearly catches him out, but still a win in top lane for Thundertalk, but a loss in the bottom lane.
Actually, no one going down either way, so at the end of the day, nothing too punishing on either side of these teams. But this time, Fennel actually in a pretty decent start here, all things considered. Nobody going down yet is, of course, a really good sign here in the early game. And as far as early game goes, this Orianna is going to be a little bit of a question of, is he going to be staying a lot more towards this lane? I mean, Orianna deals actually a pretty good amount of pre-level 5 damage because of the passive on her auto attack, so can actually opt for a little bit of rotation around the map. But it seems like Z's gonna be just looming around the mid lane for now. Essentially just wait for the first big objectives to spawn up in just a bit now. X-Bai not really looking for any ganks either, So it seems like our solo laners are gonna be in a quiet. Oh, hold that. Seems like Xby looking to set something up against Spelts here on the top side. Does have a ton of vision towards this red buff, so can potentially look for something here against this Camille.
I mean, Xby getting 2 scuttle grabs is actually a great advantage already for Thunder Talk. Denied some XP here towards Chaz, and now is in great position for the gank in the top lane. Shin took a tower damage, so that can be concerning. Xby gonna be committing here, at least in an attempt to shove the wave in and deny so much golden XP from this Camille. And Shin gonna be having a great advantage here in the top lane. Unless Chaz is gonna be able to pick the slack up. Goes in B, gets some damage in. That's the dominance gonna be used, forcing Chaz to just walk away and jump away as well. Spells committing onto the wave just to get this XP, but Z is already here as well. Helios gonna be sucking the HP out here from Shin, but in the bottom lane, Cass gonna be used. Good dodge coming in from Danny as a right and goes in with a knock up here. Great damage coming in. Call to 4 charge gonna be used for the layering of CC, and that's gonna be first blood here by Danny. Can they actually get the second one? Soil is still putting up a good fight. Goes with the breath, goes with the brettle. Good flash coming in by Soil, but still is alive. Still kiting a Ryzen out.
That's the first blood of the game here, going to the bottom side of Fennel. And Thunder Talk, they set up a play down on the top side, anticipating that Chaz was going to go for the fight. But let's take a look at that one more time. Nice little counter flash there from Danny, denying the cast for the knockback. Meant that Smai really had no recourse after that. Soil tried to go for the outplay, but this time it's just defensive maneuvers as Arisen. They flash at the same time, actually. So that's going to be Fennel this time. First blood, the first time that they picked it up in this series here. And that could certainly mean good things here for Fennel if they manage to keep this lead. Sorry.
I mean, it's a great redemption, especially in the bottom lane. Them being very proactive, them starting a fight, and them denying counter engages coming in from SMY, especially with that dodge by Danny on the cast a while ago. I think that was the winning condition that they had in the position to actually turn onto Thunder Talk. Now, Ryzen's just a little bit here in the bottom lane, setting up vision here for Helios so that he will be fine from the rotation of Xby. Again, that's just the prowess right now that Fennel is demonstrating here in this game. Xby is in the top lane, but Spells, I think, is still ready for any sort of dive.
Is the Camille source. Got lots of mobility after all with the hook shot. This is a trade of objective. Fennel starting up the
Dominus.
Dragon, and Dominus activated by Jin.
Yeah, Cass gonna be used. Call it to Force God. Still gonna cast it onto the turret neck and might be in a lot of trouble. The kill is gonna go towards Danny. And that's amazing right now. Killer Instinct onto the backline. So he's gonna be in a lot of trouble this time. But a second kill by this Kaisa. And again, we talked about the Kaisa here. G2 Blacklist had a win on this. And so far, Fennel's having a bit of a good time here in the fight. Spells getting ganked. Exit ultimatum gonna be used to at least dodge the shockwave. And that's gonna be it. Great escape. But the tower still gonna be taken down here by Thunder Talk.
Let's take a look at that one more time. How did Fennel win that fight? It is a 4v3 after all, but Chaz just setting up Danny there and ignoring the dragon meant that they could turn on the players of Thunder Talk there. And Smai just couldn't bail anyone out with the explosive cast. So really good job of Fennel there, investing majority of their resources on that one singular objective. And I think that is the playstyle that Fennel is going for this time. Invest everything that they have at one specific goal at one time. And they could perhaps take us into game number 3 here, which is surprisingly looking like a possibility here. I mean, I know it's too early to call, but Fennel, this is the best position they've found themselves in the whole series.
That's true. I mean, them getting the dragon as well, despite them being down a little bit in gold, it's still a great position for scaling. And that's the main important thing that they need to focus on right now, scaling. Because there's a lot on the side of Thunder Talk, and that's when they can actually strike, when the power spikes actually come in for both Z and Soil. Now they group up in the bottom lane in an attempt to secure this tower. And I believe this is just going to be allowed by Fennel. There's no reason to stay there. There is an RH Hexakill Ultimatum onto the top side. That was Shin is popping out to Dominus. Donnie's gonna be here. That's when throw out the Icathian Drain. Are they gonna be committing onto this? Is the question. The Killer Instinct onto the back. No! Now the damage! It's just a pure from the Renekton and a counter damage by Shin, and they take the Kaisa down. Great punish by Thunder Talk, but questionable engage by Fennel.
Yeah, Danny biting off way more than he can chew there. And a beautiful punish from Shin there. Almost serving himself in the platter, but here comes the call of the Portugal.
They commit onto Z. Can they actually secure the kill? Helios will do so. As Horizon backs off, Xby a little bit late into the fight, but Soil is still gonna be able to trade up the kill there onto the Kha'Zix. 1-for-1 at the very least, plus the kill that ThunderTalk had in the top lane is actually making them have a better position right now with a 4,000 gold lead as Fennel looks to push here into the mid lane, but you need to be very careful because the Aatrox is gonna be here. XY chasing down Danny, still landing the stun, landing the knock-up and the slow, the kill by Soil! As Shin goes into the back line, and Fennel now being too overzealous, and they got caught so many times already, and ThunderTalk is loving every bit of punish that they give onto them.
I think that might have been it. I think that might have been the lead gone here for Fennel. Once Danny went for the overextend twice here, it's just the lead completely gone there. You can see the momentum is absolutely destroyed here by Fennel because they can't extend anywhere anymore, and they're the ones suddenly playing from the back foot. Look at the gold lead. Immediately a 4,000 swing in favor of ThunderTalk.
It's as if we haven't seen any great fights and pick-offs happen and done by Fennel. Everything was denied, and ThunderTalk right now is in full control of this game.
Yeah, it's just turned around immediately off of just that one mistake, and that is what makes ThunderTalk one of the best teams right now, is that they're so good at capitalizing on mistakes.
Yeah, Call of Support Squad gonna be used. Danny's gonna be here as well to pick up the kill. At least that's one way to address the problem of Danny a while ago and give him the kill, inject him with gold. But the tower's still gonna be pushed up here into the mid lane. ThunderTalk answering back every single way they can. SMY gonna be targeted here by Helios. Shabby, still is okay. It has to be very careful here, especially with the knock-up here off the Aatrox. Danny catching SMY, but still is able to tank in so much. As this is a tank support Gragas, and Fennel will be forced back a little bit here. Needs to be very careful of any engage from ThunderTalk.
Absolutely. Oh, this aggression from Fennel is absolutely threading the line between too little and too much, but you gotta risk it if you want to take the biscuit, and that's what Fennel is absolutely doing right now. They minimize the bleeding for now. Gold lead shrinking by the second. It's down to around 3,000 in favor of ThunderTalk still, but Fennel at least able to find the trades that they weren't able to do so last game. But the Dragon is already spawning up, and ThunderTalk already starting it up. Is there gonna be a response here from Fennel?
I mean, this is where we saw the position of G2 Blacklist yesterday against FBX, right? It's just one objective, the Elder Dragon secured vent there by them through Ime, through the Baron laner, allowed them to come back in that game. And it can be same here for Fennel. So far, the Soldier's been denied with ThunderTalk securing the Infernal Dragon. Still, great discipline coming in from both teams. Despite the early mishap there for Fennel, they're still able to scale up. This is a scaling composition that they have. The Vladimir, the Kaisa, even the Camille need so much resources in order to impact the game.
They're funneling everything into Danny for the moment, which is a pretty good idea. But that puts even more pressure on Danny, right? And we've seen him sort of falter under the pressure earlier. So it is going to be a big question of, can Danny stay consistent? Can Danny perform under that sort of load? Is something that we'll find out later on once the game progresses. But the fact of the matter is, despite the fact that Fennel have more kills on the board, there's still more objectives for ThunderTalk. They've taken a lot more in terms of both towers and dragons, and now they're taking more map control, and Arisen can't even establish vision in their own red buff.
Yep, ThunderTalk taking full control of the jungle side now with Chaz, and unable to get his own resources. Now they turn off the Shin. Might be a great idea here, unless it's gonna be a counterplay, but Chaz still able to stay alive. It's great for Fennel, but they invested so much just to kill the Renekton there.
At least they do get one of those stragglers, and over it is going to be Shin punished for it. 1-3-0 on the board, not having the best game, but still, in terms of eco, it's not the worst for ThunderTalk. They still have a lot more map control, still a lot of items in their bag, and Fennel have to find that more and more here. They want to really have a solid sort of ground here in this game, but ThunderTalk, they're really denying this Baron vision. So Fennel have to respond to this in kind. They have to try and find a little bit more river control here. And look at this! Thunder Talk players are still leading the gold graph here.
I mean,
Xiao, X by Soil Z at the top of the kill of the gold board here.
I mean, Dan is not really getting that much behind. I think that's a good sign. Only 400, 500 gold lead by Soil against him, and not over 1,000 gold lead by the top gold earner here of Thunder Talk. So that's something that we have to consider here. It's not one-sided beatdown. 12 minutes, 13 minutes into the game, they're only down by 3,000. By the minute goes, it's not really that much in terms of impact anymore, but at least a cast is denied here in exchange for a flash by Ryzen. That's a key ultimate no longer available here on Thunder Talk side. Fennel focusing on the defenses here, just clearing up the minions, making sure they don't lose any more towers, because that's going to be fully utilized later on by Thunder Talk to secure more of those dragons.
Yeah, the one good thing that Fennel has going for themselves is they have a lot of wave clear going for themselves, even without the Vladimir in their rank. So it's pretty good here. They could buy time for themselves. They could weather out the storm that is Thunder Talk right now. They're keeping the gold lead at a minimum of 3,000, but Thunder Talk, they still have more in the way of vision. Every time Fennel try to re-establish their own vision, Smai just resets and goes back into their jungle and sets up the wards for the Thunder Talk squad. And a big part of this is because Thunder Talk has consistently been shoving the lane down in that Baron lane, that Fennel are forced to respond every single time. That's a really good thing for them, considering they're not the ones with a Camille on their roster. They're the ones with a Renekton that's pushing this time on the bottom side. They're delegating their players in certain parts of the map and making the most out of it. And sometimes it leaves Jin a little bit more vulnerable, which leads him to punishment. But Thunder Talk are fine with giving Jin as sort of the sacrificial lamb, because they could.
Oh, SMY! Great cast coming into the body, stab into the shockwave, and that Fennel is gonna get wiped out here in this case. Even Danny has no way to escape, and Thunder Talk suddenly had the perfect angle to annihilate the members of Fennel. Healer's going to develop to in an attempt to be able to be safe, but it's not gonna be allowed at all by Thunder Talk. The laser's gonna come through, the kill is gonna come through there from X-By. Towers falling down suddenly. After a silent 5 minutes, Thunder Talk again with the loud noises here as they now take the Baron.
They strike, and they strike with absolute precision here, with a beautiful setup on the explosive cast, getting key players here from the side of Fennel. They take the Baron immediately. Let's take a look at that one more time. Just one ability here, GG. Boom. Gets to isolations, double body slam into the shockwave,
and they're not done. Killer instinct this time around by Danny to try and pick up a kill here onto the Ornn at least. X-By gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around. Still able to land the damage here onto Horizon on the Ornn. Support battle or support trades here and there. X-By just trailing Danny, just playing fun with him right now, forcing him to just disengage. Yes, we see a sign of life on the side of Fennel, but still all on darkness with the shadows being shown here by Thunder Talk.
Just immediately take over. 8,000 gold lead after that Baron fight. And now they're pushing on, marching on the base of Fennel. It's it's a disaster here for Fennel after playing so well the past 15 minutes of the game. It's suddenly turned in onto their head. And that's the thing against Thunder Talk. Playing safe, it's not enough. You have to anticipate and become proactive. Here comes the World Ender.
Shockwave gonna be dodged at the very least. X-By taking a bit of damage here. Danny, though, is gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's gonna get taken down here. Execo gonna be here onto the Oriana Soil, but actually be in a lot of trouble this time around. But the Kha'Zix is not yet dealing the damage that he is supposed to do. Trying to put it here onto Soil, being chased by the Call of the Board God, but it's being turned! And the Renekton will take him down. Fennel unsuccessful with the dive, with the turn, and Thunder Talk will just open up the base. They have their fun already. Fennel is having too much as well. Too much pressure on the line. SMY with another cast, and it's just a beautiful follow-up coming in from Thunder Talk at this point. 11,000 gold lead. 2 inhibitor towers taken. And the Shockwave gonna be onto Spout. The follow-up as well by Soy, nearly taking him down. They can just turn onto the Nexus at this point. Shen flashing in even just to have that difference of a skill. And Thunder Talk with again another one-sided beatdown onto Fennel, and will 2-0 the series.
Their streak will not end tonight as they take down another team. and they continue on with their dominance. Thunder Talk with another 2-0 series, this time Fennel being at the mercy of the top seed right now of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. What a performance again from them. After what seemed like a close game, they were just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and when they did, it was absolute domination here for Thunder Talk. I mean, it was just so good to witness.
I mean, it was a great performance coming in from Fennel still. I think he actually had a great entry. They had secured the first blood through Danny, gave him a lot of kills as well. But just through one setup, man. That's how dangerous, that's how deadly Thunder Talk can actually be. And that was perfectly, demonstrated by them in multiple times in all through the fights, especially in the mid to late game.
And it's so hard to anticipate a play like that as well, because at any given moment, any one of the players from Thunder Talk can pop off like that, right? I mean, this time it was just a picture perfect cask that made it happen for them. But anyone can pop off from this roster of the current iteration here of Thunder Talk Gaming. And take a look here at a closer look at the numbers. And it seems like fairly distributed across the board, with Z dealing the most damage here for Thunder Talk. But I think this is attributed to the fact that up to a certain point the game was relatively even, but then we got the team fights going, and then the shockwaves coming up absolutely huge here for Thunder Talk on top of the setups. And I wonder who the MVP is going to be. Could be X-Buy here on Aatrox. It could also be, of course,
can be SMY as well on the setups. His cask a while ago, especially in the mid lane, was picture perfect. Into the body slam, into the shockwave, and then suddenly everyone on the side of Fennel fell down because they were just chasing them out. And Thunder Talk, again, it will take so much for a team to defeat them and give them a hard time. Even just securing a game win in a series is so difficult, especially because of this guy, SMY. The guy that set it all up with the cask isolation into the body slam, into the shockwave of Z, making it all happen for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful here for Thunder Talk. And SMY, well deserved after just one play, gets the MVP off this game. And I have to admit here, GG, it looked a little bit touch and go for a second there. It seems like Fennel had a chance for a second because they were covering their corners. They were making minimal mistakes after that fumble from Danny. But then it goes to show that playing safe just wasn't enough. Just keeping it even, buying time, just isn't enough here against Thunder Talk. You have to have something in the bag planned here. And it just felt like Thunder Talk pulled it out first compared to Fennel. But that is just the second series of the day concluded. We still have one more when we get back after this break. Again, my name is Ed. I'm here with Jiang. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KBG showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KBG's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Roster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是曼曼。首先让我们恭喜 Thunder Talk Gaming 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了中路的周选手，那先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 ET 的中单选手 J。
OK， 第一个问题想问到的就是，你们当时第一把选择的是红色方嘛？但其实现在可能更多的队伍会倾向于选择蓝色方，并且你上次采访的时候也说到，觉得红色方要承担更多的打野的班位，为什么今天还会选择红色方呢？
因为红色方比较好做 BP 一点。
Okay, so the first question is why you choose red side in game 1, especially other teams still prefer blue side, and the last time you said red side need to take more responsibility on jungles, and his answer is I think when we are in red side it's more comfortable to do some BP. 那么第二个问题想问到的就是当时其实对面前3手都出的是肉一点的英雄，但是你还是选择了阿卡丽，是足够自信吗还是怎么样？
因为是我比较自信的英雄嘛，所以当时看他们也没选也没办，那就直接掏了。
Okay, so the second question is facing them first, like they released Akarli and they choose like 3 tank, and why you still choose Akarli? And his answer is I think I'm really confident in it and they release it, so I choose it. 那么最后一个问题想问到就是你们目前已经7连胜了嘛，也是没有丢过一个小局，想问一下在之后的比赛当中可能觉得会稍微有压力的是哪一队呢
？TE 吧。
为什么呢？
因为现在 TE 的整体状态都挺好的，然后就是一路看起来就他们比赛的状态是最好的。
确实我感觉他们跟你们可能是5-5开的一个状态，也是非常期待你们之后的表现的。So the last question is you have won 7 matchups consistently and you are in invincible status right now. So which team will press you in the future? And his answer is maybe TE because they're in a really nice status and they're really powerful and strong. 那么今天的赛后采访就到这里结束了，感谢这周选手接受本次的采访，谢谢。那接下来让我们进入一段即时花絮。
Are you ready?
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here? He gets seen by the turrets. What he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Rolls Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT Rolls Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, Face Seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Rolster Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Great clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Interceptor comes in! Chao with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chao body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Rolster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch, takes his at his bot, but KT Rolster Y secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giyang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
Alright, so we're down to our last series of the day. It's gonna be between JDG and Keep Best Gaming in a best of 3, of course. We are your casters, Gyeong and Tatum, and we're very excited for the series to start because both of these teams really are just trying to have a good position right now in this tournament. So far, JDG has been getting some wins in their name. KBG is still a long way to go though, especially with their performance before in Season 1, so they have to pick up the pace.
Yeah, but if you take a look at the statistics here at the recent history or in this season's performance, these two teams are technically not too far off of each other, right? If you take a look at the standings, they are actually almost right next to each other, with JD Gaming going 3 wins to 4 losses here. And on the other side, Keep Best Gaming 3 wins, 3 losses. So at the end of the day, not too far off from each other, and both teams having a mixed bag of results. JDG quite recently lost a series against EDG, but it was a very close series going up to the 3rd game, and even then each game was still really close, with EDG having to make a comeback after a huge JDG lead in that 2nd game. So I would argue that this is still anyone's game here, GG.
Yeah, I mean, JDG won against some teams. J-Team in a great fashion. They had the reverse sweep against them. They won against KTROSRY and won against Weibo Gaming in a reverse sweep as well. But for KBG, it's a little bit challenging because the only CN Confidence team that they have won so far is against Nova Esports. Though that may be amazing, but that's the only win they had against a CN Confidence team, and it was during day number 1. The other 2 teams that they have went through against is Team Flash in Invade Esports. Not really the top performing teams, even on APAC squad right now. So this is again going to be a bit of a challenge for them in their journey to redeeming themselves. We look at the head-to-head matchup and see that Once actually is ahead in terms of the stats against the Pawn, and that is because he is being able to just carry out the teams, especially with his, kill pressure as a jungler. He loves getting those damage champions in his name and just getting all the kills for JDG.
Yeah, I do have to say though, I love that the carries are turning up here in terms of the jungle side of things in Season 2, and I think it's about time that we see more and more of these carry junglers emerge here in our season. I absolutely love it here, especially in our week number 5 here. Another head-to-head is between Feibai and Anrang, Anran 9 rather, and it is of course pretty close in terms of the numbers. Very reflective of the state of these two teams right now, right? We talk about KBG and their stellar performance in that last season, and very much unable to find that same rhythm this season. And I think these two teams are in a pretty similar position where they're just keeping on trying to keep it together, trying to get to a higher spot. And this is another one of those classic moments where it could make or break them depending on how this series turns out.
Yeah, I mean, for Feibai has been notorious for being very, very aggressive into the mid lane, being able to outplay multiple times, and even having one of the best pentacles that we have seen, or the only pentacle that we have seen so far here in this tournament, and it was during the reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming. So definitely momentum is still on his side. Andran 9 is still yet to have a great redemption arc on his name, of course. Still okay on the stats, but we haven't seen him shine just yet, and that's a little alarming. One of the best games they had so far though is their match against Invade Esports, because it was the fastest game so far here of Season 2. 10 minutes and 51 seconds.
Wow.
Definitely a sprint. But it's against Invade Esports, not really the most good performing team right now here in this tournament, especially in APAC side. So against a really strong team, that's when they have to leave their mark.
Yeah, not just that, against CN conference teams, right? KBG seemingly have been struggling taking them down, and you did touch up upon it earlier that the other conference team that they fought and won against was Nova, and that was quite a long time ago, almost a month ago now, on our first day of our season here. And they haven't been able to repeat that success recently. They went up against FPX, and while it did go the distance, they still weren't able to secure the series. Some of the games even extending as far as the Elder Drake. And up against EDG, they just fumbled big time. They got 0-2'd, and a lot of the speculation is still going to be answered. But let's take a look at the host now to introduce
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是麦麦。今天的最后一场对决由京东 Gaming 对阵 KBS Gaming， 谁能够及时调整状态，发挥出全部的实力，拿下比赛的胜利，让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎京东 Gaming vs KBS Gaming。The last matchup of today was played by Jingdong Gaming against KBS Gaming, who can adjust the status in time and play their full strengths. Let's wait and see. Next, let's welcome Jingdong Gaming and KBS Gaming.
从今天开始，我们将一把不输。
等打完，我们从下场开始吧。
I'm just so excited to see what the performance of Betty is gonna go, especially after this trash talk session that they had, because JDG for the Dragon Laner, it has been very challenging at times. But for KBG, I think it's going to be a big responsibility this time around for Depan, especially for him as a jungler, to be able to have a good performance on carry champions, because that's his main weakness. Yes, he is good at enabling the team with the Shen, with the Shin Zhao before in Season 1, with other champions like the Vi to set plays up for KBS Gaming. But on carry champions like the Aatrox during their match against EDG,
In the
it's
solo
always
lane,
coming up
JDG,
short.
Lemon,
So that's
KBG,
one weakness
KG.
that JDG can actually exploit on them.
Especially with the emergence of carry junglers that we've been talking about earlier, right? The Aatrox, Kha'Zix, all been, even the Evelyn has all been taking over the meta so far, particularly here in our current season. And while there are some shining moments of success here from that with the Kha'Zix against their fight against Invade and on the Aatrox as well, it's one of those teams where you are kind of expected to win against, right? Especially coming into this season as one of the heavily favored teams from that last season. And it's definitely still something that they have to work out, and this kind of like a big proving ground for them if they can make it work against JDG.
All seriousness here on both sides for sure, as they're looking to again just have a better performance and standing this time around in the tournament, especially in the Sin Conference side, because there's only going to be 8 teams to qualify for the next part of this tournament after the regular season. And that means that at least 3 teams will be taken out. So far, JDG is one of those teams that are on the asterisk part. And this is going to be an important match for them for sure.
Absolutely. For both of these teams, right? You can even argue the KBG have that asterisk as well in some regards, right? Because it's to some, it's a mystery how they haven't been able to figure out a lot of their kinks this late into the season, right? I mean, it's not yet too deep, but it's also not yet early that the trends have already started emerging here for them, and it's quite curious that they haven't been able to find the similar level of success as they did in that last season. So this is definitely going to be a big matchup for both of these teams, and it's all going to start, of course, with the side selection game here. And of course, it's going to be a big determining factor as well for KBG if they get that blue side, because you did mention just how much they've been struggling on the jungle side of things in the carry side. So perhaps it's time for them to try and prioritize something of a different pace here, like the Shen, and perhaps we can find to see some new innovation from KBG here if they refuse to adjust to the meta.
I mean, both of these teams are very comfortable on blue side or red side, despite the losses they've had on both sides as well. I think JDG would focus on giving, of course, a great time for once to be able to carry into this game. Possibly a contestation on the Aatrox, unless KBG would be banning it out. We have seen the Ton pick up that champion as well during their match against EDG, but didn't really have any sort of impact. Used it twice as well in that series, so that's again going to be something that JDG is going to be looking into getting. In case that KBG gets the Aatrox, they can just go with the Kha'Zix or even the Lee Sin. 0711 made it work during their match against KBG last Saturday as well. And again, we talk about a lot in the jungle because that's one of the weaknesses right now that KBG actually has. Andra9 remains to adjust accordingly. Xiaoma as well. KG has been stable. Yuyu as well has been very efficient as a support. But before we go into the actual game, we'll just dive into the side selection match. Of course, whoever wins this gets to decide whether you're going to go on blue side or red side. Xiaoma right now is taking too much damage, but will not be taken out just yet.
Yeah, nobody going down yet for the moment. And again, another engagement coming through here. That's going to be JDG capitalizing off of it for now.
Very nearly get caught. Yuyu able to still survive despite getting, taking too much damage right there. KG actually goes in there and will secure a kill. Xiaoma as well. And Andra9 picking up a kill each. This time, Max actually having a great face breaker there onto multiple members here of Kipes Gaming. But again, Xiaoma is very irritating here, just landing so much crowd control onto JDG. But in terms of damage, KBG doesn't really have that much, a lot, except for the Kai'Sa, maybe the Fiddlesticks and the Zed. But I do love the double support that they actually have. I believe this is a first that we're seeing now.
Super tanky. A front line here as another setup breaks through here, GG.
Yeah, Deathmark onto once will not get the pop onto the Jhin, and here comes the curtain call by once. getting the damage done. Showstopper gonna be used by Max as well into the Haymaker just to take the Fiddlesticks down. And Max as well just gonna be continuing with the damage. Good call force got there by Yu, but unable to get a kill onto Lemon as well. Andran not yet having the damage, but KG is there to pick up the slack, at least for the team. They charge. Chama leading with the flash as well. KG getting the damage here onto Lemon, will be picking up the kill as well as Chama helping out Andran 9. Get the kill onto the Zoids. They now turn. Great headbutt there to allow Andran to get the triple kill.
Yeah, JDG has been struggling to stay alive long enough in these team fights because they have 3 ranged champions in their roster, but now they're getting dove by KBG because of that.
Yeah, Facebreaker into the Haymaker. Shauma, yeah, he was able to tank many damage, but unable to translate it into many setups here by KBG. This time, it's JDG getting engaged by the Tom, but the damage actually isn't there just yet with the Fiddlesticks, and they got punished heavily for it instead. KG trying to at least get one more, unable to do it as well. This will allow JDG to maybe chip in the damage here into the tower, potentially even taking it down. They do, with the help of the Wukong of Lemon. But now they're in a bad position. Andra 9 recently got his items, and it will be leading the damage charts here right now with a second kill in his name just after going from the base.
Yeah, just not enough damage there from that yet on the Crow Storm. Items not there yet for KBG. Actually, Shoma going in, but it's a bit of a lost cause there as he just goes in for the reset instead. So it is going to be KBG taking a step back for now as their main initiator is somewhat down for the moment. But here comes Showstopper.
Showstopper into the face breaker. Deathmark going to be used as a response, but still unable to get the kill onto Max. The damage just more pure on the set this time around for JDG as Lemon continues on the assault. The Thon won't be taken out. Still is fine here. They're just going to be waiting for Andra 9, but they need to be very careful, of course, especially for Yu. Still has the breath, of course, to stay alive, deny the CC coming in. TP Trouble Bubble. Lemon will follow up and pick up the kill onto the Fiddlesticks and transfer his might onto Yu. Still is going to be able to stay alive as Shama is still here in the front line, denying any sort of follow-up coming in from the back line here of JDG. And they remain vigilant still, defending their tower. Shama gonna go in with the flash pulverize, will be followed up by KG as well to pick up the kill on the set. JDG overextended a little bit there.
Yeah, haven't been able to find a lot of avenue here on the death marks. KG has to work double time here to find some impact, but now Spy by going down. Barry looking for some sleepy trouble bubbles, but these brushes has been really a nightmare for JDG to get past. Shauma looking to find something with the Hex Flash. Lemon is up close. Snowball doesn't connect, but he's going in.
Oh, Crow Storm! Into the layering of CC, especially with the Call of the Forge God, but good use of the Showstopper by Max. Actually denied some of the engage coming in here from KBG, and they go for the punish. KG is gonna be last. Yu still able to escape at the very least here for KBG, but yeah, it's a great counter engage that they actually have, especially with the Showstopper here off the set. And Max has been able to maximize the potential here of this champion. They should be able to get this tower into the lane, but good engage. No follow-up.
What?
Another great engage by Shamba, but the follow-up isn't actually there. Andra 9 keeps on getting CC chained here and finally will get taken down. The Thon is going to be here to follow up, but again, it's a little bit late. Final Max falls down. KG picks up the kill, but JDG having the net positive in all of these exchanges so far.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Andran, just unable to deal the damage after so many good knockups coming through from Yu and Shauma. But KBG, of course, not yet to the end of the day. It's still recoverable for them. But as you mentioned, JDG have the lump sum of the net earnings here. 4,000 gold lead for them. Not something that we see a lot of at these decider games. But here comes again Shauma, another setup coming in.
Yeah, Zoe's gonna get taken down. Feibai might actually be next with the death mark, of course, and they will pick up the kill. Now, 3 members left here on the side of JDG. Lemon still able to fall back. KBG grouping up as 5, and now is becoming a bit of a problem here for JDG, especially the front lines. Alistar and the Ornn are just too damn tanky. They actually don't have that much in order to shred down these tanks. And now they turn, they dive under the tower. It's not going to be scaring at all here for KBG. They take the tower down as well. Arrow a little bit late, but still, Barry's going to be following up with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the Paddle Star as well to work around. A little bit late there on the Pulverize and Flash. Unable to get knocked up onto anyone. JDG now on the assault.
Yeah, that's the problem with JDG's comp. They don't really have anything, as you mentioned, to shut down these tanks. I mean, Lemon is the only one designed to chip away at the tanks once he gets that Divine Sunder. But the thing is, Lemon's got another job, and that's to prepare that fight and become their front line. But now KBG jumping in.
Andran, free hitting, getting a triple kill. He has been getting so many kills right now here in this fight for side match. And then getting turned this time, but Killer Instinct onto the backline. That's actually really great, but still unable to get the kill. At least there is one in exchange for two happening here for KBG, but Lemon actually stalling for so long, able to still get the kill onto KG. The sustain is real, but still, it's going to be falling down. Great job by JDG. I think that's going to be enough for them to prevent KBG from accessing their tower.
Oh,
Barry with the Paddle Star really hurts. Arrow as well going to be incoming, landing onto the Thon. You're just gonna be soaking the damage here of the curtain call. It's gonna be fine as well. Barry just reaching to the Thon, but unable to land anything onto him. Getting punished for a little bit. Cham is gonna be there to tank everything up. Crow Storm onto 3 into the CC chain, but still, it's just gonna be one kill secured here by KBG. Great call of the Force God is gonna help out on the Fiddlesticks of the Thon to pick up the second kill under his name. KBG just answering back as well. Max going in. Just the haymaker right there, unable to land any damage actually there onto Andro 9, and he will be fine. Finally, KBG will be able to unlock this tower in the lane, and they turn as well onto Lemon, but the Cyclone is actually preventing some of the follow-ups there of the other members here of KBG. Great outplay as well onto the Alistar's. Lemon continues to defend the space. And again, to everyone that is just tuning in on this match right now, this is the fight for side, or the side selection match, so whoever wins there in this game will get to decide which side they start, whether on blue side or red side in game number 1.
Yeah, and KBG has just been brute forcing majority of this game, right? They're making the most out of essentially a double tank composition, and now the amount of poke that JDG has had, that was a big advantage for that Crow Storm.
Great damage, layering of CC as well, but great actually follow-up defensiveness here on the side of Max. But the follow-up of Andran is much better. And it gets a triple kill as well along the way. KBG might have just found the best possible team fight here in this game right now. But once Lemon is still alive, they can still turn. Just both of them have their ultis available. Lemon can actually go in if they will. Death Mark gonna be used onto him though, and will deny any possible follow-up from JDG. They are a little bit scattered in that instance. They're posing, they're threatening for the game end already. KBG focus on the Nexus. Dealing the damage, 2,000 left, but I believe they will be stopped here. Shama, despite the unbreakable will still be broken in moments time, and JDG buy themselves some time.
Yeah, a little bit of time as their Nexus down to around 1600 HP here, but big task at hand here for JDG is to get through that beefy front line that KBG has here. It's a 2v3 for now. We've seen this earlier before, not really working out, but the difference now is that Andran has got a couple of items working for him. So you can just look for a setup for at least showstopper used.
And to Andran, forced out the QSS at least to be able to stay alive, but is able to answer back with a kill onto Max. Now it's being able to free it for days. Killer Instinct onto Feebai as well will be gifting him another kill as it goes to Envy. Finally, Battlestar hits him. Barry, very good on the protection right there. You a little bit overextended, will be fine despite the snare coming in here of once. KBG, the +4, able to take 2. Actually is in a great position to push.
Oh, Snowball connects as well. That's Lemon up front, and what a snapback.
Oh, once. Still it's fine. They will be just trying to clear up the wave this time around. Curtain Call gonna be used on the wave as well to just make sure that KBG doesn't touch their Nexus.
Oh, nice little sidestep there from KG. As KBG look to re-engage again.
Great charge. Showstopper though. Max is looking for the Thon, or maybe Andra 9, but it doesn't find Andra 9, so it turns to the Thon instead. Now, one member down. UU is out. JDG pushing. But the Thon hasn't used the Crow Storm just yet. He can actually hide in a brush and position for it as well.
Here comes Andra 9 finally, so the damage is going to be there for KBG. But JDG have so much to go through. Here comes another Sleepy Trouble, and they hit the key target. So the execute gonna be there. That's KG is half HP, but JDG looking to assault KBG. They're hoping to turn the tide around this time, but it is really hard because they have to get through the Alistar first and then the Ornn, and it's just too much damage that they don't have a lot of.
Yes, there's so much AoE on the side of KBG that actually is making this game work for themselves. Shama getting kited, getting dodged. Is now Call Force Guard gonna be used. Max is gonna be the trade-off here for the team, at least here for JDG. KBG is gonna be happy with that because they have, but still one more front line to lead the charge. Shama going in. But it is Andranai going in here with the Killer Instinct. Backline breach, but not really too much threatened right now. It's barely in favor, still able to kite out. Finally, the Core Storm is gonna be used, and Thon will be picking up the kill onto the Ash. Andran as well, getting one. And it's only Barry remaining alive. They have a waving coming as well, and that might just be it. KBG getting the ace and getting a side selection priority.
There you go. KBG and be able to pick up their side at this time. And at the end of the day, I think that was just a big difference in comp there that netted them off that win. JDG's comp was pivoted more towards that poke, and KBG was more of the all-in type of play style. And the tankiness of their comp just was too much for the poke to deal with. So naturally, they won the game there. And of course, nets them off that advantage going into the first game here of the drafting phase. And this is where we find out if KBG have cooked up something new here for us, or if they have finally sorted out the struggles that they've faced throughout the season. Are we going to be seeing a carry jungler this time for KBG? Going to try and force that, or are they going to go for more of their comforts here, is what we're about to see.
I mean, during day number 1, we saw the Thon pull up a great performance on the Shen with a Camille of KG, and then a Hecarim, the APO of the Hecarim during day number 1 by the Thon as well. That was a great carry performance coming from him. But it's on the Hecarim. We see that Hecarim is actually pretty much banned almost every single game, though recently we have seen it open up. But JDG will not hesitate picking that champion up if it gets open here by KBG, especially if they are on blue side. But KBG actually deciding to be on blue side as we just got the news on the side selection. So first pick priority is going to be advantageous for KBG.
So again, it's the questions yet to be answered here as we head into the draft. Guys, we're just setting up the draft room for you guys as the players are just getting ready for our final and third series of the day. Again, a big trendsetter, a big match here between these two teams. And I'm yet to see KBG at the same form that they were at last season. I'm hoping that they could get back to it, but at the same time, I'm also hoping that JDG can find that success for themselves. And I think here we go. Starting up soon, the coaches starting to create those strategies for their teams. It's first bands coming in. It's KBG on the blue side, JDG on the red. Shen, Hecarim. No Hecarim this time gonna be pulled up on the first game.
What will be the focus here of KBG is the biggest question we actually have here right now, David. Because again, this is a team that is so far struggling, and I can't even believe that I'm saying this, but KBG, the champions in Season 1, back-to-back champions in Huya the Legend Cup as well, prior to the Wild Rift League Asia, is now struggling to adjust, especially with their weak spot being exploited right now. We see the ban on the Lee Sin might actually signal that KBG is interested in picking up the Aatrox here for the Thon as well on his pursuit to redeem his performance during their match last time.
They'll be holding off for a bit for now. Gragas is going to be their first pick of choice, which is of course a very good idea here anyway. Which leaves a couple of options available here for JDG. They could pick up that Aatrox for themselves. Vladimir is available as well. They want to go for that scaling option on the middle side. But I do have to say, the Vladimirs that we've seen of late hasn't really been taking over the games as we've expected as well. Right? I mean, and it's kind of seen a little bit of a drop of priority ever since. But I'm not sure if it is going to affect this drafting here. Galio getting locked up pretty early on here for JDG. Camille is available, as you mentioned. And this is the first time we're going to be seeing a couple pick here that is going to be that duo. So, of course, JDG playing towards that team fighting prowess.
This is actually pretty amazing drafting coming from JDG, at least as a start. because this will signal massive pressure towards the backline. Just one combination of these two champions can threaten so much.
There you go.
The taunt going in with the Kazakhs is actually a premonition already, with the Lee Sin ban as well, because it is the usual matchup against the Kazakhs as well. And I think this is one of his better junglers. He is very stable with this, even back in Season 1. Fiora as well is just so notorious on KG, and it was actually the champion he used as well before that allowed KBG to win miraculously against Thundertalk.
It is also the same champ that KBG used, or that Titan used against Invade, a series that they won 2-0. It went Kazakhs and then Aatrox in that series, so has found some success with it of recent. Unfortunately, didn't find the same success against EDG, so hoping to, of course, make a difference here against JDG. As the final ban is coming out now, Jace, Ziggs, Kassadin locked on out. Kali being banned away means that KBG have a bit of a thinker as to what they're going to pick here. We haven't seen a lot of Corkies as of late, so perhaps that is their option here. Aatrox banned on out as well. And no ADCs yet on either side, so Xayah going to be the top priority here. Perhaps Kai'Sa as well, just to keep up with that aggression that either side can pull up here. Ziggs, not an option anymore. JDG themselves banned it away. Lucian, Ezreal both up to complement that Vladimir comp, and it seems like they want to go for the Lucian instead here for JDG.
Possibly Shama's going to be picking up the Zeri here so that he can just, safely pre-hit from the backside. Safely scale up as well. They pick up the Jax. Is this going to be for Andran in the mid lane? I can still remember the time that he used Jax into the mid lane. It wasn't the best, but it was stable.
Corki as well.
Alright, you ask and they
should deliver. Yeah, exactly. The last pick here, Wukong. This is going to be a new one here. It has been a while since we've seen a Wukong, so it's going to be interesting to witness here. And the more you think about it, it plays really well with the Galio comp, right? You got two options for your engage. You got the Camille hook shot, and then you got the Wukong as well. Exactly. First time we're going to be seeing Wukong in a hot minute here. And if you think about it, the Galio priority now makes sense, right? If they've always been planning this Wukong pick, you got liberty of options, or a couple of options as to how you're going to engage with the Galio, now that you've got the Wukong. And it complements the Vladimir as well, so really ingenious drafting here for the side of JDG. Let's see if KBG actually expected this. I don't think so, because they didn't ban it away.
Fiora on Andra 9 as well is going to be quite interesting for me, as well as, well, it's been a long time since we've last seen Fiora being used a lot into the mid lane, but if there's a player that will be able to fully utilize it, it's gonna be Andran, one of the best, not the best mid laner in the world. Especially the CN conference side of Keep Best Gaming. Let's see what's gonna happen here in this game number 1. Of course, this is just the first game in this best of 3 series. It's about to go down.
Yeah, I think it's going to go the distance here, GG. I hope it does, because it is last season's champs going up against one of the promising candidates here, the up-and-comers, JDG, in the CN conference team. Both teams have a lot to prove with this series, so everything, or a lot of stakes, big stakes on the line here for both squads. And it is a pretty interesting setup for JDG. We're going to see a Wukong for the first time here today. For the first time in a while in the season.
Especially Andran on Fiora as well. I mean, this is one way that they can actually address the Vladimir, right? Just focus on bullying him in the early game, though he has to be very careful, of course, of the gank of the Wukong. You mentioned that it is the first, and yes, it is true. We haven't seen the Wukong in a while, primarily because Wukong is not really a total engager. It just is a supplementary engager.
Yeah.
And kind of lacks some damage as well. Sustain is good, but there are better options in the jungle. Primarily the Vi as a proper engage tool instead.
Yeah, typically Wukong's type of playstyle is more of the in and out in these team fights. And that's sort of kind of fallen out of fashion with most teams going in for an all-in type of playstyle anyway, right? So Wukong, not necessarily his type of characteristic there, but he can do that same thing. So especially when you complement it with an enabler like a Galio, for example, or perhaps even a Shen. And this case does have that Galio alongside him. So it makes a fair amount of sense here for JDG. And it does provide a lot of denial, right? Up against a Kha'Zix. This is one of the reasons as well why you pick up a Wukong, right? Once a Kha'Zix goes invis, tries to jump in for the fight, you activate the Cyclone and you immediately deny the Kha'Zix of everything. And it's always a nice to have here, especially when that team relies so much on that jungling potential.
And what I like about KBG right now here is that we picked up the Corki, because this is a champion that we really looked forward seeing, especially after the recent patch. Corki is actually really strong, but one of the reasons why we don't see it that much is because of its more magic damage rather than physical damage. That's why we do see more priority on Lucian, especially for early game compositions, because they really want to have that brute force of damage on AD more than AP, since we do see mages already into the mid lane. That's a great adjustment compared to last season. ADCs were back there and APCs were in the bottom lane. We see more action as well coming in towards the second season as well, which is just a nice touch.
Of course. Juan's actually making his way towards KG here, going for the early gank.
Oh! That's the ultimate gonna be used, but Juan does have the Cyclone. The Ton is gonna be here to actually assassinate Lemon. Might be in a lot of trouble. Bastion gonna be used, but still a deny! 1-for-1 trade, gonna be great here for KBG, but also for JDG.
Yeah, the Tan going down. But the first blood, I believe that was for the side of JDG, netting them off a few more gold in the bank here. Let's take a look at that one more time. It took a little bit of time before they could shut down KG here. And the counter-strike could not have been timed any better there, punishing Lemon big time. I mean, they did get another kill in the end there, but really, really well played there for the Jax here of KBG's side, the Baron laner. Actually buying enough time for his own survival. Going in for the reset now. It is still really early to say who has the definitive advantage for now. And as we said earlier, this could go the distance because these two teams, of course, have a lot to lose here in this series.
Absolutely. And it was great for KG as well, because there was a huge wave crashing onto this tower. And since he was able to stay alive, he was able to clear out the wave and be okay here. Top lane is still even because neither picked up a kill, just an assist to help out secure the kills by their jungler. Lemon getting threatened a little bit here by KG. Then trades are actually getting better here by KG by the minute. Still has to be very careful, of course, of any sort of engage. Aton gonna be lingering down here in the bottom side. River once will spot him out or will not. KG just says hi, bye.
Yeah, the Tan was like, "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there."
Privacy.
As decides to walk away now. Just a gentleman's agreement for now between these two junglers. They both understand that it isn't necessary to risk any fights at this stage of the game. It won't necessarily benefit either of them, and both of the ults being up mean that they could just both run away, so might as well not attempt the fight. As the Rift Herald and the Drake both spawning up after that, so both junglers actually wanting a piece of that Rift Herald pie. I think KBG should just prioritize the Drake, the Ocean Drake. But UU is trying to deter a little bit of aggression here at the Rift Herald, and now they're looking to turn here. The Tan is around the area.
I mean, this is a great chance for KBG, especially for the Tan to be able to land a good steal. I mean, this is a Kha'Zix. One's still going to be committing here. Great. Shield Drone going to be used by Max, trying this way the members here of KBG. Great Casto! And the Tan's going to be able to pick up the RH. Now, Bear's going to be forcing out Shama's flash. They're going to chase him out, but I think that's a great sacrifice already by Shama. Feibai can be targeted here, just forced to flash away. Shama looking to at least buy some time for the rest of KBG to reset and go to the dragon.
But what a beautiful cast there from Yu. I think that's single-handedly what netted them off the Rift Herald fight. The Tan essentially free reign off that Smite fight because of the perfectly timed Smite, or perfectly timed cast there from Yu, denying once up that space. And because of that, KBG able to secure the Rift Herald, and they could even start up this next Drake, which is massive here because they could deny JDG of so much if they do get this Drake.
They will try once. Getting zoned off a little bit here. They have spawned up the RH into the mid lane already, but not enough to take the tower down. And that, I think, is very important here for KBG to retain at least some control here in the mid lane. But the Dragon actually is not going to be prioritized this time around by JDG. That can actually allow KBG to set up in the bottom side river.
The Dragon not prioritized. Quite curiously enough here on either side. Once has the opportunity to start it up, but he knows that there's looming vision, and he knows that the Titan is just around the area, but they're both converging now. Dragon, okay.
Cass gonna force out once! It is down! Jungler out here for JDG is gonna be so great here for KBG right now. The Dawn gonna be starting up the Dragon. Max should be backing away, but he's just trying to protect Feibai here. Calling gonna be used by Very as well to try and damage some of the members here of KBG. But it's not gonna matter at all because the Dawn is going to be able to pick up this Dragon for KBG. Back-to-back objectives for this team.
Yeah, Yu has been setting up the Tan for success here in the early game. And we talk about the struggles of the Tan in these carry sort of junglers. And perhaps this is what he's been needing all this time, the support system of his team. And to me, it was a nice counter-engage coming through there from the JDG squad. But another beautiful explosive cast into the body slam. Make sure that there isn't any contest at all with once going down so quickly. And that's an Ocean Dragon secured this time. 2 objectives, 2 for 2 this time for the side of KBG in this early game. And so far, definitive lead that we've been looking for this time is going in the hands of KBG.
Those kinds of setups by Yu actually has a term by Autolus, and it's called the Yu Special. Whenever it's on the Gragas, we see the Yu Special. And it was made in that play in the top side river and on the bottom side river. And that allowed KBG to just get everything during this early game.
Yeah, exactly. Both objectives, couple of kills as well to answer for JDG's first 2. And now the Tan has spotted out Max. Are they going to commit? There is the cask available, but nope, not going for it as of yet. They just want to take this first. Yeah, exactly. I was about to point it out. 50 HP on this turret. And then after they get the turret, maybe they're going to turn for the kills. But, man, once has been taking a beating in these fights. He hasn't been able to find a lot here.
And this is one of the reasons why we don't see the movement that much. Feibai gonna be initiated here, but still has the pull to just walk away. But this tower cannot be walked out. JDG has to fight. They do. They force out KBG to walk away instead. But again, the pressure is just too real coming in for KBG. Mid lane! Bear is gonna get taken down. They will get the tower as well. It's a massive swing of gold for Keepus Gaming.
Not just gold, map control as well. So that's gonna be huge here for the rotations. Even more so for the Tan here on the rotation. And Xiaoma is around the area too. They could look for a dive.
They will as well. The damage is going to be pure already. Feibai is going to be in a lot of trouble. Flash in by Andran as well. As Shield just going to be walking away. He is just so tanky right now. Tower's going to be falling down. Max is going to be running away, sprinting for his life. And KBG just going to be letting him live. Topside, KG is going to be initiated here with Hexic Ultimatum. Once as well does have some CC, but they don't pursue just yet.
Yeah. Just so hard to fight the Jax when you are a Camille. Most of your damage gets denied by just a counter-strike. And look at the cooldowns on KG as well. So quick.
Fast.
Yeah, it's so hard to slam in, but they are going to try and attempt the 1v1. Hook shots. Not going to be committing into the fight as usually is around the area. And yeah, Lemon is just struggling. So many players of JDG are struggling right now. Not just Lemon, it's Once as well. And Feibai just not there yet. And the early game strength that they are banking on Barry and Max just hasn't found a lot of success here, which meant that KBG, look, almost all of the players are leading in terms of the gold here, and they're at a pretty comfortable spot. 4,000 gold lead for KBG.
Clean execution here and there. This time it's not so clean as Yu actually got outplayed a little bit there by Max, especially the Justice Punch. Feibai starting to hurt as well. But the 5,000 gold lead of KBG is undeniably great, and it's going to be very useful as they scale up.
Yeah. As time goes on, as game continues on, the Tan is around the area. Max has to be careful here. They don't really have a lot of bail potential. But the good thing is they've already been able to bait out the explosive cask, so they're not a lot to worry about. Oh, the blue buff barely missed there by KG, unfortunate.
Though we don't know who actually picked it up, if it's the jungler of JDG
That's
or
true.
KBG. So yeah, he might just be wanting to place ward there.
Here's the
But
truth,
in
though.
case, right? It was
Here's the truth, though. The Baron, yeah, exactly, the Baron. And the Drake about to spawn up in just a bit. So another point of contest here for both sides. And Yu is first to the scene here, already establishing vision for KBG. And this is perhaps the make or break Dragon here for once. They have to contest this for JDG. Fight breaking through though.
KG is going to be able to escape. But KBG is positioning for the second Dragon. JDG has to contest. But how did he actually do that? Pack's going to be used to zone them out. The cast! What's going to do? And it's really the response here of JDG. They actually turn Counter-Strike going to be used. Good Cyclone here to at least knock off some of the members here of KBG. As now the calling going to be used by Barry to start to deal damage here onto KBG. Great Cyclone once again. Shaman going to be in a lot of trouble trying to flash away and run away. But the flash is going to be used here by the Wukong to try pick up the kill. And Yu and the Thon unable to protect the back line, but at least they secured the Dragon.
And I think the biggest participating factor there is because the Hextech Ultimatum is not available there for Lemon. Again, great job from KG there, making sure that he did not go down, meant that one of the key ultimates and one of the key players there are kept at bay here for JDG. Because they don't have the Hextech Ultimatum, they don't have any access to use or to put the Justice Punch or the Hero's Entrance into that pit, because they had no realistic way of getting into it without Lemon having access to the fight. And because of that, KBG able to converge after they take the Drake. So they get the objective and they win the fight afterwards as well. I mean, barely so, but fact of the matter is they take the objective for themselves, and that's more than enough for KBG.
Yeah, you get the soul point in exchange for a couple of kills. I think that is already worth it because they had the leverage already in terms of gold prior to the fight. Yes, they're up 3,500 gold instead of the 5,000 a while ago. But it's okay, because they have the second Dragon stack right now. That is just great economy or great usage for their scaling later on. And now JDG is feeling every pressure that is to be felt here in this game, because there's two objectives that they need to watch out now. The Baron and also the soul point here for KBG.
And the one good thing that JDG has going for themselves is they are able to trade blows in terms of the gold fight. It's still down to just a 3,000 gold lead, despite the fact that KBG has already gotten so many objectives ahead. So JDG can definitely still look for a fight now.
Not really the best target. Yu, great cast still. Actually, some of the members here of JDG, but they actually turn here. Grand Challenge gonna be onto back, but still able to survive. Never mind, actually dies. And KBG getting that one pickup can signal the Baron. JDG reset still, keeping track of the members here of KBG. Will not pursue just yet.
Yeah, they do have the smite here available on once. Okay.
That was scary.
Playing with a little bit of fire there, but I was about to say one still up meant that smite still available here for JDG, so KBG don't want to commit yet, but now that they have a little bit of access on that vision, they might set up something here. Nope, still don't want to risk it for now, and KBG still giving JDG the respect that they are due. But because of those couple of kills from KBG, they do extend the lead by a little bit. But they should be looking for opportunities to extend this lead now. Fabai is slowly but surely scaling up. So at some point, KBG has got to pull the trigger to try and attempt that sort of game closure.
Yeah, it's actually going to be much more pressure here on the side of Keep This Gaming just because they have the Fiora. Yes, Andren was able to fully utilize it in the previous fight and in some of the fights as well alongside KBG. But this Vladimir is going to deal AoE damage, and as long as he is going to be able to play it out safe and not be bursted out by the Grand Challenge here of Andren, it should be safe and fine. Great steal coming in. Just the taunt things. Yu picking up the blue buff. Now they turn here onto Max, dealing quite a bit of damage here onto the Gal, but Andren is also going to be forced to use the stasis to buy some time. Cyclone as well. Later in the CC, Fabai going in as well. But JDG is having more strong suits this time around. Once being able to stay alive as well is bad sign for KBG. But at least nobody died from their side as well.
KBG know that they don't necessarily have to take these fights right now. because Lucian is very, very strong at this point in the game. Arguably one of the strongest points right now at the 2 to 3 item mark. But they could just wait. They could just wait for the item to come through for their core key, and they should be at a better spot a few minutes from now. And that's why they just constantly disengage against JDG. They know exactly what they need to do here, and that's what's one of the trademarks of KBG here as one of the greats in terms of making these right shot calls. But now, though, they have to contest this dragon that JDG is starting up already.
Great pull coming in from one, still able to sustain himself. They turn onto Max, might be in a lot of trouble. Grand Challenge is going to be used on him as well. Justice wants to try and stay alive, at least buy some timing for the rest of JDG, but Lemon's going to be taking too much damage. Faber as well is half in HP already. You're going to be flashing in with the bottom slam. JDG is looking to back off, but the Kazakhs of the bot is going to be jumping around. JDG once still able to escape. 4 members in. KBG complete as 5 will secure the soul. Will now be buffed up even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Helping them a lot in terms of scaling. Speaking of which, they're the ones with better scaling out of these two comps. The only reason that JDG has been able to trade blows is because of the nature of their comp. It's not yet late game, and Barry is at a pretty decent spot. Lucian deals a fair amount of damage. And now, KBG is slowly starting to take over. Unless we can find a sort of pop-off moment for Feibai here on this Vladimir. KBG is just going to continue on taking over this game. And the Baron is going to be the key to that game closure. They're already starting it up. They tried to sneak it right under their noses, but JDG, I think they can discover this.
Ooh, that was very scary, to be honest. There's only 2 of them a while, but this time they are stalking once. Was able to at least blast going away and be fine for now. That was too scary for comfort.
Yeah. JDG, they're looking to try and set up something. JDG, they could feel the pressure as the other dragon spawns up here.
JDG, this is their chance. You have to be able to pick this up, but it's just so difficult to do so because Datan is using the Kazakhs. It is using it so flawlessly. Max again getting initiated. Ontex, too much damage, half HP already as the pokes come in from Shamu as well. Once, it's in here on the Elder Dragon pit. KG is going to be initiating Anna 9 as well, targeting Feibai. Skill ultimatum going to be used onto him as well to try and dissuade him right now. They turn onto Anna, pick him up as well, and they turn onto the Jax. Faces to buy some time. KG is going to be flashing away, jump alongside his teammates as well, but Datan is going to be stalking them out, slowing them down. JDG, having that 1 kill already, is going to be in a great position to contest, but again, the constant pressure of KBG just because of the soul, just too much to handle.
Because of JDG able to pick up that kill, they could start this Drake. Datan finally discovered, but look at how well JDG is playing this team fight. KBG have no access.
The turn is going to be there. They'll sweep as well just to slow them out, but still Shamu is going to be fine. KG is here for the flank as the Thon is lingering down.
Oh no,
Max again
KG!
initiating. Great counter strike, but not really too impactful here for KG. This is going to get taken down. Great cast going to be used here by Yu as well. At least for the 1-for-1 trade. The Gallows going to be out. No more defensive utilities here left on JDG. No more front line as well. As Yu is going to be striking with the bottom stem Thon as well. Going to be following up here. JDG is looking to walk away. Shauma is also just poking them out. And the Thon now going towards the Elder Dragon. Lemon as well going to be going in, but it's going to be very, very dangerous now. They're going to be turning onto Lemon. Going to be picking up the kill onto Feibai as well. Stout Yu is still able to seize himself once as well. Going in. The turn by JDG, but it's not going to be enough this time around. Lemon's going to be the next target. One is going to be the only one left alive. Going on the Elder Dragon. But KBG is so good in this team fight right now. To get the ace, to get the Elder Dragon, it's going to be the buff of KBG.
Yu, Datan, they just played out of their minds in that fight. They take the ace without really losing a lot, and they take the Elder Dragon as well. I'm not sure how they're able to do that in the face of a full roster that is JDG playing so well up until this point. KBG's marching down the base. Max the only one in their way, and he is not going to be able to hold the line here. KBG take the first game of the series.
And in a dominating fashion as well. This is why KBG should never be disregarded, never be forgotten. Because once you do, you will be slapped with reality that they are still a strong team. And they have a dominating, well-established game in game number 1 against JDG.
But JDG, the team fighting prowess is just on full show here. if KBG did not had that gold lead and the objective lead of the Dragons, could have panned out very, very differently there, because if you remember that Elder Drake fight, it went on for so long only because JDG was able to find that first opening kill, right? That's why KBG had to stall, has to wait for a setup from UU to come in, and the double body slam finally coming through. Still felt so close there until the pop off to come in from the Tan, but JDG still played that so well. Props to them. A very close game either way. Even when KBG was ahead in terms of gold, JDG was still trading blows with them, which is a very scary prospect for this series.
To be honest, I think there was a comeback potential coming in from JDG had it been UU being able to just fully utilize the Gragas. Again, so many servings of the UU special, isolating the members of JDG, that paved the way for the rest of KBG to just follow up. I think it's the biggest difference in this game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Tan, finally with somewhat of a redemption game here on the Kazakhs. Very good performance. Able to secure a lot of objectives this time, on top of the most crucial ones, on top of actually securing the first 2 here for KBG. Again, setting themselves up really nicely in that early game. Got both the Dragon and the Herald. And I think the Tan and UU absolute beasts here when it comes to playing around JDG. I think the MVP has to be one of those players.
I actually would argue that, yeah, okay, the Tan having great jungle priority this time around. Great last hits as well, great pressure. But everything was set up, made possible by UU.
Of course. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. The only reason why the team fights were set up so well is because UU is there, consistently finding the good casks, consistently finding the Wombo combos. But it is going to be the Tan this time on the MVP, finally completing that redemption arc on the Kazakhs. I mean, he's always been good with the Kazakhs, right? Just haven't been able to find the rhythm in the past couple of games before this. But now, I think we could say with definitive sureness that he's back. He is performing again.
That's why I kind of have a... I'm curious if JDG is going to be banning out the champions that the Tan is actually good in the next game. That's going to be answered later on, of course. We're still your casters, Giyang and Datum, and we'll see you after this short break.
你小子懂得惊奇呀！
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT Y is looking for picks. Number 3. Akenna also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Aketo. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, non-1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play. Game number 2 as Keep Best Gaming is now match point in the series. Let's see what JDG is going to be adjusting this time around, especially in the jungle side, because we saw the Ton having such a great time. Yu as well with the Yu special. It's going to be an amazing turnaround of events as JDG is now on blue side.
Yeah, the UD definitely need to find some adjustment, because while the Tan had a great time in the jungle, once didn't even find any space to work with in those team fights, it felt like. So I think Wukong definitely not working out for JDG. They have to find something else, and find something else soon, because KBG are hot on their heels. And I think a lot of the questions on whether or not KBG are still faltering in the hands of CN Conference teams are finally getting erased here as we head into our second game of the series against JDG. And the bans are now coming through here. Still a lot of jungle bans here. 3 so far. Make that 4. So I think JDG again has the struggle of where or what to put in the hands of ones here. Unless this time they fancy stealing away the Kazakhs from the Tan.
Yeah. I think the transition from blue side to red side of KBG has allowed the Akali to be open this time around, but I don't think it's going to be first pick worthy here for their side. They pick up the Kazakhs instead, especially with the Lysian ban. And it might be a great answer towards the Ton's performance a while ago in Game 1.
Aatrox available in response here, but as we remember, Aatrox's performance from the Tan hasn't necessarily been historically great here for them, particularly in the last couple of series they've had. So we'll have to maybe keep that one in check for now, as Gragas is the first priority pick here. Galio available once more this time, but it's JDG who priority picked that last time. Maybe perhaps this time it's just a Camille to get picked up by KBG. Exactly what they're gonna do here. And this Gragas pick actually makes a ton of sense because they definitely want to give it back to Yu's hands.
You know what champion I miss being picked up here by the Ton? That's the Xin Zhao.
Oh yeah.
Especially from Season 1, but it's not meta right now. It was really good when Varus was one of the best ADCs to be picked up in the Dragon lane. Because you have Gragas, Varus, and then the Xin Zhao as well. So much isolation and teamfight manipulation actually present. This time it's actually present here on the side of JDG. They picked the Akali and has the Eros entrance as well coming in from Max. Aatrox was asked, Tatum, and the Ton is gonna answer with a yes. But still, asterisk on this because this Aatrox can still go towards the mid lane. We can recall that Andren picked up Fiora in the mid lane as well a while ago.
Yes, big probability is going to the hands of Tatan this time, but that is true. Aatrox is, in my opinion, flexible enough to be flexed in a couple of positions at least. And the bands coming through, Renekton, Jax, both locked on out. And with Fiora banned away, I wonder what other options JDG have towards the Baron lane here. Corki Ziggs out for the count as well, so Zaya and Zeri what could be off top contention here. And the ADC side of things, Ezreal too, if they want to go for the Vladimir route. Vladimir, take note, still available here. But it is going to be a very risky pick here, considering there is already an Akali locked up here for Fabai.
I mean, yes, the Vladimir can carry out into the game, but the power spikes of the Akali is such a big problem. And now we're going to be even seeing the Riven be picked up after the recent adjustments, or rather the buffs on this champion. No way. No way.
They're just teasing us with this.
Though I missed this champion being used before in the mid lane, especially by Burrito United Esports past mid laner. Also our, Nigma Galaxy as well. Aaron loving picking the champion up. JDG has to pick an ADC. It is required by the rules, and they will pick up the Zeri instead.
Yeah. They won't be picking Singed anytime soon, but that would be a blast, huh? They do pick up a Singed again. He's gonna deny. Imagine the amount of denial that a Singed can use in this comp in particular.
Be so irritating.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But unfortunately, a time has passed for now, so no Singed. It's gonna be the Zeri locked up in its place on top of a Riven. Hey, we do have a Riven, so that's one thing that's a little bit off meta here. Works very similarly to an Aatrox, but I think definitely has a little bit more counterplay intertwined into this into its kits.
The thing is there is that the runic blade of the Riven in terms of AD scaling has been increased from 20% to 30%. The keepers as well, the Son of the Riven, the second skill, is gonna be having a better cooldown this time around. At level 1, instead of 10 seconds, it's 8.5. So I think in terms of outplaying and also just being able to kite around in the early game, it's gonna be much more possible here for the side of JDG. For Lemon to be able to stand this ground against the Camille. Normally we do see the Ignite also present on the Riven, especially against a Fiora, but let's see what's going to be adjustments here by JDG as again, KBG is match point and it's looking to close this series out.
Yeah, and of course, in a Fiora versus Riven matchup, it is going to be skill matchup, right? So, KBG and going to have to bank on the performance of their individual players here, with a lot of attention over towards that Aatrox this time. Tatan already had a spotlight on him last game. It's going to be even more pointed towards him as he locks up the Aatrox this time. Remember, this is a champion that he has been really struggling to perform on, at least in this season. So this is going to be, again, another big proving ground for Tatan, who, remember, also got the MVP of that last game. And the good thing about this game's comp is look at Yu on that Gragas early engagement towards that bot side.
Forcing out at least Barry to just walk away. Flash as well has been used. Shama just applying pressure, especially with Yu. Just, irritating them. Again, that's the thing with the Ezreal. Actually, early game can be so useful, especially now with the prioritization on the Kraken Slayer as a key spell or keystone. JDG definitely feeling a bit of pressure in the laning phase, at least in the bottom lane.
Absolutely. And again, it's Yu's proactivity that's giving them off a lot of it. And okay, here this time, Max jumping in.
Wow, Shama getting hit by the Justice Punch as Yu is not actually there, at least for that instance. Unable to get anything done except for some damage to Shama.
What a prediction though from Max, predicting where Shama is going to TP2. Actually gets the knock up there. A little bit scary for a second there, but thankfully Yu just able to make it in time. Body Slam connects.
Justice Punch as well gonna be used by Max, but is taking too much damage already. The slow gonna be coming in from Yu as well. And Shama having better trades. Great prediction as well by Yu that Max is just gonna be forcing himself to take the cannon minion a while ago. But yeah, it's just the small things in the bottom lane. Not much being made by both teams just yet.
The difference between that pick this time, the Aatrox, compared to a Kha'Zix, is that there's a lot less free reign, right? As a Kha'Zix, you have a lot of space to move around. You can go in and out of fights. As an Aatrox, once you activate World Ender, you have to start chasing your opponents, right? You have to full-on commit to the fight, which is perhaps something that Datan has been unable to come to get comfortable with yet. But of course, this is a completely different playing field now that he's gonna go for a gank.
No level 5 for Yu just yet, but they will commit with the bottom slam here onto Barry, taking a lot of damage already. Max is gonna be tanking so much, but is unable to protect the backline. That's gonna be at least first blood, but a trade of kills by JDG, I think it's still okay.
Yeah.
As the Thon nearly gets taken out as well.
Yeah, flash onto the Darkened Blade, make sure that they will be getting the punish onto Barry. Let's take a look at that one more time. Look at the decisiveness here of KBG. Couple of flashes invested and knowing exactly when to back on out. Really nicely executed there as Yu goes in for the rotate onto the middle side of the map now. That is the early game. Actually barely actually no advantage secured off of that. So KBG gold dead even still. At least they put a ton of numbers onto a little bit of kills rather onto Datan's hands. So that's certainly a good nice swing of gold in their favor. And both, I would expect both junglers to just have a little bit more of a quieter time here in this jungle, apart from that invade coming through from once. I think it activates the ulti there. And next objective spawning in a little while now. That's the Ocean Dragon and the Rift Herald too. So I doubt that there is going to be a couple of engagements until then. And besides, it's not worth the risk for now.
I mean, especially for KBG, right? There's no rush on their side. You have 3 scaling champions. Even the Camille is going to be impacting the game later on through the macro play. Especially if the Hull Breaker gets picked up here for KG. Datan actually visiting the bottom lane for the second time, just lingering down, but they have placed a vision there, so I think it's not going to be the best case to just continue farming. JDG will also be fine for now.
He's getting closer and closer to those first objectives. That's where we get to really see the first glimpse of what the rest of this game is going to be for both Datan and, of course, Once as well. We remember struggled so much in that last game. This time has the Kha'Zix and seemingly a lot more control towards Rift Herald. JDG sort of indicating that that's exactly what they want to prioritize this time. But remember, in that last game, KBG had such a good early game that they were able to secure both the Rift Herald and the first Dragon. Can they do the same thing this time is the question here. GG.
Will we see the Yu special once again to set things up here for Datan to get both objectives? Yeah, that's our question. And they can only answer it with their playstyle this time around. Once going to be starting this RH, but Faber actually turning onto Datan, chasing him downwards, and they're going to be used to try and walk away. So they can not connecting. And the Renai is going to be there as well, so this RH is going to go to Once.
Wow. And off of Feibai's great hold there, finding where exactly Datan was going to be positioned and forcing out the recall as well. There is a chance for JDG to actually contest this dragon. That's why Anran is forced to start this up this time, because Datan had to recall, remember. But there should be enough time for the rotate to come through. But JDG playing more towards the safe route this time, as KBG first in the
Lemon. Oh no, he is in big trouble this time. Adam tries to survive. Actually, is able to flash away, and Faber's gonna be at least here to help out, hiding under the shroud. This entrance is gonna be used to at least dissuade some of the members here of the KBG squad, but the chance is gonna be pure. This time, 2 versus pressure on the Dragons, keep it here up once, but this time they secure the kills as well, alongside with KBG. And JDG off to a great start here.
Absolutely great. And it's the rest of the JDG squad enabling, well, their jungler once already had the setup for him, because everyone else did it there. Rift Herald and Dragon secured the hero's entrance to deny everyone here. KBG and Feibai again was the one to making it happen, just holding the line between the objective and, well, the entirety of the KBG squad this time. With the reinforcement of Max, of course, make sure that KBG can't even get close, and that's a huge gold lead this time in favor of JDG this early on.
Another 9 was able to pick up the kill onto Feibai, but was overextended and unable to deal the AoE damage to the rest of JDG. And since Lemon was there, he was able to punish out, at least trade a 1-for-1 against him. Looking at the gold, it's everything now being taken by JDG. Almost a 4,000 gold lead against Keepest Gaming.
And the problem with the comp this time of KBG is that they don't have that ADC to rely on for the scale. So it's going to be extra hard to find some scaling options, especially with Datan falling so far behind this time. We haven't checked the gold deficits in the gold differences in a while, but I would think that Datan is trailing by a few thousand at least against his opponent because of the kills and the objective takeaways. For now, though, it is a little bit of a calm period before a storm, so to speak. But KBG has to dig deep here. They only have an Edriel, so not a lot of scaling potential there. And the Vladimir has to come up huge this time from Andra 9. And remember, the trend has been continuing. Oh, hold that thought.
Hexic Ultimatum. Lemon still trying to fight back, waiting for the Hexic Ultimatum to expire, but it's not going to be that too short. Datan helping out secure kills here alongside with KG. Can actually enable them to pick up this turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Side. Ram almost getting taken down by Wands there. Flexing his Kazakh's muscles this time. And the trade of objectives, trade of church is going to be there as well. So KBG really struggling in this early game. Not looking too good for the prospects of their late game either.
I mean, it's still a strong late game scaling composition. Even Shauma will deal massive damage later on, especially with a true shot barrage. And I think that's going to be a great enabler here for the rest of KBG. Even before, right, we have seen such a great combination with an Ezreal and a Vladimir on a Baron fight, right, that actually led to an amazing result by the team that we have seen last time around. But JDG, they're prepping us for it as well.
Absolutely, but fact of the matter is, statistic-wise, Vladimir comps hasn't really been finding their groove quite recently. I mean, not just for one team, but for all the teams of this season so far. And even on KBG stats, it has been a sort of 50-50 whenever they pull out the Vladimir comp. So prospects of that becoming successful this time is not looking statistically too good. But of course, things are a little bit different this time, because it's JDG they're facing up against, and a 4,000 gold deficit is semi-ideal here for the KBG squad. On top of the uncertainty of having this Aatrox on the Tan's hand, so yeah, it is not looking too great historically here, KBG. But we can't count our eggs before they're hatched here. It is still just 10 minutes into the game, so anything definitely could still happen. But look at the gold differences here. 1,000 in favor of Once this time, and a huge advantage over towards Feibai and Alakali.
I'm sorry. Because I don't know why, but the moment you said counter eggs, I thought of balut.
You're making me hungry here. Making me
Yes,
hungry.
I'm hungry as well, man. But they're hungry for kills. The cat's gonna be here onto Barry. Might be very good here for KBG, but they have to take into consideration Fei here, gonna hiding under the shroud, dealing some damage, getting hit by the thought, able to at least flash away, but still gonna get taken down. But the dragon is already taken here by JDG, and I think that's the most important thing for their side. KBG, yes, they're able to take a kill, but the only thing they can take next is just this tower in mid lane.
Let's take a look at that one more time if we can. JDG with the quick decision making again nets them off a huge objective. KBG unable to keep up one more time. They're looking to force this tower, but the fight breaking through.
No cast this time around for Yuyu though, and they're gonna be turning on to Yuyu, trying to deal the damage, trying to burst him out. Gargoyle Stone Face to try and stay alive. Lemon as well, getting the wind slash, able to take the kill. Here's entrance to dissuade the other members here of KBG, and that's how strong the team fighting is for JDG.
Yeah. Quick rotation too. KBG pressing a little bit too far there, and ends up biting them back in the butt later on. But yeah, you can definitely see KBG feeling the pressure now, right? They lost way too many objectives now, and they feel compelled to trade it with turrets and with map control. It's forcing them to go into these awkward situations, and that's when JDG strike. Now KG all alone here on this bottom side. They could get dove. Fortunately, the reinforcement is going to be there, but the fact remains, KBG this time playing from the back pedal position of this game.
Baron has just spawned as well, and can be targeted later on here by JDG. However, KBG has known to come back from games as well, just with the bigger objectives. Yes, there is already 2 dragons taken here by JDG, but one Baron fight can change it all. One Elder Dragon steal can change it all as well. Just one cast of Yuyu can pave a way for KBG to deny everything that JDG has worked out for.
Oh, KBG is starting to put up a little bit of pressure towards that Baron. But I don't think the threat is going to be there at all. KBG don't nearly have enough damage. Not even close to having enough damage to close out this Baron before JDG can sniff them out. So the things coming out here seem to be just to discover where the position of Anran is for the moment. Okay, they're fighting.
Return. One's actually took a lot more damage than he's supposed to do, but Max is actually tanking so much as well. Faber gonna be entering, targeting KG here onto the backline, taking out so much of the pressure here to KBG. The thought is gonna be there. Finally, the Bladberg gets picked up. Stasis gonna be used to buy some time here for Fei, and Max as well just coming out, saving the life here of Fei. Now Bear's gonna be online on the free hit here, chasing out Yuyu. Still is able to at least stack some of the damage here of JDG, but now they turn onto the Baron. Or at least reset for now. KBG actually thought they had them. But JDG was more prepared. Max this time delivers a blow.
Yeah, Max with the bailout of his teammate. Make sure that they keep control of this game. And they take another big objective. The biggest one of this entire game. That's the Baron secured. And KBG, they're starting to fall under this pressure. Let's take a look at how that happened again. I mean, KBG had a nice little catch here onto Lemon, and then it was Feibai becoming a little bit too aggressive, so everyone turned on him. And take a look at this here. 1 HP left on Keibai, goes golden, and that actually mistimes the Darkened Blade, and Max goes in, capitalizes off of it with the Justice Punch, and KBG never recovered from it.
Man, Max, you are a hero of Feibai and this game. You're the reason why they won the team fight against Keepers Gaming and get the Baron now. As they are splitting up across the map, going with a 1-3-1 as well as setting up for the next objective, which is the last dragon. And we can actually just potentially take it without any contest. It's looking pretty bad already for KBG. 6,000 gold ahead here for JDG as well. Max gonna be checking here in this area. Trushot Barrage gonna be used already here onto the Ice Dragon as it spawns up. Back's going in. This is Punch gonna be used. As Nad Shield Drone actually doing a lot as well. Fei by accessing the backline, hunting onto the threat as well. just to allow the members of JDG to finish up the one kill a while ago. Slam goes in! Amazing outplay there being made by JDG as they wipe the floors of KBG with their body. JDG now having the soul as well. It's just so perfect in execution here by JDG.
Yeah, the Don can't even get close there, and he just gets popped the moment he gets isolated from the rest of his squad. JDG playing this team fights perfectly, and Adron gets jumped.
Oh, at least able to Blood Bowl out. But again, the pressure and the damage is too pure. The side of the Kha'Zix. JDG now knocking on the door. Slammed as well, and once turning on to KG. Mid lane tower taking too much damage from Barry as Feba is pushing the bottom lane. They get the inhibitor tower in the mid lane as well to open up the pace. And from 6,000 gold, now it's 11,000 against KBG.
The biggest lead there we have seen here in this series. 11,000 in favor of JDG as we hit the 16-minute marker. And this is looking like a done deal here. JDG, all they have to do is close out the game. But the Elder Drake is spawning up. This is an opportunity for the comeback here, for KBG. If they can even get close to this fight. I mean, we've seen time and time again KBG attempt at these contests. But by the time that the Titan is able to get close to these objectives, he's already destroyed. So has a lot of work to go through. And even then, will they even be contesting this Elder Drake? Because they're just so far down behind. As you said it yourself, 11,000 gold behind is absolutely huge.
I mean, we have seen comebacks happen time and time again just through a steal on the Elder Dragon. And it was us casting as well on both of those instances. KBG, can they do it as well? As Baron is going to be spawning up, that's the first step. They need to find ways to infiltrate the backline here of JDG. Maybe sneak their way towards the Baron as well to be able to secure it through the Thon. But now Yu is going to be the first guy being turned! Getting dove here. Takes a bit of damage, but still is going to be able to heal himself back to full health, especially with his war. But fortunately, he does have the gargoyle to actually shove away some of the damage, be able to survive. KBG is definitely feeling so much pressure right now.
Absolutely. Playing from the back end of this game has certainly taken a toll on their playstyle. It seems like Baron is available. Elder is spawning already. KBG, they've set their sights on contesting that. JDG as well, but the taunt connects.
Yu gonna be turned. Execute to meet him onto the Gallon after the best target right now, but someone's gonna be slowing them down. But well, not committing on that Shuriken a while ago. He did connect onto Yu. Now, get connected onto Onrun. They're now turning onto the Elder Dragon as well. What will KBG do this time around? Lemon is going to be in the vicinity as well, targeted by some of the members here by KBG. Max is going to go in with the Justice Punch as well. As Ben is going to be free hitting. Return. Max is going to get taken down. Faber as well, just lingering in the area, but they take the Thon already. The Aatrox is down. Elder Dragon being taken here by once as the fight commences. And now, the hero sentence by Max is just going to be so pure. As the Elder Dragon fire breathe onto the member here of KBG. That's going to be it. JDG just gonna be running in down mid and pushing us to a game number 3.
Yeah, it should be the game here for JDG after a very clean fight on that Elder. They get the ace as well, and that's it. Game number 3. KBG task is not done, and the Tan's Aatrox continues on in a sort of limbo state here. Have a lot to work out if they want to secure this series.
Man, Tatum, it's a tough time for the Thon, especially with his champion pool, because we saw just one answer by JDG, just one adjustment, taking the Kha'Zix and forcing him to use the Aatrox. It paved the way for them to just completely control this game. He wasn't felt in any instant. Not even through the fights, not even through the small skirmishes. Yes, he was actually able to impact a little bit in the bot lane through the ganks that he did and some of the kills that he got towards Berry. But afterwards, he was unfelt at all. Despite the attempts there of Yu to enable the fights for them, couldn't save it anymore. And once this time around is more able to actually make the plays happen here for JDG as well as Max. He's saving Payby so many times. Lemon as well with his Riven is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I think a big factor here as well is that Yu got denied so many times here by the side of JDG, right? Unlike in that first game where Yu had so many opening opportunities for his team. This time, it seems like there was a lot of anticipation as to where Yu was positioned, which nullified him so much because JDG was constantly on the lookout for that Gragas, constantly on the lookout for the Tan as well, that those two was essentially targeted specifically here by JDG, and the scoreboard reflects it. Look at the Tan's damage here, 10,000, barely scratching the 10,000 damage mark. That's not what you want to see with an Aatrox.
Yeah, it's JDG that has given KBG a taste of their own medicine, basically. Max having great support line onto the crucial members here of JDG. Yu, despite his attempts, similar to how Max was playing a while ago in game number 1, felt the pressure as well, felt the lack of damage and follow-ups coming in from the members of KBG Gaming. And Feibai as well on this Akali after it was opened up. Because game number 1, KBG banned it during the first rotation bans. And this time, as it is open, he made sure that KBG should ban it away next game.
I think the support difference here as well, seeing just the gold in and of itself, indicative of just how little Yu was able to find in this game. And the participation as well. I mean, 13 compared to 3 is just no contest at all. So KBG have to work something out. But I do think they don't pick the Aatrox anymore in this upcoming match. Just put the Tan on something completely different because it is just not working out. MVP this time is going to be Max. The sort of bailout potential has just been beautiful this game. Every single time his team needs that layer of protection, he's there and he's gonna protect you.
Finally, the supports gets their due credit. Because a while ago, I actually was banking for Yu to get the MVP, but this time, at least for the JDG side, Max gets the MVP as well. And let's see who is gonna be getting the MVP and the win come game number 3, the last game between JDG and KBG today. For that, of course, Daydream and I will go in a short break and we'll see you again later. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5. Setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMN. That's a lot of damage by that casting. He tries to throw the belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs. Oh my god! Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KBG Y showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KBG Y's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock-up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KBG is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Z-Hide and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Service Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Just as it comes in, Chow with an explosive cast brings it down, Yitse down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT Roster Y. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified... Alright, last game of the series, the decider match between JDG and Keep Best Gaming. Because game number 1, it was a great one-sided beatdown actually by KBG. All the dragons, all the objectives was taken by them. But after game number 2, after the adjustments by JDG, they had KBG experience their own wrath.
Yeah.
Same experience that they've had in game number 1. But this time, KBG is on blue.
Yeah. Essentially a flip from game number 2 is what happened in game number 2. Or essentially a flip from game number 1 is what happened in game number 2, with KBG getting a taste of their own medicine there. But this time, Kha'Zix banned away. I don't think KBG is going to be prioritizing that Aatrox anymore, but Yuyu's Gragas, of course, going to be still in their hands. So it is a big of a thinker what KBG is going to pick for that jungle. It's been a struggle for them all season long, and I think they should just stick to what works.
But this time the Kha'Zix is also taken out here for the taunt, so I wonder what champion is going to be using this time around, because there wasn't that much success with other champions, though Vi is one of his favorite champions lately. Whoa. Whoa. Are we actually going to be seeing the Nilla this time around picked up in the first pick rotation as well? Because this is going to be a bold choice actually coming in from once. But again, he loves to carry out. Since the community is open, he will just lock this in alongside with the Gali. I think this is also just great for their side.
And this is what we saw in that first game, remember? And well, remember how that turned out with KBG's the Tan's Kha'Zix working wonders there for their team. This time it's going to be on the Vi. So a little bit less on the carrying side of things, a little bit more towards the lockdown, sort of the pick potential. And of course, denying that away from JDG makes a ton of sense too, because Vi plays really, really well with that Galio. Aatrox this time getting locked up for once. So, yeah, so far, I think this is pretty good for both sides, with the only question being the Vi from the Tan, right? I mean, you've seen him on the Kha'Zix, we've seen him on the Aatrox. How will he work out on the Vi is the question.
Also, since they picked up the Aatrox instead of the Vladimir, that gives leeway for KBG to just ban out the Vladimir on the second banning rotation. So that leaves very minimal options here for both Feibai and also Andran. The only good thing here for KBG, though, is that since Andran picked up the Fiora a while ago, this can actually still be the case here in game number 3. As we see him just landing the true damage here onto the members of JDG, threatening even the back line with his prowess and having to sustain for the team with the Grand Challenge proc.
Couple of bans coming through here is the Corki, Vladimir, Kassadin, Ziggs. So it's going to be a huge mix-up with the Akali banned out as well. The mid laners are going to be a bit of a thinker. Corki kind of becoming, well, kind of receiving a lot more attention in this series. Zaya locked up. So it's going to be the Zoe this time from Andran. Be a nice thing to witness with the Zari locked up here for KBG's ADC. And there is just one missing piece of the puzzle, and that is the mid laner here for JDG. What is it going to be?
Yo! Yo! No way. No way.
I wish you could see my camera right
No
now.
way.
I'm smiling, GG. You know I'm smiling.
Yeah, looks like we have
Come
the
on.
smile synergy. Oh, okay. Our smiles turned into frowns suddenly. But yeah, we do understand the case here of JDG. I think this provides so much more of the AoE and magic damage as well that will be lacking if they picked up the Yasuo.
Yeah, and it does play in really, really well with the Camille and the Galio as well. An extra layer of wombo combo. So fine, JDG. The Orianna works.
Fine.
Don't give me the
Alright.
Yasuo. It's okay, I guess. But,
Sure.
but going back here into the draft, KBG this time putting Datan on that Vi is one of those things that we're waiting to see what happens. Of course, it's the biggest question mark here still that is yet to be answered in this series is, of course, that jungler performance. This time on the Vi. Will it work or will it not, especially against such a heavily wombo combo team fighting oriented composition that is JDG? That is the challenge.
I mean, a while ago, we saw during the match of Thunder Talk versus Fennel a great wombo combo coming in from a Gragas and Orianna. But this time, it can be made as well with a Galio and Orianna. The only thing they need to be very careful of course, is the UU special later on, with the Gragas still being picked up here on the side of KBG. Because they have the burst to follow up. They have the buy as well to land in more CC than they need. It's going to be very scary for sure. Last match between KBG and Jingdong Gaming. Let's see who will reign supreme this time around.
Yeah, I do have to say though, GG, I like this composition coming out from JDG. It is very team fight oriented, very wombo combo-ish. And if they are able to pull off these things, these ultimate layers or layers of ultimates, it's gonna be a sight to behold. But that in and of itself is a challenge by well, just to execute, because once you have these ults, it's gonna be really hard to make them effective all at the same time. So JDG setup has to be stellar for them, and that's where you use Gragas come into play. It's gonna be a big denial factor here with the explosive cask. So JDG still, it isn't still a free win on their side. Still have to execute it to perfection.
1,134 damage per minute. That is high.
Per minute. Oh my god.
Per minute.
It's big. I like these statistics, by the way, especially the gold ones. When they put up the gold per minute statistic, that's my favorite. But the damage one, also an interesting one.
You know what my favorite one is?
What?
I like it because it's nobody does that, but they actually track the amount of seconds you land your CC. Like how many seconds do you actually? Yeah, the total crowd control duration you deal to your opponent. They have that.
But the thing is, I feel like that's kind of unfair, you know?
Why?
Because you got things like targeted stuns, like
yeah. But like the thing that boggles me is that who counts that?
That's true.
You actually count that. It's just mind blowing. Because I love stats, but seeing that just makes me adore this game and this league even more.
That is true.
Lemon not adoring his situation right now, especially because he is being forced to back away, and the Vault Breaker is gonna be there. First blood by Keep Best Gaming.
There you go. That's the Datan we've been looking for here. Unexpected and busts out with the Vault Breaker into an immediate cease and desist there. Making sure that Lemon will not survive. Look at that. It's just perfect timing too, the patience. Datan was about to recall, but the moment that Camille showed up there, it's just nothing to go in the way between them and Lemon. So Lemon just goes down without much of a fight at all. JDG this time lose out on the first blood bonus. It's KBG to pick it up, this time on Datan. Is it on Datan or KG? Yeah, I think it was on KG to got the execute, but of course Datan was the one to set it up. So beautifully done there for the coveted jungler, but as of now, it's just gonna be a bit of a slowdown again.
this is one of the reasons why I mentioned earlier that JDG should be very, very careful in their picks and bans, especially in the first pick rotation, because the Daton is just so good on this Vi. This time, he is going to be lingering down in the bottom lane. Level 6, cast Ryu special going to be denied. Great flash by Max to just dodge it out, but at least that's already a big summoner spell denied from Max.
A lot less action, surprisingly so, in this bottom side. Remember, the first couple of games, these 4 players have been skirmishing every few seconds in the early game, but now we have yet to see any, even with both or all of the ults available now on that side, which was a little bit curious, but not too curious actually, because that means they're both just playing safe. Meanwhile, top side, bit of a skirmish. KBG getting the slow with that riposte. But it's still always going to be a skill matchup here, right? Between the Camille and Fiora. So, yeah, nothing too surprising either.
To be honest, I actually thought that Lemon would be picking up the Riven once again. Because it can actually work and be okay in top lane against Fiora. That was one of the OG matchups that you did see in season number 1, though it hasn't been the case here in season 2. But with the recent buffs on the Riven, might just be the case as well. And we saw the performance of Lemon as well on that champion a while ago. It can be great on the Wombo combo as well, but I do understand that Camille Gallia is just a great special duo that they have to really lock in.
Absolutely. And it's kind of been their plan ever since game number 1, right? This is the same strat that they went for in the very first rotation of the first drafting phase. And it's something that they have perhaps practiced a lot in their training session. So, makes a lot of sense here as they put it up in this series concluder. Andra's Zoe, though, is something that we haven't seen in this series, and it's something that I want to witness. I want to see perform here, especially in these team fights, which I think we're about to see here in the Rift Herald.
They're setting up. Daton spawning up a ward. Andra 9 not yet in the vicinity to find a will through the blue buff, but actually he did connect. Maybe trouble bubble here onto Feibai. Max gonna be joining in. Season is onto the backline. Shockwave gonna be denied, and Daton is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Jungler down is gonna be JDG actually a chance to get this objective right now, but KBG is not letting go without a fight. They will still secure the dragon here, but at least the RH here for once. KBG still landing the damage, forcing out so many flashes. Battlestar gonna be connecting here onto Feibai, still getting even that flash that he used a while ago. KBG not able to get the objective just because of the Vi being overextended by Daton.
Let's see again here, Daton. He was actually quite far from the Rift Herald, and then he flashes over, finds the engage, but he just got shockwave there by Feibai. Nice little awareness there on Feibai waiting for the last second and actually targeting Daton there. After the shockwave, they just collapsed on him. The KBG just tried to get the redemption kills. Not enough damage going for them as of yet, though, because ADC went down as well. Get another fight breaking.
I think it's going to be much more fine this time around. But it's a great position this time around for JDG to do what they did to KBG in game number 2. Double objectives right now being threatened by JDG, and Yu is going to be here in the vicinity still. Sham as well, trying to get access. Daton did get his heal back a little bit through the camp that he took, but the dragon's still taken by JDG. The RH taken a while ago. It's a 2-for-2 special by JDG.
And you gotta remember, in the last 2 games, both teams have got both 2 objectives in the first engagement, got the win. So in this game, KBG have to break that streak. They got the first 2 objectives in game 1, they won. JDG got the first 2 objectives game 2, they won. KBG now has to work double time if they want to access it into game number 3. And they do take the first turret before JDG even peps the Herald, but Daton again looking for something.
Yeah, Yu's gonna be here as well. Holding battery onto the back line here, onto the Orianna, and Feibai still gonna be staying alive, and Max helping him out, getting the outplay shield as well. Oh, the Orianna is gonna be allowing him to stay alive, and that's a great outplay coming in from JDG. Punishment is heavy on the Vi. And this is what makes this competition so deadly, especially with Max on the Galio.
Yeah, and Daton just struggling to find something here. I mean, I like the proactivity coming through here, but JDG, they've been reading him like a book now because he's been doing the same execute over and over again. And it's sort of become easy to read now. KBG jumping on Barry.
The storm gonna be used. It's gonna be fine already. That's the prowess of having the Zaya. With one ult, you will be able to reposition and dodge so much setups. Be untargetable, at least for some time.
It's looking really rough now in the early game. It's just a 1,000 gold lead. But KBG, their jabs have not been hitting now. So it is the early game that they definitely weren't hoping for in this series concluder. But there is time to come back. They still have some scaling options. They have a lot of damage still to work around. A lot of tools to work around.
Yeah.
They are looking for another start of the fight here with the Tan charging up.
And the great part about this for KBG, or at least the good side on them, is that they're still the one dictating at least the gold lead. 1,700 gold lead as we see it on the screen. And that's getting a little bit in trouble. Will they at least be able to stay alive? 9 minutes in, still constant pressure coming in from KBG, especially with the Ton just lingering down the area alongside with Yu, making sure they have the pressure pinned down on JDG's members. The Star not going to be connecting. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not connect as well. Barry's still going to be able to clear out the wave. But we do see a bit of a skirmish on the mid part here. Lemon just zoning away the Fiora. We'll be fine for now.
Oh, there is a 3-man reinforcement. Hex the ultimatum.
They actually dive. Now Lemon's going to be joining as well. The Shockwave will just find the Crystal members here of KBG. The one is going to be left alone in this mid lane. Yu a little bit late. The cast is going to be ineffective at all because it's just onto Max Lemon as well. Going to be hook shotting away. JDG getting a tower, 2 kills, and just tons of gold now to just equalize the lead that KBG had prior to this fight.
And this is the power of this comp from JDG. Remember, you were talking about them being a couple of thousand gold behind, but because they're able to execute these wombo combos, look, Hextech Ultimatum, Hero's Entrance into the Shockwave, and KBG got obliterated after that. With Datan just watching down in the back line, unable to do anything. Now they're looking for an engagement. But JDG off to a very hot start here. And now they have the gold lead. They're looking to press on even further. And remember, they're able to pull things off like that even without the gold lead. Imagine now that they're in control, what else they can do.
That play is worth 3,000. Because that's the amount of gold that they've earned with just one play. And the amount of gold they have gathered along the way as well. Now we look at the comparisons. 3-1 and 2 on ones. Ooh, man, this Aatrox is just gonna be reigning supreme this time around. And all of the fights is gonna be unstoppable. Unless Anran will be able to burst him out alongside with KG and Datan. I think 3 of them should focus on this Aatrox.
Oh, Datan might be spotted out though. He's isolated for the moment as the Ice Dragon spawns up. KBG a little bit late to the party and JDG already starting up the dragon.
Yu is going to be setting up here as well. Matt is taking a bit of damage. The Shockwave again out of 3 members. 7 going to be in the vicinity as well. Feather Storm going to be used at least for the meantime here by JDG. Barry still able to free hit here. He's onto the dragon. Max getting too low.
No!
Initiated with the season. Yes, and that's so questionable here for the top because now they don't have the jump, they don't have the smite here on KBG's side. JDG can just reset here and just prepare for the dragon once again. Once it's here, just waiting patiently, stalking the members here of KBG. Faba as well is healed up, has the crown, will be procced here by Shama, and will be fine still. KBG is in a lot of threat right now.
It's not going down, means the dragon is for free now for JDG, but they're going to look for the
by Anran is just too good! Now brings it to a 4 versus 4. This time around, Max still gonna be initiating for the team, having the shield withdrawn here onto 3 members here of KBG. KG looking to intercept onto the backline. Panisov once again onto Lemon. This is deal so much damage this time around. Yu's gonna be there. Shockwave here onto the members here of KBG, but the backline that's gonna be breached here by KG. And getting Grand Challenge as well. Anra being chased here by once, but it's already too done. The Dragon's gonna be on the line now for Datan. Cease and desist onto the Aatrox. It will be the world ender, or the world will be ended here by JDG. It looks like it's gonna be the latter, and KBG will get the second Drake.
What was that? KBG able to extend the fight long enough for the time to spawn up. I mean, sure, they weren't able to get the kill onto once there, but they still get the dragon in the end, which is exactly what they set out to do in the first place. How? I do not understand. Let's take a look at that long, drawn-out fight again, and look at Max struggling to staying alive for so long, and the same happening for once as well. But Tatan, this is already the time where Tatan was down. Shockwave dodged beautifully by the players of KBG, but once scatters them around. But KBG playing once like a fiddle. They just kite him down until Tatan shows up again, and by this time once was like, you know what, I don't want to fight this anymore. You can have the Ice Dragon, and KBG weather the storm. They deny the second dragon, this time taking it for themselves.
The comeback is real, especially for Keep Best Game. This is the best way that they can actually do it, and it's through Andra 9 landing the assassination. This time around, they're going to be turning onto the two members of JDG. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. Here's the end of the trying this way. Some of the members of KBG. Shaman's going to be here at least. Popping up the ult. Featherstorm as well, going to be used by Bear to try and stay alive. This way, some of the members here of KBG. But again, constant pressure now being pressed by Keep Best Gaming on JDG.
JDG is actually just struggling now. It is dead even. The game is. With the Baron spawning up, these objectives are going to mean everything for these engagements. It's all going to pivot into that jungler. The Tide has been setting up the fights consistently, but remember, there is a huge gold advantage still for the side of one. So these fights, could be everything here.
He has to be the hero. He has to be the main protagonist here of JDG. If he doesn't pop off, if he doesn't threaten the back line of KBG, then everything is just gonna crumble here on the side of JDG, because now we see a big gold lead on the Baron lane part here of KBG. KG is ahead by 1,700 gold against Lemon. We haven't seen him, particularly Lemon, be able to impact that much in the fights.
There's been lots invested into this series already, but KBG, they're not backing down. Baron is up. Drake, bit of a ways away still for now, but the gold is just separated by 600. Sleepy Trouble, no Paddle Star this time. But JDG, they're keeping it together. They're grouping up for now, creating that vision towards the Baron buff, but this Sleepy Trouble has been a headache for them.
Yeah, Andran is basically keeping this game in check for KBG. The Paddle Stars, Sleepy Trouble bubbles, the pokes coming in, forcing JDG to reposition every single time. And it creates the constant pressure against them as well. You have to find ways to actually pin him down, but that's the problem. Because JDG really just wants to group up. They don't really have that much engage except for Lemon. Maybe Max. Max is just focusing on his defense to protect his allies. Lemon.
Oh,
that is a fair proposition. You just time around the answer back. Great Hexagon to at least deny the cast coming in. Thon hesitating for a little bit with the Vault Breaker, and he's in desist, and that leaves you actually dead.
Oh, they don't have the disengage anymore. They don't have the Gragas anymore, but they do find a Sleepy Trouble. Are they going to engage?
The answer is no. JDG will win the exchange. Slowly moving down now towards the Baron, but it's going to be as scary as it is still. KBG has the burst, and it hit Feibai, forcing out the flash, and now it has to disengage. No Honey Fruit nearby. This is going to be a scary proposition this time around for JDG. Max is going to be initiating here with the Justice Punch and the Shield of Dawn as well. Still going to get burst out, and the set is going to be popped up this time around. Shauma leading the charge. Battle Stars not connecting from Andra 9. Still, this place, just because of his pressure, just because of this Zoe, JDG couldn't get anything.
Absolutely true. The KBG thriving off of that. Deny the Baron for now. And JDG can't even get close. They forced out so many things, buy so many time, until JDG was like, you know what, let's just bail out. This is not worth it. And KBG have to keep the pressure on against JDG, and Jauma has been doing that work. Or rather, Anran has been doing that work for the entirety of the squad here for KBG. Suffice to say, the fights haven't really been working out in their favor, but the stalling potential is just immaculate here on the Zoe. They've just been able to deny so much here from JDG, but Yu and Tatan has to work together if they want to make this entire roster work, because they can't end the game like this just stalling out. Yes, they can buy themselves a bit of time and space, but they can't hit it like that at the time, looking for another attempt.
Man, the pokes coming in is just too huge. Barry already chunked down to half. Pokes coming in from the Orion as well, just to scare off some of the members here of Kipes Game. And they actually turning it on to Shauma. A little bit questionable, but this time they are going to be following up the Super Heroes entrance. And they're 9 going with the Battlestar. Max is going to be tanking some of it. KG is in the vicinity, just stalking, crawling, sneaking behind, unable to get the flank. Still, JDG feeling the pressure. Elder Dragon gonna be spawning up this time around. Thon gonna be starting it up as well. Yu stalking them, preventing any access. It has to be Max who moves on first.
Oh, the positioning is just suboptimal here for KGB. Tan is isolated again, and the rest of the squad is separated here. The good thing is they're able to keep JDG bleeding. Now they can turn.
Max unable to get hit. It's actually really good, especially with the CP trouble bubble, causing a lot of trouble here for the side of JDG. And now, Thon and KG starting the Elder Dragon, forcing JDG to actually commit onto the fight. Thron just gonna be hitting onto Yu. At least it prevents them from getting this Elder Dragon for now. But looking at top lane and bottom lane, waves are crashing, constantly pushing towards JDG.
That's why KBG is doing this type of playstyle. They're not sure if they can take the Drake.
Oh! They actually turn onto the Aatrox Stamina. Once may not be in a lot of trouble with Stamina, still able to dash away. Here's the Ender's gonna be used as well, but Demon's gonna be the primary target this time around. Grand Challenge is gonna be popped up, and Camille's gonna be dead. Sham as well gonna be in a lot of trouble. Has to kite a wave effectively. Faybite's gonna be here. Shockwave not connecting onto anyone. And KBG has their eyes on the Elder Dragon. Might be unstoppable this time around. No one's there to contest.
No, but this
the teleports are coming in. They are gonna be there. One's still gonna be here, but again, no ults on multiple members here of JDG. KBG gonna be respecting them still. Max takes so much damage, chunked out half. 6,000 on the Elder Dragon. Panda Star's definitely working this time around. Max has to disengage this time around. Yu preventing anyone from having access. Barry! Oh! Still able to stay alive, but still very crucial here for JDG. This time around, the cease and desist onto the Thon, landing onto the Aatrox. One still committing onto the damage, still able to sustain himself for so long. But the prioritized by KG. It's done deal. Nobody cares. KG doesn't care. KBG gets the game number 3.
KBG, what a performance that was in that final game. They stole for the Elder Drake for the longest time. Meanwhile, KG was on Nexus duty, and they barely win the fight, but they didn't have to. They didn't even have to take the objectives. They were eyes were set on the Nexus, which is the goal of the game, and that's exactly what they pinpoint. They shut down JDG, and they didn't even see it coming.
I mean, we mentioned it earlier as well. There was a huge wave pushing into the top lane and the bottom lane. KG was leading the bottom lane in charge a while ago as well. But the pressure from the Elder Dragon, I think, definitely had or messed up with the minds there of JDG. Forced them to just overcommit in trying to take it down. But they got kited away by the rest of KBG as well. And that allowed them to have KG shove the wave constantly in the bottom lane. Just end the game from there. Similar to how they won against Thunder Talk last season.
Beautiful stuff here. The shot calling is definitely still on point here for KBG. Still not the perfect series though. There have been a lot of fumbles. They definitely still have a lot to work out. But when it comes to coordination, when it comes to shot calling within the mid-game area of the map, where they can't really have the big advantage, or they don't necessarily have the big advantage, KBG still is a very reliable unit in that regard. They just have to work out their kinks right now. Their junglers are their jungle champs, not necessarily the ideal pool right now, but I think KBG are on a prime spot as long as they work that out right now in the meta, because they definitely have to keep in contention for that top spot.
I mean, Andra 9 basically has saved this game for Keepers Gaming. Those Battle Stars, those bursts coming in, especially as JDG a while ago was trying to take the Baron, but him getting a great burst onto Feibai just allowed them to get the best possible position. The burst coming in there onto Berry as well, just because of the poke. I can't wait to actually see the damage charts here of this game, because Andran definitely was so consistent on the pokes and just pressing down every single member here of JDG. And KG is leading the charge as well in the bottom lane. This is one of the reasons why it's so difficult before to win against Kippis Gaming, and now it's gonna be starting to be more difficult. It's because of how well they can adjust this goal difference in overtime. Yep, it's just a work of art.
Yeah, look at that damage for Anran. Beautiful. 43,000. No one even comes close here from either side. It's got to be the MVP here. And I was talking about this earlier as well, right? We were talking about there's a lot of time buying potential here for KBG, but they have to look for an opportunity to end the game, because buying time will only get you time. It won't get you the game. And the answer to that is a split pushing KG in the form of a Fiora, getting the win secured here for KBG. That wasn't the most beautiful of records there for KG, but he got the win at the end, and that's more than enough here for KBG. That's exactly what they needed. That's them getting the win against JDG.
KG doing the best possible work of a Fiora. That's through split pushing, because Lemon actually had a different role here in this game as well, and that's through the engage. It was the only engage tool here of JDG, and that's a little bit unfortunate. And 9 getting the MVP is just, well, deserved.
Yeah.
Especially with his impact here in this entire game. Massive damage, of course, alongside with his amazing score. This is his 3rd MVP, and we're looking for more.
And look at the goal difference at the end there as well, showing to us that at the entirety of that game, he still was subpar in terms of gold earned compared to his enemy laner, but still able to perform in that regard is just mind-blowing here for Anran. I mean, Feibai had more gold than him the entire time, but Anran just finding so much more impact is crazy to think about. And the way KBG win is just something that I would think about the entire night, even perhaps into the next week here. But man, oh man, what a series, what a day it is today. And I'm just so happy for to be able to witness here. And the results is going to be there. The updated bracket should be up in just a second, but EDG securing a 2-0 win against Saigon Flat TF in that first game. Of course, and Thunder Talk this time not getting upsetted by Manila Fennel. But this time KBG erased some doubts as to their performance with a 2-1 win against JDG.
An incredible denial of a comeback. Denied the reverse sweep by JDG, especially with the performance here of Andrena. It's just amazing to see. We keep seeing this team, and this is one of the reasons why we can never discount KBG. It's because they keep on evolving, keep on improving. For JDG, it's gonna be a long way to go for them. -2 on the points, similar scoreline for Weibo Gaming, but they have more games that they have went through already, and they only have a few left for the rest of the tournament as well. I believe the next match is gonna be on December 2 on Saturday against FPX. That's also going to be a big challenge for them. But let's see how they're also going to be adjusting. Because Thunder Talk, man, plus 14, the only team to have double digit here.
Oh my gosh.
7 games or 7 series so far, and 7 one-sided beatdowns in a result of 2-0.
Credit to Fennel though, they did get close in that second game, but Thunder Talk able to close out the game either way. And KBG able to put themselves in that number 4 slot, if I'm not mistaken there. So of course, a really nice bump up in terms of points for them. Meanwhile, for the APAC conference side of things, yeah, not a lot has changed at all. Fennel still sitting at that number 6 spot, just under Buriram. And Saigon TF, unfortunately, still at the number 7 spot there. Bangkok Invade at the very bottom there, so without any wins. I think Saigon is still sitting at the exact same spots. But not a good day here for the APAC conference squads, as it's the CN conference squad that has found a lot of success here today. And tomorrow, it is the first day of December, and of course, we're going to be expecting more Wild Rift here today. It's Weibo versus Buriram for our first matchup, TE versus KT in our second matchup, and it is WHG versus Nova Esports for our third matchup of the day tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss these guys, because It's going to be another day of action-packed Wild Rift in December 1.
Yeah, especially for Weibo Gaming. It's their attempt this time around to redeem themselves, and for Buriram United Esports as well, to maybe get to the placement spots here on APAC side, and for CN Confidence for Weibo Gaming. Woo Gaming, Nova Esports is going to be an exciting match as well as Trace Esports and KT Rolster Y. It has been an amazing day. Datum, any final words before we head out?
It was so much fun. I honestly, KBG, I'm looking forward to their trajectory. I mean, that a team of that caliber, I think, is destined to perhaps reach the finals. I hope they do reach the finals. But man, the competition this season has been really, really tight. So I do hope KBG work out their kinks here. But otherwise, really, really good day. I'm excited for more tomorrow. Unfortunately, I won't be joining you here in the casting desk tomorrow. Just wait and see who is going to be replacing me. But it has been a really, really fun couple of days here this week. See you guys tomorrow in the comment section.
Yeah, and it always is a pleasure casting alongside with you as well. We'll see you again tomorrow, everybody, for the next set of series. But for tonight, we're going to be bidding good night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.